Is this working? Yeah. Does it sound like it's working? Okay, we'll get started here. Welcome everybody to the Winnetka Village Council Budget Review Meeting this morning, October 30th, 2025. It is 8:36, so we're just a few minutes behind schedule. We'll get going here. We'll call the meeting to order, and let's please turn off our electronic devices, cell phones, mute your cell phones, so we don't interrupt the proceedings. Kristen, will you give a roll call for attendance?
Trustee Handler. Here. Trustee Albinson. Here. Trustee Orsic. Here. Trustee Myers. Here. Trustee Apatoff.
Here.
Trustee Dahlman. President Rintz. I'm sorry.
I'm President Rintz.
President Dearborn.
Oh, I hope Chris.
Okay, so this is the official only screw up of the day.
I feel honored, just for the record.
You're President Dearborn.
Chris, if you're watching, I feel honored. So, okay, I am here. I'm here. Okay. All right, so we'll get going. Thank you, Kristen, for that. Just a few comments before we delve into the meat of the matter here. And it's going to be a long day. And first off, and I know that everyone will echo this as the day goes on, I want to commend our village staff, our village manager, our chief financial officer, department heads, and all staff for really spending an inordinate amount of time on this budget. I think we will all agree that it's a significant Herculean effort to get to this point. And I know that there have been many iterations of this work. And so from my perspective, I thank you all for putting the time in and being here to go through it with us. So thank you for that. We're obviously here to talk about fiscal year 20. For the record, Trustee Dahlman has arrived. Welcome. We're certainly here to, first and foremost, talk about next year, 2026. But I think that we would all agree that this budget is very forward-looking. It is important for the future for a lot of the discussion topics that we're going to have today. And so while we're first and foremost looking at next year, and we'll be talking about that in detail, we're also looking at years out, many years out actually, and where this village goes priority-wise. So I think that's important to keep in mind. In my view, we should be looking to ensure that the foundation of this community is rock solid. This is not a house built on sand. And that is the forward-looking priority that we have here. It's the priority that past councils have adopted. I think this council has, in many respects, adopted that same philosophy, looking forward and making sure that we are strong from the ground on up. And I think some of the priorities that we're going to talk about today reflect that commitment. When I met a couple weeks ago with the presidents of our contiguous communities, there were a couple common themes. One was aging infrastructure. We're going to be addressing that today, certainly, and to different extents amongst those 4 or 5 communities. But that's an issue here in Winnetka. The other common theme was rising costs. And so everything is more expensive. We know that. It's more expensive on the capital project side. It's more expensive on the daily operation side. And that is, again, a theme that is running through the course of these other communities that they'll be addressing during their budget sessions as well. And so that is clearly, 2 elements of this budget that we're going to have to talk about and think about. If we don't think long-term, ultimately the current services will suffer for future generations. We can't have that happen. That is a hallmark of Winnetka: high level of service, high quality, and responsible budgeting. And that's what I hope will come out of this day today. I think in recent months, there's been some talk about what does this group do for younger generations of residents, future generations of residents. And I think today, from my perspective, is a key part of that. I moved to this community in 1995, so I was a young resident at the time. And I look back and I look at the services that have been provided, the integrity of our utility services, hallmarks, the security of them, the development of our downtowns. And so I kind of feel personally that that's what this village did for me as a younger resident. I benefited from good decision making, looking forward, so that as I went through the course of my time in Winnetka, from age 30 to today, it was just a well-run community that looked at all the angles of what we do for residents, and we provided those services in a high-quality way. So I think as we look forward, and I would say that some of the conversations we're going to have today as we look at long-term projects, whether it's electric utility, water utility, streetscape, stormwater, these are all foundational projects, foundational topics that will benefit all residents, including young residents, new residents, and residents that will be moving in the next several years, next generation. So that, to me, you know, we want a vibrant downtown. We want restaurants that people can enjoy, a good commercial district. So we want that for sure. But we also want to set this community up for the future to benefit those young people that have moved here with their families. They made the financial commitment to be here, and we want to set them up for future success in this community. So I think that that's a big part of what we're doing here today. You know, we're going to hear from all these excellent department heads, from public safety to engineering to public works, community development, and everything in between. And I think all of these groups share the same perspective. And so as we're listening and we're going to be talking to them and questioning them and hold their feet to the fire on this budget, there's no question about that. It's a big budget, but the perspective of doing what's right for the long term, I think, needs to permeate these conversations. And so with that, that's my personal thoughts on this, and we can now move on. By the way, public comment will be at the end of the meeting, so all public comment, whether it relates to items on the agenda or not on the agenda, would be at the end of the meeting. So we'd welcome anyone who joins during that time to share a public comment. But we'll move on to the budget now. Kristen, are you going to start out? All right, Manager Kazinas is going to start us out. Thank you.
Touche. Thank you, President Dearborn and Council. I'm delighted to provide some introductory comments on today's 2026 annual budget and capital improvement plan review. Thank you all for being here early and spending your day with us. FY 2026 budget goals and objectives. To start, we all focus on what we call the Winnetka Way, which in sum is maintain a high quality of life by providing superior services in a fiscally responsive manner. If you take a look in your budget document on page 23, you'll see that when we draft the budget, all of the line items are translated back to the key goals and objectives village-wide. Provide for the public health, safety, and welfare of the Winnetka community, protect the natural environment, maintain our assets, and improve our critical infrastructure, including strategies for flood reduction, sustain responsible financial management of taxpayer monies and the village's assets in the near and the far term, revitalize the village's 3 business districts through thoughtful community planning and redevelopment of key village-owned sites, communicate and engage with our stakeholders in a manner that is accessible, timely, and thorough, and collaborate and promote program and service delivery that is efficient, effective, and in line with our village priorities. This year had some significant budget challenges. Inflationary pressures across operating and capital budgets, a significant increase in our capital project and long-term planning, economic uncertainty, addressing unfunded mandates, and meeting the high expectations of our community. In our budget plan, the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget serves the needs of the entire community. These results are achieved with thoughtful planning, commitment, and vision. Vision requires the necessary financial decisions to sustain the services and capital investments, and our collective challenge, leave it better than you found it. So in the budget, you'll see that we believe it achieves the goals of maintaining a safe and highly desirable community, enhancing the image and appeal, identifying sustainable funding sources for staffing and infrastructure needs, supporting the business community with retention, outreach, and promotion, investing in critical infrastructure and the long-term vision for improvements, continuing our implementation of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, attracting and retaining talented public employees, and achieving this with a fiscally responsible, balanced budget. So before we get into the overview, which our CFO, Tim Sloth, will lead us through, I want to personally thank the department head team, their assistants and deputy directors, as well as their staffs for the Herculean effort that's required to put together this budget book. There are hours devoted, there are difficult conversations, and there is collaboration unlike I've ever seen in any other community that I've served. And we are proud to present to you the FY26 budget. Tim?
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Before starting, I just wanted to do a few thank yous myself. Thank you to the department head team and my colleagues for helping put together all the numbers in this budget and really, taking a really close look at your budgets. And also thank you to the finance department staff. I have Dell and Kathy here today. They were integral in putting together the budget document itself, and also, working through all these numbers and compiling and getting us to today. So thank you, everybody, and of course, the support of the village manager's office as well. So, for today, we're going to go through an overview of the budget, which I'll be presenting now, and then we'll turn it over to the departments, and they'll go in detail on their department budgets, all the operating and the capital. So, for the budget, we thought, for the presentation, it was really just to start at a very high-level look of the budget and really try and capture the overall story, if you will, of the budget and the five-year capital plan over 5 or 6 slides. So if you're looking at this budget, I would say that the major story is the 5-year CIP. We're showing major capital investments across multiple funds. We are seeing continued inflationary pressure, which is impacting operating costs. The 2026 budget is balanced, and we defined a balanced budget by operating revenues, funding operating expenditures. So we don't fund operating expenditures with one-time revenue sources or the use of fund balance. But there will be significant decisions necessary over the next several years. The typical resident impact on this budget is $37.42 a month, which represents a 4.93% increase. So the annual budget, 5-year CIP, major capital investments across multiple funds. So this slide is just a visualization of that. The total CIP for 5 years is $196 million, with major projects including Willow Road, $18.4 million. This is a comprehensive reconstruction including water main, the stormwater, and a road reconstruction. Stormwater conveyance, we've completed the storage component of the West Side Stormwater Project. Now we're moving on to the conveyance. $35.2 million. Does not include work on the east side in the capital budget yet. Water main replacement program, 5 years, $15 million. Sanitary sewer, Jim will discuss the I&I study. 10-year cost of about $10.3 million identified in that study. Post office redevelopment project in 2930 of $7 million. And it has a question mark, and you'll see here there's a couple others that have question marks. The question mark denotes that this is basically a placeholder budget, that we don't have hard costs at this time, but we did want to include some costs for planning purposes. So for Hubbard Woods Streetscape, we have $10 million. Indian Hill Streetscape, $3 million. And then 5-year cost in the facilities fund of $7 million. This is largely derived from the facility study, which will be presented during Tom's budget. Our annual road rehabilitation program, 5-year cost of $9.6 million. And then the thermal generation project, we have slotted in the 5-year plan in the electric fund for $27.6 million, which Nick will review. And the solar generation project of $822,000, and finally a fire engine replacement in 28 of $1.2 million. So this is, the significant capital initiatives that are coming over the next 5 years, which is a huge part of the story of this budget. The other part of the budget is the continued inflationary pressure. So year to date, through August, is 2.9% CPI. I think the latest report actually just came out a couple of days ago. It was 3% year to date. What will the impact of tariffs be? What will the tariffs be? Contracted labor increases, we have a contracted unionized environment. So by contract, we have to do 3.5% in 2026. Plus their step increases. So as we move to a younger workforce, they flow through their steps faster, so their increases are a little bit more front-loaded than an older workforce. Pension funding, there has not been any adjustments to the Tier 2, but that's being deliberated as we speak. Infrastructure inflation, as a note, just the cost that the village sees and incurs for infrastructure tend to be higher than the regular CPI or the cost you might see at the grocery store. Okay, so how are we going to pay for all this? Just a snapshot of the increases proposed in the budget. So utility funds are generally in good shape, assuming rate plans are here too. So for the electric fund, proposing average rate increase of 5.3% over the next 5 years. And a proposal for that thermal generation project would be a $17 million general obligation bond in 2028. Water fund, we presented the water rate study to you a couple study sessions ago, and we're implementing rates identified in that study. The average increase is 7.3% over the next 5 years. Sanitary sewer fund, the rate increases mirror the water. Refuse fund, 5.5% average increase over the next 5 years. And then proposing a stormwater ERU increase of 5% over the next 5 years to account for capital that's coming in that fund over the next several years. And additionally, stormwater is budgeted to include the $26.2 million grant, and also there was a $7 million bond issuance per the existing plan, but we do plan to revisit that with a comprehensive look at the stormwater fund in 2026. So we're getting updated numbers. We'll be bringing that to the council in the first quarter.
Are those annual increases, or is that the average over the 5-year period?
That's the average annual increase over the 5-year period. So, and I can tell you most of those are front-loaded, so the increase for 2026, proposed increase will be slightly higher than the average. For the general fund, 2026 balanced budget, but fund balances do decrease over 5 years. The proposed property tax increase is 1.45%, which is half of the CPI. We're also proposing the elimination of the $1.1 million transfer to the business district, as we previously discussed, with the implementation of the 1% home rule sales tax as the funding source in the business district fund. And it should be noted, the property tax and sales tax boosts from the One Winnetka, Chase, and new large residential properties are not expected to materialize until 27 and 28. So we're not going to be getting any lift from those projects just yet. So additional revenue generation will be necessary in the future years. As you can see, our average CIP is $6.5 million over the next 5 years. And it was $4.3 million last year and $2.7 million before COVID. So we're seeing some significant increases in capital. So overall, increased capital plus increased inflation plus union contracts. We're not in an environment where we can do the 0% increase in property taxes like we were during that 9-year period. Yes, that would be in that those increases are built into the 5-year, yeah, based on what we've seen. And some of those on One Winnetka, I know there was a study as part of that project that projected that. And we're working with the assessor to get information as they get it. So yeah, so does not equal 0% property tax increase, but we were able to work through the budget and get to a reasonable increase of 1.45% for the existing taxpayers for 2026. This is just in detail. The typical resident impact, again, is $37.42 a month, which represents a 4.93% increase. Okay, and again, as mentioned, the current economic environment, 2025 projected GDP, that's the current year, is 1.7%. That was 2.8% in 2024, so the economy does appear to be slowing. Annual inflation of 2.9%. Unemployment, the rate is still good at 4.3%, but what we're seeing is the total unemployed has been increasing of late, and the actual number of available jobs has been decreasing. So as of the July reports, total unemployed of 7.4 million actually exceeds job openings, and that's the first time since the initial spike from COVID. And we're actually in an environment where the Fed is actually lowering interest rates. Key financial policies, again, the budget is balanced in that operating expenditures are funded by operating revenues. We are a home rule unit of government, but we do adhere to the non-home rule limit for the tax levy, and again, we actually exceed that limit and come in under the tax cap limit this year. Utility rates are set using a cost of service analysis, means we analyze all our costs that are necessary and set rates to cover them. We don't build in a profit margin. And operating increases are generally equal to revenue increases. Capital, we've traditionally have funded capital on a pay-as-you-go basis where possible. Budget amendments, we typically avoid budget amendments when possible, which we include a contingency in the budget to be able to do so. And also fund balance net asset policies, we do set minimum end-of-year fund balance targets for each fund that we adhere to as well. This is a chart from the letter of transparency in the budget document. This is just basically proving out that our operating revenues of $93 million over $76 million in net operating expenses leaves $15.5 million in operating net income, which goes towards our capital program in addition to some other revenue sources, which includes some grant revenue for 2026. General fund revenues are $32.4 million, up $1.6 million or 5.31%. So key revenue changes compared to 2025 budget, the elimination of a transfer to a business district of $1.1 million. The property tax will generate on a budget basis $369,000 in additional revenue. We're projecting sales tax to increase $430,000, but use tax we're projecting down $276,000. And what that is the state has reclassified some of the categories that were typically use tax in previous years. They're reclassifying it as actual sales tax. So that's why you're seeing a pretty big jump in sales tax, but offset by a decrease in use tax. And then replacement tax is down $187,000. That's the state has given us updated numbers. They had a calculation error, so they were over delivering, I guess you could say, and now they're clawing some of that back.
Tim, what are,
What is replacement tax and what is service charges? You don't talk about service charges up there, but it is a fairly large revenue item.
So service charges is just like user charge, utility charges. So this chart is for the village budget as a whole. So that includes a lot of the utility rates, any type of service charges that are included in those.
Okay.
And then replacement tax is a corporate tax that replaced the tax from, there used to be a tax on personal property back in the 1970s that was repealed, and as part of that repeal, they implemented a new tax that offsets some of that revenue. So it's called the corporate personal property replacement tax.
Tim, could you give an example of what is a use tax that's been reclassified as sales tax?
I don't have a specific example of what
Is it on
use tax.
professional services?
I think it might be Actually, I do, I'm sorry. It's some of the online sales were being picked up
Okay.
as use taxes,
Okay,
and now they're getting directly picked up as sales taxes.
okay,
So
thank you.
that would be the big driver of that. So in general, just the spotlight on how we budget the revenues. So the sales, use, income, and replacement taxes, we get estimates from the Illinois Municipal League, and they do a pretty good job of actually providing estimates on what they see. And then we discount it slightly. So we budget 97.5% of the IML estimate. Property tax is budgeted based on, public safety pensions, employee pay increases, and just overall funds, overall expenses in the general fund. Permit revenue is based on a 5-year look back, year-to-date analysis, and then if there's any information on large developments from community development. Interest income based on projected cash flow. And then other revenues, we look at basically a trend analysis.
And I'm sorry, payments in lieu of taxes.
So that is if the utility was a standalone entity, there would be a tax that would be paid to the village. So for example, there's a natural gas tax that we receive. So since the utility is owned by Winnetka, there is a payment that's in lieu of a tax. So it's basically a transfer from the utility funds into the general fund.
Okay.
So in total, general fund department operating expenditures are $30.9 million. This represents a 10.6% increase over the previous year. And then this chart does show the different operating departments within the village, and currently all operating departments are trending under budget, and we're in total trending to be about $27.4 million this year versus $27.9 million budget. And each departments will present on their operating budgets during their presentations. The expenditure budgeting process. So we budget personnel utilizing our advanced position budgeting software. It captures, the actual positions, actual people, where they're going to be in their step, when they're going to hit their step increases, and actually it builds in the cost of living adjustments. It does assume most positions are staffed throughout the year. If there's new positions, we know when they're going to be hired, we will plug that in as well. It also plugs in known increases for benefits such as health insurance and IMRF. Other operating expenditures are set based on known contracts. So if we know we have a contract amount for 2026 and we know what that amount is, we pick up that actual amount. Otherwise, we use trends and current and/or expected prices. And then capital is budgeted based on anticipated costs at the time of purchase. So if you see an item in 27, that's the amount we would expect to pay in 27 for that particular vehicle, for example.
Tim, I think I have this circled in the detail, but remind me, do you keep like the contingency or the amount for budgets and, for bonuses and pay increases up at the village manager budget for now and rather than in every department?
No, it's built in
Yeah,
every
into every
department.
department?
Sometimes we've done that as part of the contingency if we have a lot of the union contracts or there's some things that are
But this
unsettled
year,
because we don't
it's within
necessarily.
every department.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the property tax. So we, again, adhere to the property tax extension limitation law. This is a tax cap. And our levy for this year is $16,682,135. Again, that's a 1.5% increase for existing residents. It does capture new growth, which is estimated at 0.88%. And this represents a $43 a year increase in the village portion of the property tax bill. Again, we do note that it actually exceeds, comes in under the tax cap amount cumulatively since 2025. Had we been levying up to that tax cap amount since 2025, our levy would be $26.8 million higher at this point than what it would be. Or I should say, not necessarily our levy, the total of the levies would be $26.8 million. So we've saved $26.8 million by levying under the tax cap.
Tim, just to clarify, that's since 2005, not 2025.
Yes, did I say 20? I'm sorry, 2005. The property tax levy gets set in December in conjunction with the approval of the budget. Public safety pension levies, so a portion of the levy is dedicated directly to public safety. The police pension is $1.14 million, and the fire pension is $1.5 million. This is based on the actuarially based assumptions of 100% funded and a 7.25% assumed rate of return and a 15-year rolling amortization period. And I did just put a note that this does differ from what the recommended levies are by the police and fire pension boards. Their levies, basically we use all their assumed actuarial assumptions with the exception of the interest rate assumption. They recommend a levy based at 6.75%. We're funding at a rate of 7.25%. Here's the allocation of property taxes paid in 2023. Right now, Cook County has not released data beyond 2023, so that's why we're using the same chart from last year. But we would expect once the data flows through, it'd be pretty similar. So as in 2023, the village portion of your dollar of property taxes was 11 cents. And you can see the largest driver of the property taxes is the Winnetka Public Schools and the New Trier High School District. This chart shows a comparison for CPI. Again, this is through 2023, the most recent data available. And the village is one of a few of the taxing districts that actually comes under the CPI during this period. So the CPI during this period was 75%, and the village was at about 33% increase since 2000. This is a comparison of our neighboring communities. So if you can see again through 2023, because the 2024 data isn't fully available, the Winnetka increase in our levy since 2013 to 2023 went from 14.2 million to 15.7 million, which is an increase of 1.5 million in the annual levy. That's a 10.8% increase. And if you look at the average annual increase of the other communities, excluding Winnetka, during this time period, it was 4.64%. And our annual increase during this time period was 1.08%. And finally, the capital improvement plan document. It's a 5-year document covering the years of 26 to 2030. We do break it out. We're a fund basis accounting system, so we break it out by fund. We show cash flow for each fund. And the general capital includes all items that are $50,000 and over, and there is a detailed sheet for each project in 2026 that meets that threshold. Overall capital spending in 2026 is $39 million, and then goes as high as $50 million in year 2030. So the total 5-year CIP again is $196 million. Significant capital initiatives for 2026 are shown here. Roads, sidewalks, and trails, $6.3 million in the general fund. That's a large part of the general fund. A large portion of that is the Willow Road project. MFT, $4 million. Again, that's for roadway projects. A lot of that is contributed to the Willow Road project as well. And then we have $1.7 million in facilities funds. That's where we have the solar generation project, at least the general fund portion of that project slotted. And then other facility improvements as identified in the 5-year plan from the facility study. Downtown rehabilitation, we have $2.2 million. A big portion of that is the Hubbard Woods parking deck. That's a carryover from last year. And then also design and demolition of the post office project. And then $300,000 towards EV charging stations. Electric,
We'll probably get into this, into the stormwater, but just usually when there's a conveyance of, when there's the jurisdictional transfer, right, there's a negotiation with the state. And oftentimes the state will kick in money or pay for some of the improvements. So is the number there, what we're estimating the cost of the project, regardless of what the state pays for, if they pay for zero? Or is this our share of it, or what is that?
So And during the stormwater, we will present during Jim's budget, the entire project. The entire project's about $18 million for the Willow Road. And what's shown in that stormwater Willow Road conveyance of $3.5 million, that's the stormwater portion that was already budgeted towards Willow Road. The stormwater costs are higher than that, so we are proposing to use some of the contingency budget to cover the stormwater portion. And the way the budget is built is the general fund costs are in the general fund. There's a component that's funded by the motor fuel tax, that's coming out of the motor fuel tax. There's an STP grant that we have budgeted grant revenue in the general fund that offsets that. But the actual jurisdictional transfer costs, the budget is built not assuming any revenue from the jurisdictional transfer process. So if we get additional revenue from that process, that would offset some of these costs additionally.
Okay.
But we don't have a number for that, so we didn't include that as a cost. And the project is important enough that we need to move, we feel we need to move forward. If that number were to come in a little lower than expected, we wanted to make sure that we have sufficient budget to support that project. And then for the electric fund, we have $5.1 million in generation and system improvements. Water fund, $7 million. Water main replacement of $4.5 million. That includes a big chunk of the Willow Road project. And then finally, the stormwater improvements of $8.4 million. So my final comment on the overview of the budget, it is fiscally sound. 26 is balanced. We do have appropriate reserves maintained. Adequate staffing is maintained and provides for core village services. And we continue to modernize and invest in village infrastructure. So overall, we're good for 26. There will be some decisions that will need to be made over the next several years and how we prioritize these capital projects.
Okay, Tim, is that the conclusion of your presentation?
That concludes the opening, my
Okay,
presentation.
before we move on from Tim, and I know we can come back to Tim, any questions regarding this presentation? The one question I had, Tim, the property tax levy distinguished from the enterprise fund rate increases. Obviously, those rate increases are ample, 8% for water, whatever, 6.5%, I guess, for electric. Explain to the group here, and I think I know the answer to this, a good portion of those increases over time are going toward capital investment, is my understanding. But I don't know, if you take the 8% from water, if we had a separate capital levy, would the water increase for current usage be 2% and 6% of the 8 is going toward capital? Or how would you characterize those increases in those enterprise funds?
I would say, obviously, a significant portion of the increase is geared towards capital. The rate increases do cover the increase in operating costs. I don't have the detailed breakdown. I could provide that, calculate just how much is going towards capital. But it would be significant. If I had to estimate, I would say, at least half, if not 3/4 of the increase is probably dedicated to capital.
Well, I think it's important. I don't need the numbers right now, but it's important for all of us to understand that we're funding these large projects, aside from debt issuance, largely through ongoing rates that are
Correct.
paid by the residents. And it seems like a big increase because it's certainly ahead of inflation. But when you take into account the extent of that capital spending and those projects that are lying out, for planning for those, it's sort of necessary to have this above inflation rate increases. That's how I perceive it, and
Correct.
And I think
Is that
that's
correct?
important to
Yeah.
share in December when we lay out what the increases are.
correct. Maybe we will do that, but
Yeah,
go ahead,
so
Kim.
I was going to hold this, but it sort of builds right on Bob's question related to the stormwater fee increase. I'm putting my resident hat on now and going back whatever 10 or so years when we put this in place. And I recall, I understood it to be the stormwater fee went into place to fund the planned project and the debt that was taken out to fund the west project. I know we noted in here that we paid off debt early, and the interest rate has dropped, and we've saved $3.5 million. I'm trying to understand why now I don't think residents understood that that rate wasn't what it was forever, that it was fluid and would increase one day. So I'd like to
So-
understand how we're going to be using that going forward, if my understanding is incorrect.
So the current 5-year plan includes the completion of the West Side project. But as we said, we're going to be bringing a more comprehensive 5-year plan in January, in the first quarter, that updates those numbers. But it does not include any funding for the east side. So I think that's, to pay for the remainder of the west side, I think we'd be probably okay. But we're trying to accumulate, start to increase that rate in anticipation of other projects coming down the line.
Okay, and that I understand sitting here, but I don't think residents understood that this was a rate that could potentially keep changing as we added more projects on. I think most
Okay.
residents thought it was a sort of a
This
one
is
and
a-
done to take care of that.
And that it will continue,
particular
not only that it will increase, but it will keep continuing and never go away,
And never go away. So
which is what people
I
expect.
do have some, I mean, I understand if we need the funding to cover the East Side project and other projects, but, and also, at the time that we set that whole stormwater utility fund, we didn't know we were going to get tens of millions of dollars of grants either. Is that right? I don't think we did.
No.
So,
No,
in a
it's-
sense, again, from a resident's perspective, one would almost think, well, wow, this should probably go away at some point, because not only did we finish that project, but it ended up costing the taxpayers a lot less than we anticipated. So I'm a little concerned about how, even if we could justify it, we explain that to the community.
So
I think it's also important, though, I did the quick calculation. It's under for the total increases for your average household per year in Winnetka. The Winnetka piece is only $500 a year. That's about right. The utility
The
fee.
total tax.
On the-
Right.
Yeah.
And I think what is really incumbent upon us, especially since we haven't seen the second part of the Cook County taxes, which is creating havoc for my business, every business, is to really emphasize we're only roughly under 12% of anybody's tax bill. And so, and I also, when I talk to people, I also emphasize the utility fees are a user tax or a user fee, right? So people can reduce that by reducing how much water and electric they use, right?
You can't reduce how much impermeable surface you have on your property.
I understand.
To reduce your stormwater fee.
Right, but
If anything,
I haven't heard
What went down is people over the last 10, how many years has it been? 10, 12? We've had more construction in town where people have built bigger houses, they've expanded
Sure.
their driveways, they've put in pools. So if anything, I would, the base of impermeable surface, I would think has probably increased. So you see, I think.
But all
you see where
those
I'm
new
going with this. I'm not
projects
even looking, I do think
to
there might be a
offset.
communication issue here that we're going to need to address about what this stormwater utility fee is now and is going to be.
fair. But I think most of the people who are concerned about were the people here when there was a discussion. I haven't heard, except for the people who were part of the discussion at the time that it was passed. I haven't heard anyone complain about it.
So,
But-
and I would just, I
But I think it's
wasn't here
important.
during the implementation of the initial fee, so I don't necessarily know exactly how that was communicated, whether it was going to be a set and never increase or how that was. But I do know when we first presented, just speak to your point, the 5-year financial plan, there was a significant unfunded portion that was going to be necessary, that there was going to have to be some type of decision where the debt would have been, the proposed debt necessary would have been bigger. And just to give you a context, the fee as is provides about $2 million in annual revenue for the stormwater fund. And that, the West Side project was over $80 million. So that, that fee has been sufficient to pay a little bit of debt service and some of the operating costs to maintain the stormwater system. And also, those other funding sources have really helped us keep it to where it's at this point and keep the project moving, so we don't have to plan it out over
I'm
a
not
number of years.
denying we need the funds, I'm just, and that goes back a little bit to a discussion we had months ago where the communication around sort of drip, drip, drip of nickel and diming people on increases on lots of little fees can get frustrating to some users. And it's just, I think a lot of it's a matter of good communication. And to your point at the beginning, Bob, this is what it takes to keep a good level of services in our community.
I think the message, Tim, and I'll paraphrase Kim, is just and maybe when stormwater's talked about, we can maybe touch on that, but certainly when this budget is presented in December, what have you, maybe we can put some clarity around that.
Yeah, we can
how
find
we
some-
view the stormwater fund.
Sure.
And I think to your point, Tina, which is, while we're maybe 11%, I think it's the overall. I don't think the average resident is thinking, well, Park District is this percent, we're 11% of schools. They're just feeling crushed right now. So I think it's a general discussion of concern of, wow, I'm not sure where my property bill's going to, lead. I'm not sure what's going up in the school. So everything's going up to a point. So I think and I like the list. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a good list we have. We just are going to have to force rank things to say, do we do everything right now, or what do we do to be, to your point, Bob, fiscally really drive progress, but still not make the residents feel they're being crushed. And I know it's relative, is not, compared to others, but it's just a general malaise.
And I do think once we get into the stormwater detailed presentation and you see Jim talk about the capital and Tom talk about the maintenance and operation, there'll be more detail and more clarity there about what's driving that.
Disputing whether or not we need the funding. It's the principle, I think, that
Tim, can you go back to the slide you had, the comparison between Winnetka and the other neighboring communities with the levy?
Where was
With the
neighboring-
percentage increase right there. So without getting technical, what is the reason, do we have a sort of a layman's explanation on why our increase has been so significantly less than other neighboring communities?
We've held the line on our expenses where possible. Some of those at Northbrook, they had a significant catch-up at one point because they were underfunding their pensions, so they changed some of their assumptions. But they were significantly higher, their assumed rate of return and what they were funding towards. So I think that would be probably the biggest one. And I think just our annual budgeting process of just trying to, be realistic with our revenue sources, we've been able to hold the line. So, and we've had some bumps from, other revenue sources. Sales tax during this period performed very well in Winnetka. I don't necessarily presumably it performed well in all these communities, but we were able to take advantage of that and hold the property tax levy
Thank you.
fairly low.
Another part of that, Tim, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I think over that period, we moved some expense items out of the general fund over to enterprise funds, i.e. refuse, for one.
Yeah, refuse fund, yes. We did have portion of the property tax was dedicated towards the refuse fund, which we moved to a user charge, beginning, I think it was 17,
So
18,
you could
we started.
probably, with a few weeks of work, and Del could help out on this, of course, you could probably bring that to apples and apples, taking into account some of the expenses that have moved out of the tax levy portion of this. And
Yes.
I don't know if it's 10.8 or 15.2, or it's not going to be 68%, but it's going to be a little bit higher if those expenses had stayed in the general fund.
Yes, but that 1.1 million transfer to the refuse, it actually was transferred to the Business District Revitalization Fund initially, so it wasn't necessarily
Completely
freed
out.
up within the general fund. Even though you're right, we did rely on operating user charges to fund that refuse operation versus, so it did free up something, but we did transfer it to a different fund.
But if we rolled back the clock, right now, the refuse fund is fully funded 100% by user charges, if you will. 10 years ago, those costs were in the general fund. I mean, there's been a transition, I
Yes.
understand, but
Yes.
at this point, it's out. 10 years ago, it was in. And so if you adjusted apples and apples, it would be a little bit different number. I think that's fair to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, that'd be
Maybe it
fair.
wouldn't be as dramatic, but I think the key point you're making is the expense control, the good budgeting, the good operations has just been exemplary, but it's probably a little higher than a 10.8% increase over that time frame, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, this might be, Northbrook and Northfield have more commercial properties. Does that play any part in this or not?
That would, I mean, that, they would have a broader base, so that would take into part their base for the property tax levy. So they're,
Well, I'm saying the residents are paying less, but the commercial counts as paying property taxes, right?
yeah, the commercial council
Just
would
nobody
be
cares
paying-
about their feelings.
Yeah.
but-
The way it's, yeah, the way the property tax levy works, we don't set a rate, we set a dollar amount, and then that dollar amount gets spread over the valuation of the community property as a whole. So if you had, you know, if we had an Amazon factory that moved in, you know, that would get dispersed, you know, the levy would get dispersed over a bigger pie, and that could, in theory, lower the residents' portion of the property tax levy.
And for the record, we're not contemplating an Amazon factory, for those listening at home.
Okay, anything else for Tim before we move on? Tim, who's up next? Or Krista?
Up next is back to Kristen for the Village Manager's Office and Public Affairs.
Great, thank you.
Welcome to my last presentation of the Public Affairs and Village Manager's Office budget. We'll start with the org chart. The total number of headcount for Public Affairs and the Village Manager's Office is remaining steady at 8.5 FTEs. 2025, some accomplishments by the functional areas. In economic development, we had 9 new businesses open and 4 close during the first 3 quarters of the year. We have continued to see record low retail vacancy rates. As of the 3rd quarter, we officially have 1 first floor retail space open right now. So that's a 0.43% vacancy rate. One Winnetka broke ground and is proceeding according to schedule as well. In human resources, we reviewed 1,825 applications, conducted 161 interviews for 24 recruitments, and facilitated entry-level patrol testing. In communications, we worked diligently to update our PDFs posted on the website to comply with the ADA accessibility requirements that will be mandatory effective January 1 of '26. Josie conducted customer service training for all of our frontline employees and assisted with special communications such as related to IMEA and safe biking operations. Community events, we assisted with the Farmers Market, the Music Fest, Memorial Day, and July 4th. And the Village Clerk's Office, as of September 2025, we have village-wide completed 646 FOIA requests at a total staff cost at an approximate value of $73,429. That does not include legal costs related to FOIAs. In 2025 in sustainability, we organized our first zero waste event. When we had the employee picnic, there was no garbage generated from that. It was all recycled and reusable items. Introduced composting in Village Hall common areas. We're working on a greenhouse gas inventory and climate action plan. Drafted a sustainability resolution that was adopted by the council. Worked with Water and Electric on the solar array at the yards, and promoted the Hefty Renew program for plastics recycling, and worked on relationships with our area partners in sustainability. In 2026, our goals and objectives in public affairs support safe and fun community special events. In economic development, continue supporting existing businesses and attract new businesses. Communications, create timely, effective communications to engage stakeholders. In HR, recruit, train, and retain a high-talent workforce. And in sustainability, continue implementation of Pillar 4 of the comprehensive plan. Key budget items in public affairs, we're continuing sponsorships of community events. I will note that this year's budget reflects a 50% reduction in the sponsorship of the Winnetka Music Festival. Rather than the previous level of $25,000, included in the budget is $12,500. We did move legal expenses to the village manager's office. Previously, legal expenses were allocated throughout the budget. Specifically, the retainer was in community development. And we made this move to make the legal expenses more transparent and under the purview of the village manager's office. In communications, we're funding email newsletters, the Winnetka Report, and social media. In economic development, we will continue to sponsor local events, participate with the chamber and area business groups, do co-advertising campaigns, and continue to actively recruit new businesses. Our philosophy there is, even though we have a very low vacancy rate, we don't rest on our laurels. We continue the pipeline, planning for any future vacancies.
Kristen, not necessarily specific budget related, but in terms of thinking how to grow revenue, right? Growing sales tax, something I think to think about as we look in future years is what role does the public affairs play in trying to grow people coming to Winnetka to shop, right? You know, do we shift the focus from the amount of time it takes to communicate about village activities? Can some of that be, you know, are there ways to get efficiencies there so that we can move some of the time and effort around further promoting people coming in? Because sales tax obviously is a way to grow the revenue. It's not going to have an impact in 2026, but is that something that we can play a more effective role in?
Good question. And so I am excited to report that we have an offer out that's been accepted for a new economic development manager. As you know, we've been recruiting since April to replace Liz DeChant, and John Lynch has been doing a very nice job as our interim. One of the initiatives, once we have that new economic development manager in place, is looking how we're using our current communication strategy to do just that. So we do have a bi-monthly Distinctly Winnetka email newsletter that had been prepared to highlight local businesses and their trunk shows and sales and opportunities. Working with the chamber is another area that I think we could expand and grow, as well as our relationship with the North Shore Visitor and Convention Bureau. So I think that's good feedback and in our strategy for the coming year. So any other questions before I continue on HR?
Oh, no. Is HR still part of this overall office?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me just ask a question then quickly about legal fees. I was trying to track all legal fees throughout all the budgets. So right now, where we're looking at the non-retainer legal matters and the retainer, that's the grand total, except for FOIA. Is that what you said? Except for work on FOIA?
So the work on FOIA, the distinction there was the 73,000 just as an allocation of staff time. So work on FOIAs would be included in the annual retainer for legal unless there is a PAC challenge, and a PAC challenge is considered a legal action. So that would be under non-retainer if we have a PAC challenge. But regular FOIA responses where we have questions would be included in the annual retainer amount.
And since the budgets were in all the departments, it was hard to compare. How does this year's budget for legal fees compare to either this year's actual or prior budget?
Right. So if you were trying to trace down all the legal fees, you would see that that was difficult to do. So in community development, the amount that the decrease is in community development is $321,760 that came over. So as far as a total percentage increase, I could calculate that and get that back to you.
Oh, and
Yeah.
not necessarily, but it is an increase in our overall legal fees.
Overall, legal fees did increase, so we would just need to calculate what that percentage is.
Just to follow up on that, Kristen, so if I'm looking at the budget, we're budgeting $429,000 of legal fees, which is a $408,000 change for the manager's office. I guess, Kim, what you're getting at is how does
the
the
whole picture?
429
Yeah.
compare to last year? And what are the levers that are changing that number?
Right, and so the key driver there was a increase in the annual retainer of 3%. So I do know, that percentage increase. And then looking at our other outside labor council and the village prosecutors, amounts of those remain level.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so
Thank you.
$408,000 change from last year in the village manager's office, is that the apples and apples to the 321 that is reduced?
Yes.
So it went up 80 some odd $1,000, which I don't know that the retainer increase percent would account for much of that. I mean,
We did increase the non-retainer legal matters to an expectation of the current litigation
Okay.
that we are experiencing. So
Got it.
that would be the key driver of that variance. And so the good news is next year, there'll be an easy answer to this question because all of these line items being in one area will facilitate the total as well as the line item by line item change from the prior year budget.
got it.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Kristen.
But while we're talking legal, is it okay for us to ask Baraji with questions like this during your presentation?
Absolutely.
All right. I think it would be helpful for us to segment off not just staff time on FOIA requests, but to understand what is the legal cost as well. I recall seeing a memo from Peter Friedman or his team regarding just the significant cost of FOIA requests, not just within our community, but throughout the state, and being more or less argued as a broken system because it was based off the old days before technology where someone could go into a file cabinet, look for something, photocopy it, and charge $1 for someone to come retrieve that information.
Right.
And now because there's so much additional information buried in emails, texts, everything's electronic, that it is an extremely expensive proposition every time we receive a FOIA request. And it would
Yes.
be helpful, I think, for us to understand. I mean, when I look at just staff time of $73,000, that's, it's not a capital project, but if we're budgeting, future expenses of anything over 50,000 for capital projects, and here we are, I'm guessing it's going to be north of 100,000 just for FOIA requests. That's a significant dollar amount, and it would be helpful for us to better track that and understand. And got to be careful about the slippery slope about adding additional staff time to track our FOIA requests, but if we have good data, what are the topics, or what are the sources of the requests, just to better ascertain so we could possibly improve our serve in the future to help mitigate these expenses?
So one of the key actions that we took to enable us to give this data is a year ago in March, we implemented the Next Request online FOIA portal, which allowed for tracking of staff time. So every FOIA request that's responded to, the staff involved have rates that are in the Next Request system that tie back to the fee ordinance for staff time based on the position in the organization, and they enter the time that it took. So we certainly could add to that the time that Elrod Friedman is engaged on asking, for assistance. The one thing that I do want to point out is that allocation of staff time, we're not paying that in addition to their salaries. It's capturing the value of the salary that was diverted to the FOIA response and not be able to be used in other core service delivery.
Understood, but it's also an opportunity cost because that staff time now can't be directed towards core
Value-added
services.
Completely, yeah, that's exactly right. So this year is our first full year with Next Request, and in addition to the monthly reporting that we've been doing, we absolutely could do an as of the end of the year analysis. Here's the opportunity cost staff time, work with Elrod Friedman to come up with what their cost would be, and then add in any PAC challenges or litigation related to FOIA to provide counsel what is the true cost of this legal requirement.
On that same note, some regular business of the village is done through FOIA. Like people getting a permit are told, go FOIA your survey or whatever it is that the village has, because that's easier for us to do. So of the FOIAs, how much of it is actually regular village business versus people interested in what the government is doing? Because some percentage is regular business, right?
Right, and I would say that that is true, and also there's what I would call routine FOIAs, people who want a copy of the accident report, or there's commercial FOIAs where businesses want to know all of the roof permits. So as far as categorizing, we'd have to look and see what Next Request has as far as being able to put them into categories such as that. We can look into that.
Just because I think that the 75,000, if 40,000 is regular village business, that's just the cost of doing business.
Right, yeah.
And so the actual additional FOIA requesting that is everybody's right and just checking in on what the government is doing is smaller than 75,000. I'd be interested in what that actual number was.
We can look and see what data we can gather on that. Okay? Any other
I think, your
before?
point's good, Bridget, because you're absolutely right. I don't know how many years ago, but there was a change. If you used to come in and you wanted to get your folder for your home, you just go up and Anita would give it to you, you'd get it. Now you have to put a FOIA request in. It is a change. I don't know when that change was made, but you're sort of saying, what's the incremental FOIA cost for non-routine business? And I think that is a change for sure. And
Right.
I think other people have mentioned wanting that information, so I think it's a good data point to have.
We can absolutely provide that.
Friedman's time, though, wouldn't have anything to do with normal business. That would
Right.
be,
Right, because Elrod Friedman's time comes into play if there is a FOIA request and we have questions about exemptions or it's non-routine, and we need their assistance to make sure we're responding properly. Okay.
Interesting.
Human resources. We are looking in the coming year to do 2 police entry-level tests, 1 fire, recruitment and retention of our high-talent workforce, annual training and professional development, as well as wellness initiatives, And then consistent with the prior year, all tuition reimbursement is funded village-wide in the Human Resources Department. In sustainability, we have in the budget plans to finish the climate action plan and greenhouse gas inventory, continuing to work on an implementation plan to achieve the targets identified in that plan. We are planning a special Winnetka report focused on sustainability, expanding composting, and implementing some new solar and energy efficiency rebates, which would be funded out of the water and electric budget. So overall, you can see that the significant change in the managers and public affairs in the service supply area of the change from the prior year is driven by that reallocation of the legal budget. So at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have on the budget presentation.
What's your assumption on the hiring of a deputy village manager? Did you plan the whole budget in '26, half of it?
Yes, so we did plan a full year's salary in 2026, and the goal is that new deputy would be identified before Thanksgiving and start sometime in early January. So we did budget a full year's salary for that position. Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I'd like to turn it over to Tim, who will take us through the Finance Department budget.
Thank you. So for finance, our total budget is shown above, $1.9 million for department-wide. We had a capital item in 2025 that was a portion of the AMI expense that we're not budgeting for in 2026. The AMI expenses are out of the utility funds for 2026. And then a slight decrease in salaries and benefits, which reflects a change in position structure. And then the increase in services and some supplies is also related to that. And what that is, as part of the AMI project, we had 2 meter readers in the finance department. We are down to 1 meter reader in the finance department. But during this transition period, we do need to still manually read meters. So we are taking advantage of a meter reading service to supplement our remaining meter reader. So here's our updated organization chart. We have changed it around a little bit. So right now, it's me at the top, and then goes down to our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Del Duckworth, and then she's directly in charge of the utility billing function and our AMI transition coordinator. So out of the 2 meter readers, one of them has been reclassified as the AMI transition coordinator, so he's going to be heading up and doing a lot of the management of the AMI project during this transition period. And then the other meter reader has transitioned actually to the refuse department and is a refuse collector. And then our accounting manager, Kathy, oversees the accounts payable function, and the accountant and our customer service representative. So overall, in the department, our overview, we provide exceptional services to both external and internal customers, apply modern financial practices, safeguard village financial and technology assets, continue to improve IT and cybersecurity, achieve continued financial strength, provide accurate financial information in a timely manner. We want to operate with maximum transparency and provide financial direction and support to other departments. So basically, protect the money, protect the assets, but also provide exceptional service to other departments. Our accomplishments for 2025, our Moody's AAA rating was affirmed was actually the end of 2024. GFOA awards, won a distinguished budget, the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and the Popular Annual Financial Reporting. We completed the audit with an unqualified opinion, completed the automated timekeeping project. We achieved the pilot deployment of the advanced metering infrastructure project That was just recently completed for the electric meter exchanges. We completed a comprehensive water rate study with the Water and Electric Department. We finalized the parking lease extension with New Trier High School. And we implemented the local grocery replacement tax that we discussed that replaced the statewide tax that went away. We oversee the village grant program. So in 2025, we received $7.3 million in direct funding for stormwater. That was the DCO, that's the Illinois Capital Grants. That's the actual money coming into the bank account. For the remainder of the grants, we anticipate the $5 million. So from the DCO, we were awarded $28.3 million. We've actually received all of that funding with the exception of the $5 million. And we're working, pressing our legislators to release that last portion, which we do anticipate being released hopefully by the end of the year and actual funding received in 2026. There's a CDS, Congressionally Directed Spending grant of $887,000 towards the Green Bay Trail that we anticipate funding in 26 and 27. And then the big one is the FEMA grant, the $21.2 million flood mitigation assistance grant, which we anticipate funding in 2027 and 2030. So just an update on that. So far, that funding has remained intact. It has not been clawed back by politics. Where we're at in the funding process is we were awarded the grant, and how that works is once you're awarded, then you have to basically prove up to FEMA that what you're presenting is actually going to happen. So you're not presenting a project that you claim is going to assist 500 homes, and then they do their due diligence, and they think it only would, help 50 homes, for example. So we're in that due diligence process. We do know that FEMA is actively working on it because they're asking questions, we're providing supplemental information, and we're working through the process. So if this was 3 years ago, we'd feel very confident about this grant coming to fruition because we submitted a sound project, we were transparent, we did not inflate any claims. In the current environment, there's still, some unknown that possibly politics could come into play. But
So Tim, that grant would be in a future fiscal year budget, a federal fiscal, that's not in one that's currently being considered or?
No, we're not relying on this funding source for 2026.
Yeah.
When we come back in the first quarter to present the more robust overview of the Stormwater Fund, we will account for this grant. Right now, it's plugged in as a revenue source. But it also works a little bit different than the DCEO grants. With the DCEO grants, we could start the project, go to bid, spend the money, and then seek reimbursement once the money came in on those grants. For this grant, any of the projects that we identified for this grant, we cannot touch, otherwise the funding will not be applicable. So we will not start any of those projects, and that's basically all the Tree Street conveyance, until we have at some point FEMA will say, your project is fully approved. You have, they give you basically a go-ahead to go out to bid for the project. Once you get to that point, then you can go out to bid, and then it'll be basically a monthly spend. You'll be submitting your monthly expenses, and then they'll reimburse you until their grant money runs out.
And when I guess I should save this till the stormwater, but when we look at the stormwater fee, which is obviously covering capital costs, is that 21 million factored in, or?
Yes.
It is, so we're assuming we're going to get that 21 million when we set that stormwater fee.
Correct.
So, I was going to say, do you have your gut probability on that 21 million?
I feel confident. I think if you put your political hat on,
Yeah.
there's so many floods, hurricanes, disasters in this country lately that that's a really hard one to claw back on politically because it's flood mitigation assistance. It's disaster. So I feel, in the absence of that, like I said, if we were in 5 years ago, I would feel, 98% confident. Now, that is a significant unknown, but I think it's kind of a hard one to claw back on. Legally, the funding is from 2024. It's been approved through Congress. It's unclear whether there is actual legal authority to even pull it back, even at the whims, of the executive, they want to pull it back. I would assume that there would be lawsuits. I would, so I still feel pretty confident with this funding.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Kim.
Oh, just a question. Tim, Kristen, are we preparing all these grant requisitions in-house? Ourselves
no.
versus using an outside?
We do both. We do some in-house and we do some, this was prepared with the assistance of Strand. They have prepared a lot of FEMA grants for clients in their client registry. So they have a really great staff person who does a lot of this and knows how to navigate these forms and things. So we took advantage of that.
Okay.
and
Well, I
had
know it
them
takes a
assist.
tremendous amount of work, and some people rely completely on outsiders, so kudos to everybody who's
Yeah.
putting that time in to do that.
For sure. And Tim, following up on Trustee Myers on the grants, so the 5 million, which House Leader Gable has been a tremendous supporter of Winnetka, and her office is working very hard on that. You feel pretty good about that 5 million?
Yeah, I feel really good at that. That's, again, it's still listed in their budget, so it's discreetly presented that grant that goes to Village Winnetka. They've made good, they've released, I think, 3 tranches of the total. There are 3 or 4 tranches of the 8.3 million, and I feel very confident that that remaining 5
And
million
that
will be
5
released.
million,
We know she's actively working on it.
absolutely, which we appreciate. And that 5 million is committed toward the West Side Stormwater Project funding generally. It's not for a specific upcoming
Yes.
2026 project. It's for the cost of stormwater that we are planning to assume in 2026.
Yes, so how that grant works, it's a reimbursement grant, and I think there's still significant, there's invoices that have not been matched to the previous grants that I think we can apply, so that basically this 5 million will go towards fund balance and not necessarily even need to be tied to a specific project in the next 5 years.
Okay. And the 21 million should be awarded, and I think going back to some of your initial comments, some decisions to make on capital projects over the next several years. If this went left instead of right, that would be part of that conversation.
Yeah, we would have, yes,
That's the bottom
obviously
line
we're
on
in a
this.
completely
We should
different
receive this.
universe.
It's a
than-
very, very important grant for this, very significant. You'll be going after additional grants for East Side Stormwater, other projects, and so on. But this one is very important. We should receive it, but that will be, to be seen.
Yeah.
One other question. Please remind me, the $250,000 contingency that's held in the finance department, is that for just all the departments under the general fund, or is it for the whole village?
It's technically for the general fund, but we have at times,
Okay.
kind of used that as a
And is
justification for other
that's
funds.
the only contingency in the whole budget?
That's the only budgeted contingency.
Contingency.
The other contingency would just be the accumulated fund balances
Okay,
within the
thank you.
funds. So the other grant that is contemplated in this budget is the 2026 is a 4.3 million STP grant for the Willow Road improvements, which we anticipate funding in 2026. And we feel very confident in this grant.
And what's the status of that? Where do we stand in that process?
I will let Jim, I think he was working on the $4.3
Okay,
million.
well, when Jim comes up, Jim, you can
is
talk about that grant,
present.
the STP grant, when the time comes. Okay.
So I know it's listed in IDOT, so we feel, that I think, at this point, we're waiting on, you can answer, okay.
Thank you.
The SCP grant, I am 100% confident that we are going to get that. I'm the chair for the technical committee for the Northwest Municipal Conference, and those dollars are appropriated. We will be seeking additional funds on top of the 4.32 that are available to us through the regular request process.
100%.
100%.
You heard that here.
Write that down.
100%. That's
And I want to make sure that 125,
The one-
rounding down.
that's unambiguous, Jim. Thank you for that. That's good news. Thank
The
you.
one grant we didn't receive was for the Tower Road Pier. Is that correct? We applied, but we didn't get.
Yes, so there was a grant that we were working with the Great Lakes Region Council,
RCPI,
the
yeah.
RCPI grant. For the Tower Road Pier and project, we were not selected to be included in their, well, we were included in their initial grant application, but our project was pulled out. It was,
How much was that for? What were you trying for?
we were trying for, I believe it was 1.2 million.
Okay, not that much.
Million around there for that. And then the other grant that we were awarded was for some EV chargers, and that one did get clawed back. And as the status is, it's basically, I mean, it's not officially, dead, but it is, on kind of a permanent hiatus until some lawsuits get further traction. So, and I would say, until the money actually hits our bank account, the highest I ever go is 99%, just FYI. We did complete a cybersecurity tabletop exercise this year. That's kind of an annual program. And we performed a comprehensive rate analysis and financial planning for the utility funds. Water fund, we utilized a consultant and worked through that process, which we had the study session. But with the electric, refuse, sanitary, and storm, those analysis and financial planning is all in-house. And then we support other internal departments with their purchasing and requests for bids. Our goals for 2026, seek federal, state, and local grant opportunities, safeguard village financials, prepare and manage the 27 annual budget and the 25 annual audit. So those are our two major projects within the finance department. Provide financial analysis to the utility funds and a sustained funding for long-term infrastructure, and continue to win our peer awards with the GFOA budget audit and popular financial report. And then finally, we have phase one of the AMI rollout planned for 2026. So that'll be a significant project that's with the assistance of the Water Electric Fund that we're managing for next year. And then finally, our ERP system was implemented in 2014. We've been notified that they're going to mothball it at some point over the next several years. So we're going to begin the process of analyzing ERP software packages. And we hope to get to a point to make a recommendation on that by the end of the year.
I mean, the company's like going away, or?
No, so it's, Tyler Technologies is kind of almost a monopoly on municipal ERP systems, or I shouldn't say, they're a major player in ERP systems. And their strategies, they've bought up smaller ERPs. And New World, what we use is a smaller ERP that's in the Tyler umbrella, and they're trying to basically consolidate everybody into one of their bigger platforms. So we will look at whether that bigger platform within Tyler works for us, or one of the, like there might be one or two other major players out there that we would analyze as well.
Just one thing before we get off the grants. I would hate to be having this discussion of this ambitious plan we have without those grants, because it would change everything from who we can, from the, security we hire, resources, future plans. So, two things. One, a kudo to the team for doing this, but also, how do we beat the bushes? Because this is true impact on to allow us to do our future plans as aggressively as we've had been doing them.
But these are reimbursement grants, right? So these are for, a lot of these were for dollars that are already out the door, right?
The 5 million, we believe we've already spent 5 million, and that we have invoices that we can attach.
Not the 21 million,
The
because we
21
haven't
million,
started the
That's
conveyance work.
that's the tree seat
Right.
conveyance project.
Yeah.
That we cannot, start that, because
Yeah.
any costs that we incurred if we did start it wouldn't be eligible towards the grant.
The answer is, Rob, yes. There has to be without those grants, that takes this conversation to a different level.
Yep.
There's no question about it. As a side note, I believe that Tyler is a software firm involved with the county property taxes, just for
Yes.
the record.
Yeah,
So-
they're kind of pointing fingers, the county and.
Yes, okay. What do you mean that's what they are? I mean, I'm not saying they're the cause of it, but I think their software is,
They did do it, yeah. The county did do a software implementation with one of the Tyler products. I don't believe it's New World,
Yeah.
but And that's it. With if
Thank you,
there's
Tim.
any other questions,
Anything else for Tim before we move on?
then we will
Okay, thank you,
turn it over
Tim.
to the police department. Chief.
Everyone's leaving, Chief. I don't know what the story is.
This is either going to be really good or a really bad presentation, I guess. Good morning, President Dearborn and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026 police budget. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank a few people on the police department admin staff for preparing this budget for you to see today. They did put in a lot of effort over the last few months to get us here. I would like to recognize our Administrative Services Commander, Jeff Tyson, who, new to his role, really dedicated himself over the last few months to learn the software for you to see today. So he did an amazing job for us at the police department. So as I turn to the current organizational structure of the police department, I'd like to highlight just a few things for discussion. First, Council approved the position of the administrative commander last year. This has been a great add to our department, not only for the workload that we're seeing in records in regards to our FOIA increase and body-worn camera needs, but also having a sworn leader in the administrative role to help us during serious incidents. So that has been a great increase for us, or an improvement there on that side of the house. Another key point I'd like to talk about is our third detective position. Unfortunately, we have not been able to fill that vacancy yet. I am optimistic, though, with the 4 new police officers that are currently in week 9 of the academy right now. With them coming out of the academy, we're targeting to fill that position by June or July of next year. So that's going to be an improvement as well. And third, the part-time specialist that you'll see in records in the dotted section there was a move from the part-time community service officer position. It's contributed to 2 things. The crossing guard contracted vendor has been working so far, as well as the increase in need of our FOIA attention and our body-worn cameras. So for example, in 2024, we had 190 hours of FOIA time from our personnel. To date this year, we're up over 230 hours in FOIA time. And that is while the police department has been understaffed. When we get our 4 police officers out of the academy and the 4 new proposed in the budget this year for your consideration, that volume is, we can reasonably assume that volume of work is going to increase. So we moved that position from our part-time community service officer to the part-time records. It's a like-for-like replacement with no financial impact to the department. So moving to 26, the only proposed change on the organizational chart is the highlight from the patrol officers from 16 to a presented 20 for your consideration today. We participated over the last several months in a MGT staffing study from MGT Consultants. At the end of that process, very lengthy and thorough process, they identified a minimum staffing increase at the patrol level of 4 police officers. So that is what you're seeing here today in that regard. Moving on to our 2025 accomplishments. We've contracted with P4 Security Solutions to assist with our safety in our community, and I have to say this has been a great partnership so far. I'll talk about it a little bit on the next slide, but so far, I was actually driving into work today and I saw the P4 car with the green lights turn the corner and it caught my attention right away. So it's been positive. We contracted with the Crossing Guard Services this year with District 36. We got that program off the ground and running, and we're hoping to stabilize the positions in that going into next year. We completed a comprehensive department study, staff study with MGT, like I spoke of just previously. Completed all phases of the police department classroom remodel. And as most recently, everyone here can remember the ordinances that we've put into place regarding THC Kratom and the electric bike, e-scooter, and other motorized devices. We've been awarded 2 grants this year for body-worn cameras and tasers, just under $40,000 there. We've installed 1 additional automated license plate reader at Hibbard and Hill, if you've seen that. And then we're very fortunate, and they're doing really, really well in the academy. We've hired 4 new sworn police officers this year, which is a historic hire for our department at one time.
Quick question on the e-bikes and scooters. I've noticed they've kind of just disappeared from the street, so I don't know whether your officers are seeing the same thing.
So we are, and it is like I presented. If you remember when I talked about Deerfield, as soon as Deerfield brought the ordinance on, they saw a 90% decrease. We're seeing the same thing. That doesn't mean that our efforts stop. We are working in the final publications right now with the communications department here to establish our postcards, our hang tags. Once we establish that, as well as get our citations into our automated citation system, we'll begin the education at area schools in the community. So phase 1 is done with your approval. On to phase 2. We're almost ready for phase 2, and then we'll be ready for next summer.
Just a note on that, I can't believe that worked. Like, without even implementing it yet, like, enough people heard about it and were like, oh, okay, we better listen? That's awesome.
I actually,
Nothing, no, I've heard no flack.
Oh, none.
No, I think parents wanted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what I've heard too from parents.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing it, yes. So as we look at our 26 goals and objectives, we're going to continue our partnership with P4 through the end of next year. Just real quickly here, from a very high level, our statistics from May 1st through to date, we are looking comparable to Kenilworth-type crime numbers, which is incredible. We're typically right behind Wilmette in our crime stats at the higher end. We are at the bottom. And so I have to say, this has been a tremendous partnership. The collaborative effort between our admin team, our police department, our officers on the street every night with their admin team and their personnel, this strategy is working. So I thank all of you for your trust in me and our department in that. Update the department's in-house use of force training system. So our range was put into place in 1996 for the 26 budget. This will be 30 years old. Very similar to our HVAC system. It's at the end of its useful life. And we cannot find replacement parts for it anymore. You cannot even go on the old eBay and find anything from 20 years ago that matches. So out of the 5-lane system that we currently have downstairs, only 3 work. And we're just waiting for those parts to stop working, and then we can't use that lane. So it's time for us to replace that system. That's a like-for-like replacement system, just parts only to a newer system. We're looking to further the wellness program initiatives. The onboarding of our social worker, Patrick Kelly, has been nothing but a benefit for us. Our officers and him are a phenomenal team. He's always looking to continue strategies for next year. So we're going to be optimistic about what he has to present to us coming next year. We're going to continue with our partnership with the Crossing Guard Services at our 2 locations for District 36. We're going to partner with the police department to expand our public safety drone program. So if I could just take 1 minute to talk about this. We do have a drone program currently. We use them for special events. We have done the research, and the fire department and us believe that this is an important piece to what we could do moving forward in our safety strategies. Now, the fire department does great things when they're on the water at Lake Michigan. The implementation of the boat has been really good. But when the police department arrives on scene at any type of water rescue on the lake, we really are limited in what we can do. We typically get there first. That's not a joke, but we typically get there first, and we try to identify where the emergency is so that when fire department is responding, we're in communication with them. We found a drone program with equipment out there that we believe can help us take some initial steps before the fire department can get there. So this drone has one-way communication speakers that allows us to talk to that person in the water. We're here for you. Help is on the way. We're here to help you. We also have, this drone has a lighting system that is really intense. Highlight things at night, focus on an area, not only for them to get out there, but for us to give the sense to that person in the water that we're there with them. And then lastly, it's got the capability of dropping under a certain weight a life preserver to them on the water that doesn't need to be tethered to land. This project is about $20,000 for your consideration, but I think that if we have drone pilots and we're continuing to get licensing for drone pilots within our police department, if we have the ability to have a drone pilot there and we can implement this right away for someone, it could be a difference. And so we're looking for your consideration on that. We're also continuing to onboard new patrol officers for next year with your consideration of the new staff. The detective position we're looking to fill, and then we're going to potentially increase the license plate readers within the village.
Question on the drone program. So how would that work, Chief? Is obviously every officer is not going to be carrying one. An officer is going to arrive on site. Would the drone be launched from the station and fly to a point? Would they have to go back to the station and pick it up?
No, the initial strategy that I have in my mind is that drone would be in the supervisor's truck. We have 24-hour supervisor supervision. That drone would just be part of our equipment in our squad cars. The supervisors carry much more equipment.
There's an incident reported on the lakefront, the supervisor would go.
The supervisor's always going to go to that regardless, so we believe that that's a great spot for it to be. And if we have a drone pilot on staff that night, that drone pilot can take it, put it up in the air from that location as long as there's clear air, and get it out in the water.
Do you think there might be some grant funding for that, given the reduction in service with the Coast Guard in Wilmette and some of the other, is there any potential, funding sources?
So it's a good question, possibly. We always annually, our investigations commander is always on top of our ILETSB grants that are offered to police departments. So we're constantly evaluating what that is. If it falls under maybe some of these titles, these broad titles of emergency equipment, we would apply for it, of course. What we're seeing routinely out of ILETSB is the body-worn camera and taser grants, but yes, we're constantly looking for that.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to the drone pilot. So is there always a drone pilot either at the police department or the fire department?
There's
24/7 or?
I can't promise that,
Yeah.
but it is what we're also seeing. I wanted to present this, that it's safety first, of course, right? There's also an attractive draw in our young recruitment for technology-based police programs. And so everybody, there are a lot of young applicants that want to be drone pilots. It's an expensive course, and we want to continue that. But no, I can't promise that there would be a drone pilot every night that we would have somebody working. But it increases our chances, I hope, that we could assist in something. And if the fire department has somebody on that evening or that incident, we would just give it to them.
Yeah.
And shoot it up in the air.
That's really interesting.
There is a world-class champion drone pilot who is a Winnetka resident, so.
Put them on retainer if we're talking about legal.
I know, I guess my point is, I'm sure,
That new Trier in there.
3 years running.
no, serious, but I mean,
But
I think it's a great program.
I assume this wouldn't just be used for water, it could be used for other incidents as well.
That's what I
Right,
was
it's
gonna ask.
got difference in body heat temperature. If we have somebody lost, we can, Wilmette just experienced a lost child yesterday. Arguably, if that ran into the evening, we could deploy that, have a body difference, right? It even works in the water to a degree where it turns black and white, and you can see differences between water temp and someone that's above water, right?
So Chief, this is part of the budget, the confirmation from our standpoint of this drone project, the 20,000, is part of this budget. It's not going to be a separate request that we're going to see.
It is not. It's part of the
request.
budget.
Okay, got it.
And then lastly, this slide wraps up the 2026 department budget. We're just over $10 million, an increase of 13%. But what I'd really like to draw your attention to is obviously the increases in salaries and benefits is just under $1 million. The operating expenses is what I'd like to highlight. Of that $182,000 here, roughly $105,000 of that increase is based on our contracts, our contract with Glenview Public Safety Dispatch, it's just their annual increase, as well as all associated costs that are attributed to the increase of our 4 personnel staffing if approved. And then
And the timing on that is Q4.
we're looking to onboard everybody by Q4, November or December of next year, correct? But, you know, equipment, all the things associated with them would have to be purchased in that year. So that's why you're seeing that increase included in this. And with that, I'm sorry, one more. The key budget items for next year, P4 Security Solutions. You know, saying something about the partnership that we have with P4, they did not increase their rate for us for next year. So this is the same rate that we were paying last year. They did not increase it. So we're at $500,000 again for next year. We're going to upgrade the range retrieval system at $175,000. Purchase of the 3 squad cars. We're looking to do 2 of the new cars next year, working with our sustainability coordinator, consider a hybrid model of our police utility. So we're looking to do that. Continue the agreement with our crossing guard services and the drone program that we would split equally between the fire department. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions that you may have.
I just have a couple here. In the budget on page 77 is the consolidated dispatch contract, $605,000. That's year 3. Number 1, how's that going? Number 2, if I'm understanding what you just said, the increase was 100,000 or so for this coming year. What are the next several year step-ups in that contract? I mean, that's a big percentage.
Well, the dispatch, just to answer your second part first, the dispatch increase is about 23,000 for next
Oh,
year.
is that what it was, 27?
Right.
Okay.
So it's on that
Okay.
percentage.
Yep.
We get percentages. I don't have that chart in front of me, but it's percentages in the contract that are locked in over a 10-year period.
Okay.
And they eventually go down in percent. We started at a higher percent year 1, and it gradually levels out.
Okay.
And then to answer your first question, the partnership with Glenview Dispatch has been really good. I'm very confident in their leadership there. When there have been issues or I've received things from the community, they're working with us to address them. And, you know, they went through similar struggles with retention and recruitment all across law enforcement entities. So, but they're on the right track, and they have been a good partner for us, for all of our communities up here that are with them. Wilmette just recently joined them, so many of us are on board.
Okay. Great, that's fantastic. The other just clarification I had, so the P4, we have $500,000 in the budget for P4 for the year. The 4, if I'm reading this right, Chief, on page 91, I think the 4 new officers are included on page 91, but that looks like that's the annual, looks like those are the annual, I'm just looking at the budget item here. It looks like it's the annualized amount, but there would only be a portion of those salaries paid, obviously, in Q4. Tim, am I reading this right or not?
So page 91 that you're looking at, that's for investigations. So that's the detectives.
So where are the new
So
officers
The
located?
new officers will be in the patrol, and with the position budgeting, they were budgeted to start in Q4.
And
So, let's see here, if you look at page 93, bottom of page 93 and the top of page 94.
Got it, 11,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that imply? Just, what are we expecting? Are we expecting the annual salaries for those 4 new officers to be, what, 50,000? I mean, what would that be? You have 11,000 in here for this year's budget. Is that Q4 or is that 1 month or what?
So
trying
that
to
would be
compare this to P4.
approximately 2 months of salary.
2 months of salary. So,
About 72,000 starting salary, 75.
okay.
around.
I mean, we haven't made any decisions on P4 going forward. It's been fantastic. But you'll have your full complement of staffing, which the annual cost of that full complement, the additional 4, would be less than the cost of P4. Am I understanding that correct?
For next year, is it?
If we looked into 27,
It would roughly be a wash of their annual, of the annual comparison in cost. So P4 is $500,000 for next year. They didn't increase their cost. The step at an employee at step B, which is just the second year employee, is roughly, I believe, 160,000, 150,000 in there, is for a step B employee.
okay, I guess.
That's all in.
All in for the
Salary, that's
entire
not just
year.
Salaries, benefits,
Right.
pension.
Okay. Because the 11,000 you're saying is 2
Healthcare.
months.
2 months.
That's 11,000, that's just the salary, so that's just the starting salary. That doesn't include the, like I said, health insurance, pension
I'm
costs.
just running the math
all
in
the
my
other-
head. It seems like a lot of other costs beyond the salary. I mean, if 11,000 is 2 months, that would say that the full year is 70,000.
So is the number you're looking for, if we continue and fast forward to the FY '27 budget and we eliminate P4, what is the delta in
Yes.
'27?
I didn't wanna say eliminate P4.
150,000 approximately, extra
150,000.
dollars. And that's all in, fully loaded salary, pension, vehicles, uniforms, training, employer taxes. That's all in the '27 budget. There would be approximately another $150,000 on top of where we are now.
For the 1 year, but if you model that out 5 years with the increases and step-ups, that's what we gotta, you can't look at this on a 1-year basis.
Right.
No.
Yeah. It's a commitment to not just a 1 year for a increase in the headcount. It is a sustained commitment. And what we saw in the MGT study is that is a necessary staffing structure to ensure we have the full complement of officers on the shifts that we need, because obviously when you hire, you don't have that employee patrolling 2,080 hours, right? There's training, there's vacation, there's sick time, there's time outside of the office. So you need to staff for making sure that you have the complement that you need, specifically in the overnight hours.
Well, and does that let us do, and maybe gain more revenue from the Woodley Roads of the world and the Kenilworths, and, well, Kenilworth is their own police, but yeah, but other things that we're asked to do?
It would provide us significant support in the daily asks of the police department.
And if we recall, when we first presented P4 to the council, it was presented as a 2-year temporary measure until we could address the short staffing issue. So the 4 officers we currently have at Academy has us at full staffing for the current authorized headcount, but clearly they're in Academy, so they're not functional yet. When they graduate, they need to go through the field training program as well before they're able to be on independent patrol. So, Chief, can you confirm when we would expect our 4 officers in Academy to be through field training and on independent patrol?
So we would anticipate them with a graduation in December, in mid-December, that they would do 3 months of field training, and all goes well, we would look to onboard them as independent patrol by April.
I think it's really great that we're up to full staff and that we'll have people committed to our community for the long term. So,
Thank you.
good job.
Thank you.
Well, and go ahead,
I
Scott.
was going to say, can we talk a little bit about the pension increase, which is significant, not something that we necessarily can control, right? It's to some extent kind of dictated to us based on the return rates and funding. But just to kind of review, at this level of pension funding, we would hit 100% funding by 2035, is it?
So it's, The assumption is a 15-year rolling amortization. So we're targeting 100% funding in 15 years, but each year we reset it and it rolls out another 15 years. So effectively,
We never will achieve it.
we will never, effectively, we'll always be 15 years.
We'll always be 15 years.
Well,
away.
and the other thing to remember in that is if you had 100% funding, that assumes every single active employee retires on the same day, right? 100%. So you don't
Yeah.
really, unless, there's a, yeah.
But yeah,
The thought is that, yeah, there's never going to be an end point to the police
Right.
department. So it's,
Yeah.
you know,
and I don't necessarily want to bring this up for debate now, but if we're assuming a 7.25% return, that's a pretty optimistic assumption looking out.
Didn't we address this and we went with, last
Yes.
year, and we went with the.
Well, we
I
looked at,
forgot
we looked at neighboring communities.
Right.
And found it to be in keeping with that. But more importantly, I think we wanted to tie it, and Tim can talk about this,
We tied our
to the
rate to-
IMRF assumed rate of return of 7.25. So right now, I think from a policy standpoint, and it could always change based on collective input, we would move our assumed rate of return, the discount rate, with IMRF. And so right now, our pension plans, IMRF, police, fire, are all under the same assumed rate of return. It changes, IMRF could go lower, we would go lower. And part of this, Scott, was when we were required to move our pension, public safety pension management to the state of Illinois, the whole concept was lower cost, better returns. Access to private equity, alternative investments, blah, 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 higher returns. We lost control
Yeah.
of the management of the assets, and so, the
Are we
feeling-
seeing higher returns?
So Tim has that data, so.
we have, I mean, we've consistently been, ahead of the 7.25% benchmark.
But that's the
and what's
market.
currently trending, but,
Yeah, I was going to say,
Mark.
it's a good market.
The question is, are we receiving higher returns than we otherwise would have?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that we can
That's-
quantify that. But as some of us said last year, the Village of Winnetka will always honor the pension commitments. I mean, there's no question
Yeah.
about that. This is a numbers game, and it felt right last year to get in line with all of our pension funds from a return standpoint.
And I guess, I'm less concerned this year. I'm thinking more in future years. I think we all assume the market returns are going to drop. Are we all of a sudden committing ourselves to significantly higher contributions in the future to try and keep up
Well, we will.
the rate?
We
And
will.
then that's going to be another burden on the budget that we've got to be thinking about.
and it's, and one of the things, the contribution is smooth, so the return is smooth over 5 years. So it's not
The
necessarily,
rolling 5-year.
Right.
yeah,
never
so that's,
huge.
so if there is a correction next year
Yeah.
and there's a 20% decrease, we don't have to absorb that entire 20% right off it's smoothed over, the actuarial return is smoothed
Yeah.
over a 5-year period.
Right. I mean, my concern is that the pension contribution begins to squeeze out other investments that we have to make. And
I don't know what returns are going to be. I've given up over time guessing what market returns are going to be. A lot of
Crypto.
people would have said they're not going to be over 7% this year, 7.25. It looks like they will be, but you're absolutely right. I
Yeah.
mean, to the extent there's a shortfall, or to the extent that IMRF would move their assumptions down. I mean, the thought last year, I think it was that IMRF, they have a staff that is looking at this very carefully in terms of return assumptions, and why shouldn't we get in line with them?
Yeah.
That was kind of the
Yeah.
feeling. Anything else on that? Okay. I would say this, that I think and Scott, you were involved with the fire and police commissioners. And my understanding is that the hiring process has become, the applicant pool has improved for whatever reasons. But I think that three-person group has done a fantastic job over the past year in identifying candidates, potentially identifying candidates for the 4 later this year, and that goes. So kudos to that group. It's fantastic that the applicant pool, maybe it's shifting. Chief, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but
I see
part of that.
Yeah, I see the pendulum shift coming back positive.
Yeah.
We're not fully there yet. We are seeing our numbers increase, and we are seeing quality candidates in these pools. Just for perspective, though, still is when I tested 25 years ago, I was one of 300 for this position, and now it's one of 38 to 50. But we are, with the assistance of the village manager's office and HR, we are aggressive in finding good candidates, and there is no stop until we get that person identified and looking to onboard them. So this was a team effort to get us here, and the results are in us having 4 in the academy. We've never had that.
You may want to talk about how the commission was a mess until about a year ago. And then it really turned around.
I didn't want to say that the BFPC is much better now, but no,
No, I think
it's
that's the market.
partnership with
it's the market.
partnership with them has been-
Unspoken.
Yeah.
partnership with them has been really important to finding good people.
Well, it's led by a great person, and the 2 other commissioners are fantastic. Scott did a great job. So, I mean, that is one of the lower boards and commissions that reports up to the village council. Very important role they play.
And Lizzie Storkman, who has
And Lizzie, too.
who has been
Yes.
instrumental in getting these people
Yes.
this process moving quickly.
Definitely. And I guess I'll be the first to say it, because we say it every year, public safety is, and we're going to hear from Andy coming up here, but public safety is mission critical to this group around the table. And I think we always ask, is there anything that you're missing right now, in your opinion, for 2026? You talked about the drones, we talked about staffing, gun range, anything that the police department would love to have, but it's just not in this budget.
So I appreciate the question every year. Thank you. I really appreciate this council considering this staff addition. This is really important to the police department. I think you've seen with the added presence in our community overnight, the change, and that I'm confident that would continue with increased staffing. I think we have been long overdue for a range, and that is, it's time for that. But I think the things that I would be bringing to you in future years, and we're on track with this, but the things that I would be bringing to you in future years are a direct result of state mandates that are placed on law enforcement. So you're going to see things in future budgets that we're going to be required to implement to keep our police department certified. Because if we don't reach those training hours, they're frozen and they're taken off the street. So you're going to see those. I will discuss those in future budget meetings. But right now, to date, this is what we need.
Great, fantastic. Any further questions for Chief O'Connell? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'll bring up Deputy Chief McCarthy from the Fire Department.
All right, good morning, Council. I'd like to thank you all for being here for the Fire Department 2026 budget presentation. Before I start, I'd like to introduce with me today our public safety analyst in the rear of the room, Stephanie Wells, and Chief Ripka, although he cannot be here. Both of them are very instrumental in helping us put together this budget, which we believe will be a fiscally responsible budget for the 2026 year. So we're going to start off with the fire department organizational chart. What's just important to note, there's no changes in our staffing personnel for next year. The only change that we do have is a retitling and promotion of Stephanie Wells from the public safety analyst to fire department program manager. Stephanie is a huge asset to our team, not only John and I, but the officers of our department. And it's a recognition and an honor that Stephanie definitely deserves. From the personnel standpoint, we have 24 sworn personnel. Stephanie is our non-sworn person, and 4 part-time employees that are fire inspectors. Operations standpoint, we do have the 3 shifts, gold, black, and red, 7 members per shift with 6 members on duty for their 24-hour tours. When we respond out in the community, we respond with an officer in the battalion, 3 firefighters to the engine, and 2 fire medics that jump between the truck and ambulance, just depending on the nature of the call. Our administrative lieutenant is a position the fire department's had for several years now. When this position came out, it was in hopes to assist us in endeavors Monday through Friday, kind of introduce them through some of the administration work that our fire admin team takes on. Unfortunately, we lose this person 80 to 90% of the time to shift work. So through FMLA leave, employee injuries, training opportunities that members take, they are flexed back to a shift position. So from our standpoint, we don't get that extra assistance, but from a budgetary standpoint, they definitely offset the cost of overtime that would normally be hired out to cover those absences. And then lastly, that's on the slide this year, our fire department chaplain, I just want to take a second to speak about Matthew Hanesian, is a reverend at Christ Church here in town. He's been just under 2 years shy with our department, but he's done a tremendous job of being involved with our members. He's shown up at our Monday morning pass downs to really establish a rapport and get to know our fire personnel. But what's really important is that he's shown up. He shows up to the fire scenes after emotional calls. He makes himself available to our fire department members. So it's an initiative, you know, not only John and I take seriously, but the wellness and well-being of our fire medics. And we're very appreciative to have Matthew as part of our team. So this slide is just going to look at our emergency responses for the past few years. You can see from 2023 to 2024, there was a jump in over about 300 calls for the fire department. 2025 is tracking with numbers similar to 2024. There's really no reason that we can pinpoint a rationale why those numbers are increasing. From the kind of the meat and potatoes calls, fire and EMS rescue, those numbers are staying constant across the board, but in the other call category types, you can see it's kind of a increase throughout the different categories there, kind of consistently between those other incidents. This slide takes a quick look at our Fire Prevention Bureau activities. As I mentioned in the first slide, we have 4 part-time inspectors. Tom Hutchinson, who was prior deputy chief, leads our bureau team. And our bureau team provides inspections, plan reviews, consultations, and deals with the complaints that come across their desks. Tom does a good job of, even though these are part-time members, that we have somebody in the office most hours Monday through Friday. Something to note for council as well, just for your recollection, these inspectors do also provide inspections for our neighboring municipalities, so Glencoe and Northfield. We are contracted through IGAs to provide services for those municipalities as well. Okay, getting into some of the fire department's 2025 accomplishments. To start off the year, we replaced hydraulic extrication equipment with battery-operated equipment. This is important for a couple reasons. First off, we're just retiring aging equipment, so the newer equipment is going to be stronger, work faster, which is a great benefit. But having battery-operated equipment, it provides a little bit more ability to our firefighters. When you use hydraulic extrication equipment, and this is the equipment we would use if we respond to car accident scenes most likely, hydraulic equipment is tied to hose reels and hose lines. The battery-operated equipment gives us, again, more mobility, more flexibility to respond to different scenarios. So if a car were to roll 200 feet off the roadway, we have a little bit better ability and can expedite our response and rescue there. With all the construction going on in town, if we had an accident and an I-beam fell on somebody inside a work site, we can bring these tools inside there. So having this greater flexibility in our tools and our response is much appreciated. We continued PFAS-free firefighting gear replacement. PFAS is a forever chemical that's been found in firefighting foam and firefighting gear. We replaced the foam several years ago now, and we continued the efforts to replace gear for our fire medics. We completed advanced cardiac life support training for department paramedics. This is training that goes above and beyond the annual training we're required to do. We have an outside instructor that comes in, and it gives our paramedics a chance to hone their skills in advanced cardiac life support calls. So recognizing heart rhythms, drawing up medications, establishing advanced airway for those types of calls. We implemented and expanded a regional training program. As you've probably seen in the weekly reports, our training that's done weekly with Glencoe, Wilmette, and Northfield departments out at the Public Works Training Facility there. This training manager has been hired through NIPSA, but is a benefit to all our departments. It kind of oversees some of the training that we do on a week-to-week and monthly basis, but make sure, as Chief O'Connell was mentioning, make sure we're meeting the training requirements that are required of our firefighters and paramedics. And then the last bullet point on the slide here, we updated and certified a village emergency operations plan with Cook County Emergency Management. This is a bit of foreshadowing. This is something we plan to bring to council's attention prior to year's end, but we did participate in Cook County's Emergency Planning Assistance Program to update the EOP. So this plan helps detail and guide our response to prepare and recover from a large-scale event. So an example of this would be a severe weather event that rolls through town or a public health crisis that we have to deal with. So the plan helps coordinate the response across multiple agencies, helps us to manage the resources that show up to this type of scene, and again, helps us to make public notifications and share information and instructions with our village residents. A couple more accomplishments. Again, coordinated with Cook County EMRS on planning and conducting severe weather tabletop exercise. And this was done with New Trier Township communities and Winnetka Department Head team. This was really an effort spearheaded by Chief Ripka as MABUS Division 3 president. He was able to make the contact to make this happen. This is an exercise that had predominantly been done in southern communities, but we saw the benefit of bringing it to the North Shore. And we had one day out in NIPSA where, our surrounding neighbors got to benefit from going through kind of a role play exercise of a severe weather event, going through your towns, looking into your EOPs, some of the roles and responsibilities that are involved. So it was a good learning participation for all departments that participated there. Establishing intergovernmental agreements with Northfield, Wilmette, and Glencoe to contribute funding for training tower repairs. This is another IGA that we'll be bringing by the year end, but using the training tower, we got to ensure its safety and maintain some improvements there. So we're looking to fund from each municipality $10,000 per year over the next 3 years. And then lastly, began implementation and updated standard operating guidelines using our Lexipol platform. Lexipol is a policy procedure platform the police agencies have been using for many years now, but it's just a place where we can go to ensure best practices are being followed and that we are following state and federal guidelines for our responses. Looking forward to 2026, here are some of our goals and objectives. First off, in the beginning of the year, we're looking to place our new ambulance in service. This was something that we were hoping to have done in 2025, but just due to some of the manufacturing delays in the assembly lines that it didn't happen at the year end here, but we are looking to take this on in February and hope to get it stocked and out into the community shortly thereafter. As Chief O'Connell mentioned, we're looking the improvement to strengthen our Lake Michigan response capabilities. Not only to provide the rescues when those are needed, but one of the advantages of having a drone go out and identify somebody in the water is if they're having a true emergencies. We do have a lot of good Samaritans that call in 911 for what they believe to be an emergency response, whether it's somebody that seems to be struggling on a paddleboard or a boat that may turn over. If we can identify that, that is not a true emergency and get our resources back into town and ready to available to a true emergency, that is a benefit to our department.
Is that what a good intent call is, when I look at those?
Yeah, the good intent calls are usually that you're responding and you could get canceled en route before you even get there, correct, yeah.
Okay.
One more question about the drone. Can the person speak back into the drone? I know the drone can speak to the person and say help is on the way, but can the drone hear?
I believe, when we went over this, I believe it's only a one-way communication.
Okay.
So it would have to be yes, no type signals, you know, if you're looking for them to need assistance or not. Is that what you recall? Okay. Looking forward again, on the flip side of the coin, we're going to get the certification for the Pediatric Advanced Life Support Training. We're going to complete the fully implementation of that Lexipol policy and procedure. So the legwork was done on our front side. The back side is just rolling out to employees to acknowledge and understand and have the chance to ask questions about the policies they've been administered. We're looking to conduct a Village of Winnetka Emergency Operations Center exercise. This is, again, something with the assistance of Cook County in April. They'll be coming out, so our department head team will be gathering at the EOC, which is in the fire department, and again, have the chance to go through an exercise, see where our strengths and weaknesses are, and again, have a chance to learn how to put that EOP in place. And then lastly, on the slide here is we're looking to improve our EV fire response capability. So EV is an electrical vehicle fire. As you know, in the North Shore and as you see around town, we have many electric vehicles. It is a different vehicle fire than most normal vehicle fires. So the battery compartment requires a lot of cooling. It can create toxic gases that can be explosive at times as well. So as you see in the picture, that type of nozzle is something that we don't have. So it provides copious amounts of water to extinguish that type of fire, and you can deploy it from a position that's going to keep the firefighters safe. So narrowing in the fire department 2026 budget, you can see we're just over $8 million, an increase of just over 10% as well. At the bottom of the category is just over $500,000 salaries and benefits. Operating expenses, a little over $200,000, and the capital increase is for a staff vehicle. If you'll notice again, from 25 to 26 in the capital outlay, the 365 that rolls over, that is for the ambulance that we didn't take receipt of in this year and will in 2026. One of Chief Ripka's favorite slides, the fire department revenue slide. When you think of the fire department, again, we think of operations, not really services and ways to get revenue, but $1.3 million is approximately 16% of our total budget. So again, something that we can be proud of. A majority of this is Kenilworth Fire EMS service and also the unincorporated New Trier Township service area. You can see we get a significant amount from ambulance billing fees. We do have our radio alarm network in town, so all public buildings are required to have their radio alarms monitored by our network through Red Center. We talked earlier about the Northfield and Glencoe inspection activities that we conduct, and also have listed the training tower maintenance fee, IGA, that we plan on as well. So it is coming to fruition. There's some pictures of the ambulance. Like I said, it will be here in February, stocked with the necessary equipment and supplies, and hopefully it'll be out on the road after Public Works is done laying down all the salt for the year. This is the staff vehicle we're looking to replace. So this was a battalion car a few years ago. We retired this down. This was a car that the Bureau uses to go out in town and conduct their inspections. It's had some mechanical and electrical issues as of recently, some rust spots there. So as you can see, this one is in need of replacement. And then the last slide here for us is our apparatus plan. This plan has been in a plan for a while that the fire department has had, recently readjusted in 2022. But you can see the importance of spreading out our expenses of these big vehicles and their cost to the village. So we don't want to stack these up in back-to-back years. We have a plan to replace these in incremental years. The engine is our next big replacement. And as you can see on the slide at the bottom, there's average costs and life expectancies of those vehicles. And this is something, again, that we deem important from the cost standpoint, but again, maintaining fleet that's going to be able to go out and respond and not have any mechanical issues is of utmost importance.
And question, my memory may be wrong on this, but I thought engine 28 was purchased like in the last decade. Now we're looking to replace it in 2028. I mean, I thought it was relatively new.
This was done in 2024.
So the purchase
was
in 2024.
Correct.
But we've got 1.2 million budgeted in 2028.
The resolution was approved in '24. The actual dollars coming out will be when we take purchase of the vehicle.
Wasn't this to lock in the price?
Yeah.
Things were, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it takes a while, for them to actually be built and get in the actual chain.
Okay, I thought I remembered that.
All right, well, that concludes my comments for the 2026 budget, and open the floor to questions.
Questions for Deputy Chief MacArthur?
What's the difference between an engine and a truck?
one of our favorite, probably better responses when the kids come visit the firehouse. So you look at the vehicles, you see the difference. We ask them what they can see. The truck has the aerial ladder on top. So the engine operations is usually to get the hose, make your water supply, get in, put out the fire. The truck company is responsible for the rescue, ventilation operations of a
Can you go
company.
back to that slide with the budgeting for Lynn, the truck? So that's, you're budgeting that expenditure would be in 2035, but knowing the build time, it's going to be coming to us well in advance of 2035.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Andy, you want to talk a little bit about the Red Center in terms of the costs associated with that? I mean, I'm not sure that the council recognizes some members of the Red Center have dropped out. Some villages have decided they don't want to take advantage of it. Therefore, the costs get spread over fewer villages. They're also making some investments in new technologies, so that cost has gone up, relatively significantly for next year. Here again, I don't think it's a question for next year's budget, but something that we may want to keep an eye on is just, are there other villages thinking about pulling back? Why? What are our options? Because what we don't want to do is just have more and more costs spread over fewer and fewer villages. And, in 27, 28, 29, all of a sudden that cost gets higher. So I don't know if you and John have talked about that at all. And
No, we could speak about that a little bit. So, and it's something to, keep our eye on. So in 2026, Wilmette will be going to Glenview Public Safety Dispatch. Des Plaines has also made notice that they'll be leaving at the end of 2026 as well. So their rationale for doing so, I think it allows them to consolidate with one dispatch agency and reduce some of their costs. When our police didn't leave to go to Glenview Safety Dispatch, my understanding is that we were approached at that time. What's different from our department compared to those other departments is we have the radio alarm network that provides income. So it helps really offset a lot of the costs that we are associated with Red Center and having them dispatch us. Red Center is a dispatch agency specific to fire and EMS, so we think they provide services, and we've been with them for a long time, and again, a level of comfort, professionalism, and know that we're getting a great product when they open up those phones for us to respond in the community. Does that help answer, Scott, or a little further clarification?
I mean, as I said, it's not anything for next year. I think it's more just a question of making sure we keep our finger on the pulse of what are other communities thinking about. And if they follow Des Plaines and Wilmette in rolling off, when does it stop making economic sense? Right.
No, yeah, it's definitely something that we're going to keep tabs on for 2026 and be in conversations with those other departments. Northfield still remains to be a Red Center department, but Glencoe and Wilmette are both public safety Glenview.
What is our contract with Red Center? What flexibility do we have on that contract?
When you give Red Center notification, you have to give them a year's notice.
Year's notice,
Yeah.
okay.
So otherwise, you'd be on the hook for, if you try to get out early, still having to pay that part of your expenses.
So practically, how does that work? I'm just curious, operationally, somebody here calls 911, that goes if you're a Winnetka resident, that gets routed to Red Center. If you're a Glencoe resident, it will go to Glenview. How is there mutual aid shared if all our surrounding communities aren't on Red Center?
So it's going to depend on the nature of the call. It's a good question. So if through our radio alarm network, if we get a fire alarm that comes in through town, through Red Center, it automatically dispatches us right away. When somebody calls 911 for a medical emergency or for a car accident, Glenview is the dispatch center that answers those calls for the police department and for Winnetka and for our fire and EMS calls. So they would take a bit of that information. They have to transfer that call to Red Center, and Red Center would then dispatch our resources to respond to that type of event. So some departments look at it, again, the consolidation of having them under one roof. When you joint things together like that, there's a little bit of cost savings there. But as I mentioned before, I think some of the the revenue that we have in the radio alarm network, back in the day when the police moved, they weren't able to take on our radio alarm network, so that's something, again, we can consider if they have those resources available at this day.
Thank you.
On the Kenilworth, and we are delighted, I know, to have that contract with Kenilworth. I'm assuming that if there was a separate income statement for Kenilworth, that we would not be in the red. We were either break even or in the black. I haven't seen, we saw the revenue. I'm not sure how you allocate the expenses to the Kenilworth part of your operation, but I'm assuming it's not in the red.
That'd be something I have to get back to you on. It's a good question, but it's, in terms of services, call volumes, that we'd have to break down those numbers, the inspection activities, doing some of the, breaking out some of the hydrant testing that we do for them as well. So it's, again.
Is that something, Tim, that we could look at?
I know that, as part of the contract, they put together, Chief Ripka, an extensive formula so that the costs would be covered.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, first off, I've heard nothing. I mean, I'm not in charge of the fire department personnel, but I've heard nothing but great reports, Andy, from your subbing in for Chief Ripka. We miss John greatly and wish him the best and look forward to having him back full-time at that position. But I don't know about everyone else, but I think we've heard fantastic reports of the department, your leadership of the department in the interim here, so thank you. Thank you for that. And of course, does anyone want to ask the question about, is there anything not in the budget that
What's not in the budget?
that
Right.
the fire department would need at this point? Because again, public safety is first and foremost, I think, amongst the people here, and we always want to know what we're missing here.
Well, first off, thank you for the kind words. You know, I'm happy to step up under John's leadership, and you may not see John, but John is very much involved.
Yes.
And, you know, I can contribute, you know, my success and to Stephanie and to our team, the village manager's office, you know, the department heads you see here, have all opened themselves up to me for consultation, to ask questions. So again, working in that team environment's been helpful and important, and that's why, you know, we're succeeding in some of John's absence. In terms of the needs, you know, I think, again, when we go through a budget process, hopefully we're looking at all our needs and, you know, really determining what's important, you know, especially when we're trying to hold down costs, but make sure we maintain that high level of service. So we will continue to monitor that, as, you know, Trustee Myers pointed out. The Red Center, you know, thing is something, you know, we're looking forward in 2026 and years beyond that. But, you know, operational and personnel-wise, where things land, that increase in call volume, it's not really affecting any operations at this point. But if it continues to go up and we deem a need, you know, maybe we conduct a study as well. But, yeah, I think the fire department's in a sound place right now.
Great. Anything else for Deputy Chief? No? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Shall we take a 10-minute break here and then come back? Who's on deck here, Kristen? Scott's on deck. Okay, Scott, 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, are we, shall we continue on? Okay. Let's reconvene here. Okay. We'll move on now to Community Development and Scott Mangum. Hey, Scott.
Good morning, President Dearborn. Morning, Village Council. Yeah, well, thank you for having me here for my first presentation. So I will be here presenting the Community Development Budget for 2026. Ann Clausen, Assistant Community Development Director, is also here to answer any questions. So as a reminder to the council, this slide highlights the 4 major areas the department provides services to the community directly. So in the areas of planning and zoning, we work on long-range plans, such as the comprehensive plan, development of streetscape concept plans, as well as current planning that includes assisting applicants through the public review processes for zoning and subdivision entitlements, as well as through design review and demolition review processes. In terms of building construction activity, we coordinate the cross-departmental review and approval of building permit plans and inspection of private construction projects for code compliance. Within the area of code enforcement, that includes ensuring properties are properly maintained, as well as that contractors are complying with construction site management requirements. And in terms of food service compliance, we review and approve plans for new establishments which sell prepackaged as well as prepared foods, as well as conduct annual inspections of such establishments. And then the fifth area we provide services to the community and assisting is the village manager, assisting the village manager's office with economic development activities. And we are also excited about filling the position of economic development manager and been participating in that recruitment process. Taking a look at the org chart for our department, currently consists of 7.5 village positions plus contractual staff. The 7.5 is current for 2025 and is also proposed for 2026. The only change to the team this year is that I joined it as the director. Regarding the contractual services, we'll continue to provide services with SafeBuilt, providing building code plan reviews and inspectional services, health inspection professionals that provides our food safety inspections, and then additional contractual services that we use for zoning reviews as part of the building permit process, particularly during peak periods. So in terms of accomplishments this year, Community Department staff has overseen the beginning of the construction phases for both One Winnetka and Chase Bank plan development projects, in addition to somewhat smaller scale projects for Engel and Volkers on Green Bay Road and 933 Green Bay commercial development projects. Also in coordination with the villages of Kenilworth and Glencoe, and with assistance from engineering department and the village manager's office, we continued the village's community planning efforts regarding the streetscape developments and concept plans for Hubbard Woods and Indian Hill business districts. Staff also managed entitlement review processes for projects including the Hubbard Woods Metro Station improvement and Grace Presbyterian Church addition. Staff assisted the Village Council in approving an updated affordable housing plan. And staff brought a concept review discussion of potentially significant mixed-use projects to the Village Council in Indian Hill, being the Dial Development Plan, and then also in Hubbard Woods with the recent Tower Court condos concept plan review. In 2026, the department will continue to assist engineering department, village manager's office with the design stage of the Hubbard Woods streetscape and Indian Hill streetscape projects. We will continue to assist the council with further consideration of the reuse options of the post office site through direct public engagement, something we're working on a scope of services for that now. We also have planned a rewrite of the zoning ordinance in order to achieve the goals identified within the comprehensive plan. So we anticipate this will be a project that will start in 2026 and would also move into 2027. So we have $75,000 budgeted towards that in 26. Looking at the current going rate for those projects, we anticipate another $75,000 in 2027 for a total of $150,000 for the zoning code rewrite. We will also continue to monitor the construction developments within the downtown and commercial areas, continue to assist property owners and developers that are interested in redevelopment possibilities in all the commercial districts, and continue to provide the building permit and inspection services, as well as support to the boards and commissions that we staff as liaisons. Taking a look at the budget expenditures, 2026 budget has a decrease in planned expenses of approximately $198,000 over the 2025 budget amount. It's about an 8.5% decrease. As mentioned earlier, a major component of that change is moving the legal services from the community development budget into the village manager's office. Taking a look at this year's budget, we are looking with the legal services coming in a little bit higher than what was budgeted. The comp plan service being rolled over to next year's budget as a carryover expense for that zoning code update. And again, as mentioned, the VMO budget absorbing the legal is significant there. Taking a look at next year's budget, the 2026 proposed, salary and benefits make up about 60% of the budget, and then services and supplies are broken down as follows. Third-party services, approximately 30% of the budget, which I'll discuss further in the next slide. Look at those highlights of the third-party services that total $660,000 plus are as follows. The amount budgeted for Safe Built remains per their contract, just with a 3% increase for inflation or up to the CPI at $206,000. Then we budgeted $100,000 for construction compliance services related to the One Winnetka and other commercial projects. This includes the plan compliance inspector to regularly monitor these sites for compliance with the plan development and construction site management standards. And as mentioned, we budgeted $75,000 on comp plan implementation to achieve a rewrite of the zoning code. We've also budgeted for part-time contractual assistance to help with zoning reviews and potentially for staff reports for public hearing processes as well. Yes.
Can I ask a question, and maybe you'll get to it? How much of those third-party services expenses are charged through to the project owner? Is it a pass-through? Do we only, and maybe you'll cover that on revenue
Sure. So
side.
it varies depending on the contractual service. For this fiscal year, the code compliance officer, the One Winnetka developer is responsible for $30,000 of that, so within 2025 fiscal year. For example, the fire safety reviews, FSCI provides those for us. Those are 100% pass-through charges, so the applicant does pay for those or reimburse the village for those based on the expenses there. So I think those are the ones that we receive some revenue for. Or
But I know
reimbursement.
some municipalities also pass through the Safe Built fees. Is that something that, or we try to capture that with the permitting fee?
Here, we use the building permit revenues.
Okay.
Look at that as covering the expenses for inspectors. We use our building permit revenue to
So
cover
we
the
charge
cost of-
for Safe Built through the building permit fee.
Correct. They provide the plan review services for building plan reviews and then inspections of those.
Okay.
I wonder, because as we, we talked about fees in general, and some of the pushback we may be getting, should that be broken out versus covering our fees, because their fees look unusually high, potentially.
Well, that'd be interesting to know, but I don't think our fees are higher than similar, like Naperville's. They make a profit on their fees, I'll just tell you. So I think that is, and maybe Scott, you can talk about that, how municipalities have shifted, growth is paying for growth through paying through fees and things. And it looks like we're offsetting the cost to the department through either direct pass-through or through the building permit fee. But maybe that's part of your discussion.
That would be very helpful, because I know we do a percentage, and I'm just curious how we stack up versus others that, are we unusually higher, or are we very similar, parity with other people? I just don't know.
So I know the last time that was looked at, and a couple years ago, when the village did increase the percentage of construction valuation for the fees up to 3%, Winnetka is on the high end of that range. So, or at least at that time was. I don't know if other communities
But
have changed since then.
I mean, when we hear about it at the market or something, I always say, but growth is paying for growth in that respect, So if somebody's coming in with, a new home construction, that puts a tax on, so we're collecting kind of that impact to the village through building permits and then passing through.
I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I'm with you. I just want to make sure that we have the answer, because if we are at the high end, what's that good, what does that mean? And
Tim, do you have a thought on that?
allows us to discuss
As
it.
Scott mentioned a couple of years ago, we did, David did a pretty big analysis on this, and I think we were, on the higher end, but we were within range. So, and it's, the
Doesn't
permit,
seem to have a chilling effect.
yeah. And the permit revenue as a whole is budgeted as a revenue item. It's not, the Safe Build is not a discreetly presented part of it, but it goes obviously towards paying those
Okay.
the Safe Boat Plan
And
Review.
being on the higher end doesn't mean unusually high. We're not an outlier that's higher than the
Correct.
rest. We're within the range on the higher end.
Correct.
Yeah.
Scott, what are permits compliance fees versus permit fees?
I think what you said was, like on the bigger projects, making sure they're in compliance with the details of the development
Sure,
agreement.
so we have a code-compliance inspector that was budgeted contractual through MGT that's ensuring compliance with the PD requirements for the Chase and the One Winnetka, and then construction compliance.
Okay, and somewhat relatedly, I know during COVID, we were a little looser with the requirement that a permit, that a project is completed within, is it 18 months? I can't remember what the permit covers. And then after that, you have to pay another reduced permit fee. Are we sort of back to normal on that process? in
Yes,
terms of
so an
enforcing
applicant
it?
can request an extension of their permit. There is a fee associated with that, up to 50% of the permit. We generally look at it depending on how much of an extension they're looking at there.
Okay. Thank you.
Duration. So thanks for those questions. Actually lead into the slide here with revenue. Taking a look at the 2025 budget, we'd estimated building permit revenue. We're estimating that we're going to receive about $3.63 million, which is about $200,000 more than we projected in the budget. And then for 2026, we're expecting or projecting the revenue to decrease by about $1 million to around that $2.4 million. The decrease is primarily due to the permit revenue that we received as a kind of a spike in 2025 from the Chase and One Winnetka projects. So we don't foresee a project of that scale to be permitted and paid for in 2026.
And so because we've seen two concept plans for Indian Hill and Hubbard Woods, we're not assuming that those come through in this budget because they're too conceptual at this point.
We're not assuming at this point. We have heard back from the Tower Court developer and that requested our application for preliminary plan unit development approval. So they seem to have interest in moving forward in the process. However, it would probably be pretty aggressive to get entitled and then through the building permit review process all the way to issuance where they would pay that fee within 26.
So we'd likely see that in a 2027 budget, it sounds like. Okay.
Yes. Taking a look at building permits have been issued. These have been relatively steady. So in 2025, we're estimating that we'll issue around 1,150 building permits and perform over 2,700 inspections. Additionally, we will assist approximately 70 applicants through the zoning, subdivision, demolition, and design review processes. They're considered by the 5 boards and commissions for which we provide staff support. Trustee Myers?
While the number of permits have stayed pretty flat, are there any initiatives that we've undertaken or contemplate undertaking to kind of improve the productivity or the efficiency of the permitting and customer service activities?
So in the future, yes, we would like to move into doing more digital submittal of plans, upgrade software. This may be in tandem or working with a Chief Financial Officer Sloth and looking at the ERP update. So most of those ERPs also offer a community development component or a module as part of them. So we will look to work together there to see if that ERP may be the solution that allows for online permit submittal, plan review, issuance. That is something we want to move into.
So to accomplish that, I'm sure that part of our records are digital, part of our records are not digital. There's nothing in this year's budget, is there something, are you looking at what would it take to digitize everything, what that cost would be, where that cost would be?
So we've had a couple quotes for, as you mentioned, we have a lot of non-digital records. There's a lot of paper in our department's floor and then down in the basement as well. So we're working on some initiatives to look at overall in the organization, documenting and data storage for those. So we've gotten some quotes, kind of know where we are a little bit on it. I think we're probably going to be working on the processes for that and coming up with a system of how that would be stored, whether that's a separate software, whether it's working with one of our current providers of GIS services that I know they're looking into doing some innovative approaches for document management. So that is something that we need to get to.
So is that something is that a 2026 initiative to try and estimate that, or
Right, so we're looking at it holistically, village-wide, not just at the individual department level. And '26 is conceived of a year where we identify what platform we'll be using to have a village-wide migration to a more paperless, streamlined environment, because we need to identify that first before we start scanning to make sure it's format compatible. So I would expect in '27, once the work has been done and the analysis in '26, that we would have a budget to start that archiving process.
Can I, and not to belabor this point, but you just said something, Scott, that I thought was interesting in terms of customer service and efficiency. Today, if somebody comes in with a construction set of plans, they do submit those digitally to Safe Built for review and internally, or how, because they're submitting paper and digital, aren't they?
Typically, it's paper submittal. For larger projects, we also have digital submittal
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
And typically, our building inspector who's on site here would be reviewing those plans. A few of the larger projects may be sent out, and so digitally, those would be available to be
Okay.
sent out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, the 1,100, roughly 1,100 permits, that includes everything from a request to put in a new fence to one Winnetka, right? Is that what that includes?
Correct. It's a wide range
So,
there.
yeah, I was thinking, God, we have, 5,000 households, and granted, I don't know how many commercial properties, but roughly 20, yeah, like 20, so 20%, if it was just households, it's probably lower. 20% of our residents at some point every year are requesting some sort of permit. And again, I don't have the numbers. Have we seen any trend in the last few years in terms of what makes that up? Is it more the minor things of fences and water heaters versus renovations?
So this slide breaks them out a little bit there
Oh,
into the
okay, I
major
can't
permits
see that.
issued versus the minor permits issued.
Okay.
So obviously, a higher volume of the minor permits there. Looking even a little more granularly, as far as this year in 2025, we've seen through September 9 new home permits issued, new single-family residences, whereas last year we had 15 at this time. So we are seeing a little bit of a decrease in new home construction and demolition requests as well. Hard to know exactly if that's a larger economic factor or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Sure.
Well,
I can see beautiful colors, but that's it.
do you know what, so for minor permits, like what so major permits is probably larger projects, but like to your point, not diving too deep into this, but somebody could pull, a single house could have 2 permits, so that could be then the minor permit.
Correct. You could have electrical, a fence.
Yeah, right, okay.
HVAC, many different components there. So just in closing, looking at the key budget items for 2026, the overall budget as stated will decrease by around $200,000 or 8.5%. And then this slide breaks down the salaries and benefits and services and supplies. So seeing salaries and benefits increase by 9% and services and supplies decrease by that about 26% or $302,000, with a large component of that being the $321,000 of legal services moving out of the department's budget. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
A quick one. So there was kind of I remember maybe it was after COVID, the crush on the department. Do you feel like you're kind of caught your breath and you're kind of operating at a good level and not, I just remember there was a time that it was just crazy.
So I'd say, yeah, the permit data does bear that out on here, that 2021 had the highest building permit issuance of the last 5 years. We are still very busy, I would say.
I know you are.
So, yeah.
But I just want to make sure you feel it's busy but manageable.
We're managing it at this point. Again, we're having some contractual services to help out with some of the zoning reviews, particularly during the peak times, and then hoping that we can move forward with additional efficiencies achieved through a new zoning ordinance as modernized, and then in the next year or two through the more modernized permitting system. So we can kind of get caught up better with technology.
Thanks.
In terms of goals for 2026, I didn't see any discussion about implementation of some of the comp plan code. Are we thinking about doing that? And are we thinking about handling that in-house?
So the zoning ordinance rewrite would be the main component of implementation of the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So we're thinking that's going to be a $150,000 expense spread over the next 2 fiscal years.
Okay.
So it would be an RFP we'd issue and look for a consultant to work with
Okay.
that.
I probably missed that. My apologies.
Scott, not a budget issue, but maybe just an update for all of us on One Winnetka and Chase projects going well, on target, any issues that we should be aware of?
They're both doing well. Chase is moving incredibly quickly. I think they're looking to be done in spring of '26.
The spring,
Correct.
okay.
One Winnetka and finishing up the exterior work by the end of the year. They're really going fast on the masonry work on the exterior now as it really takes shape. One Winnetka is also doing very well and sticking to schedule. They're hoping sort of towards the end of '26 or early '27.
And from a relationship standpoint with the village, good relations with the contractors, the project teams, and so on?
They've both been great to work with. Yes.
Okay, good. That's great to know. Okay.
On those two projects, do we have any remaining revenue streams or income that will be generated from those projects? Or are they paid in full with their permits or any letter of credits or anything of that sort?
I think the major permits have been issued and paid for there. So I think the property tax revenues, certainly once the assessor has them on the rolls, would be the next influx.
Are there any public improvements that they paid for that we are responsible to execute on?
They did participate in the paving of the parking lot, the east parking lot. This is a One Winnetka project between Hadley and the project. That was over $200,000 they contributed to that, so that will occur after the construction's completed. There are also fees they paid for water and electric services.
Okay. Do we expect those public improvements to be completed next calendar year, 26?
I would imagine that would be, some of it will be doing in construction or in combination with the development itself, while they've got it fenced off, doing the streetscape components there. So again, that's probably targeting, for at least the streetscape components, late '26, early '27.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I'm struck by both those two developments in the heart of our town could really create a lot of hassle and very upset residents. They really have done, I think, a really good job from a standpoint of just communication. You look at that newsletter on One Winnetka that comes out all the time. People are really appreciative, and I think they've, you know, for two things that could have really been an issue in the middle of our town, they've gone very, very well.
It threw me for a loop the other day where they rerouted, they had the road, they moved the road. They were doing work to the north and they moved the road to the south, and it was like, whoa, I'm not going that way. That's it was, well, I don't know about that, but it was strange. You know what I'm talking about. It
Yes,
was
there's some in-street utility connections.
yeah, they were connecting.
They had
a big
flaggers out there.
thing, but it's been, I think, very smooth for the neighbors. I mean, for the most part. I know that parking has been an issue for some of the retailers, the laundry and so on next to Hometown. I mean, I hear that, but, you know, it's a big project.
It is interesting, though. I do go to Hometown on a pretty regular basis for meetings, and I'm always I've never had a problem finding parking in the east lot. I think people are just not used to parking that, or, you know, parking there and walking there because it's been permit parking, I think. But I saw you walking one day, and yeah, so I think they've been doing a great job.
Who would give us an update on the post office status, the movement of the post office? Is there any, would that be you, Kristen, or Scott, or?
So the latest we heard is tomorrow is still the day. We got an email this week from the post office. We'll see if tomorrow is the day, but that we have in writing that
We'll see.
not tomorrow
Trick or
is the
treat.
day.
We'll see if they deliver.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll send out an email.
We'll include that in the weekly
Okay.
email when it actually does happen.
That happens,
Yeah.
good. Okay, so there will be some communication. Before we let Scott go, it'd be disingenuous from my standpoint if I asked the same question that I asked public safety. Would anyone like to ask Scott that question, or do we just let him go? Sorry, Scott. Sorry, Ann, not going to get that question. So thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I'll,
What's that?
I had one
Trustee
question.
Meyer has something else. I'll turn it
I
over.
have-
But
Okay.
Unrelated budget question. What is going on where Killian used to be?
That's the light store.
so it's a 933 Green Bay Road is a one-story commercial building that's under construction. They've,
Yeah.
they've kind of finished up the demolition stage of that. They've been doing some underwater or underground utilities there. And it's going to be a one-story commercial building with two tenants in it, a lighting business and a wellness business.
And a what business?
Wellness,
Wellness? Oh.
correct.
And they're based in Skokie, I believe, right? Or the company? I mean, it's a, and the
Meaning like lamps and
chandeliers.
chandeliers and
Like-
stuff.
yeah.
high-end.
Higher end, yeah, really love, and their stores are gorgeous.
One thing that I do hear from people, and you probably hear it too, is turnaround time on permit review is still lagging. Is that a safe-built issue? Or maybe it's on the inspection, is that, I'm sure, a new ERP system, which would, reduce the number of, plan sets I have to go from desk to desk will help. But is that any initiative since you've been here
Yeah, it's
that you've identified that can, like, process improvement?
Yeah, I think when we get to a digital process, I think that will improve things a lot. Also
Okay.
improve the communication for the customer. Similar to an Amazon or something where you get the email, you've been submitted, get another email, it's under review, get the email, you've got plan review comments, those type of things. So I think that'll be something that'll help a lot in a new software system.
And no issues with safe-built time from request of inspection to actual inspection, or do you think they're
Have not,
doing a
no,
good
have not
job?
had problems with that.
Okay.
Safewell employees here 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And has a desk space downstairs. So we certainly work very closely with them.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
A couple of things. Do you track the amount of staff time that's spent working on materials for design review board in terms of whether it's a new awning or signage or a new building request?
We certainly track the number of applicants, the number of cases, and number of those that are brought forward to DRB.
Okay. I'm going to throw a suggestion, not necessarily my suggestion, into the suggestion box, but something when I was on DRB that we had started working towards was looking at more administrative level type requests where they could be offloaded from the DRB, which would save the applicant time in the process, but also staff time, because the reports are just like our weekly reports or our agendas for council. They read like a book. They're wonderfully done, but there's considerable time that's put into rather sometimes mundane issues, whether it's just changing an awning or and so one thing that is now going back 2-3 years we had done is to at least start allowing administrative approvals on signage that fit within a certain characteristic or it was by the book. And just one thing, not necessarily for discussion, but I would like to encourage is maybe to review with Design Review Board to encourage still consideration of trying to simplify and to streamline some of the elements that typically would go through DRB and to make them an administrative review only. And that would help save staff time cost and improve the amount of time or streamline the amount of time it takes an applicant to go through the process.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there were some changes made a couple of years ago, allowing some window signage and some things like that to be approved administratively. But looking at the overall processes through the zoning code rewrite, I think that will be one of the components to look at our overall development review process and the number of boards and commissions we have, the process that we go through, and see if their ability to modernize or streamline the process for applicants.
I'll add on to your word you just used, modernize. There was also a desire, an effort to improve or to update, modernize the design guidelines that we use, since I think those are now pushing 20, 30 years old. And that's just something else. I'm sorry? There's design review guidelines that might be separate, if I'm not mistaken, not necessarily in the comp plan, but talks about architectural styles and, everything from Tudor to Art Deco And while they have their place and they've been helpful in a historical context, it doesn't necessarily represent some of what we're seeing over the last number of years in terms of coming through and wanting to be at least more, I don't want to say modern from a design standpoint, but just in terms of update relative to where we are today as a society and as a community, what we're looking for. And that takes time and effort. I know that that puts burden on staff, so I would encourage you to have that discussion with DRB or your staff and consider what could be done to at least continue that effort to update and modernize the guidelines.
Thank you.
Well, I think if we're all squared away here, every department here has interaction with residents. Your department has extensive interaction with residents, and I think, Tina, some of your points here, and Kirk, with, to the extent that we can make the process better and better, and you've been here a long time, you know how it works. You probably know some of the chinks in the armor where we can make all these processes work better. And obviously, having it more technology involved would be helpful, but I think we should always work toward that objective, because people come in downstairs and they're dealing with your department. And so to the extent we can make it better, please do so, consider.
Yeah,
But
we will.
but thank you to all your staff, department, and thanks for being here. Thanks for all you do. And I think from the lower boards, I hear all the time, you all do as well probably, the staff commitment and input to those board and commission meetings is invaluable. You do a great job on that front. Keep it going, because those groups are critically important to what we do.
Bob, to your point about the same question we've asked the police and fire to this group, you just asked Ann to look at the processes. If there is something we can do that can shorten this time, or that
There's something that
can help,
that we could do to help.
you guys are
yes.
the tip of the spear to the residents, so whole community. So if there's something that's there that we can help with, please let us know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
All right,
We
with
appreciate
that,
it.
I'll turn over to Director of Engineering, Jim Bernal.
That and dog licenses, right?
Oh, engineering.
BDR first. First BDR. I know, you're
Oh,
used. Yes.
where's, okay.
As part of sharing the wealth with my partner Scott, I will be taking over the Business District Revitalization Fund.
Okay, okay.
So, well, first let me start, I'll say good afternoon because we're almost close to noon. So good afternoon, President Dearborn, and to the village trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Business District Revitalization Fund, and then following the engineering, if we still have bandwidth for it. I'd like to, just a couple quick notes from my end. I'd like to thank, with me here today is the Assistant Department Head, Mr. Obed Khalid, and my engineering staff, who was very instrumental. We worked really great together as a team on putting together this information. So thanks to him and the team for working super hard on this. Couple quick follow-up questions. I know there was a question about the Hadley School parking lot. We have worked on the conceptual design for this, and when that is substantially completed, there's no longer staging in that parking lot, we'll put that into the capital budget for reconstruction. At this time, anticipating them still being in there potentially in '27, I would anticipate maybe '28 would be the year that we reconstruct that, but if it moves up sooner, we'll obviously come back and come to council with other information. So thank you, Scott. Good morning, President Dearborn and trustees. Today I'll be presenting the 2026 Business District Revitalization Budget. Starting this year, as I noted, this budget will be managed by the Engineering Department in coordination with the Community Development and the Village Manager's Office. So we'll begin with the main streetscape projects planned for this year. The 2026 budget includes $25,000 to continue the Phase 1 study for the Hibbard Roads Streetscape project. This is scheduled to be completed by August of 2026. This is that first important part. Once approved by IDOT, this report will allow discussions about improvements and a potential jurisdictional transfer of Green Bay Road after the construction is completed. If the report is approved as planned for next year, this budget includes $100,000 to begin the design and permitting, which is expected to take about 12 to 18 months to complete that project. Following the most recent post office study session, The council directed staff to continue planning for a public plaza and gathering space on the post office. The 2026 budget includes $250,000 for programming and that conceptual design work. With the post office moving out in November, I say November because I'm skeptical for November 1st, but let's say in November of this year, demolition and site restoration are planned to begin in the spring of 2026. Funds for this work are included. And the updated concept, this was based on feedback that we had from the study session. This updated concept now includes a pathway around the open lawn area. We've also included 12 additional parking stalls along the west edge of the parking lot. In total, we'd be adding and looking about adding 36 additional parking spaces, including this open grass area. Because the estimated costs were originally developed prior to the last council study session, engineering and finance will work together to update those final costs to be reflected in the final budget prior to the council approving. So based on the revisions that we have shown here, the current estimate is approximately $670,000. So it's about a $78,000 increase from prior. Oh, you want to go back?
The concept plan, refinement and design, the 250,000, is that, we talked at the council meeting about going out and hiring a third party to run study sessions and village outreach, that's what that is
That's
for?
what that is.
Okay.
That's correct. Any other questions about the parking lot? I thought you guys would all be excited to see the new updated concept, so. Okay. So in terms of other business district revitalization projects, the village continues to pursue EV charging stations in the business district areas. Next year, a fast charging station is planned for the Tower and Green Bay Road parking lot near the McDonald's with a proposed budget of $300,000 shown here. As part of the Hubbard Woods improvements, the Hubbard Woods parking deck will also undergo some much-needed repairs. These include deck and joint sealing, bearing pad and shear connection repairs, and lighting and signage upgrades. The proposed budget here includes $900,000 for the design improvements of those.
Question on the EV stations. So do we charge, no pun intended. Is there a fee for somebody to go and use those charging stations?
There is.
Number one. Number two, for the ones that we currently have, how well utilized are they?
I would
And-
invite Director Nari to
Yeah.
the mic to speak to that because it's managed through.
And are we charging enough?
Haven't you seen the people who park overnight here and charge?
No, I'm just wondering, are we charging enough to be able to recoup the cost? So,
Yeah, I would say that we do charge enough to cover the costs. There are ongoing subscription costs. So all of our stations are run through ChargePoint, which has a national network. And if you have an app on your phone, you can pull up any ChargePoint station. So I'd say we're competitive on cost. And then in terms of utilization, I'd say in this community, they're incredibly well utilized. On the village's sustainability page, we publish a report every year, which kind of shows some KPIs for the usage. So you can go on the website and you can see that there's very well utilized. And we have people come from all over the state to come use our chargers when they're here, so.
and so is the fee that we are charging recouping the capital costs? Or is it just the electrical usage, 12 cents or whatever?
It's a combination of both. It's the cost of the electricity plus the cost recovery for the installation.
Yeah,
But they're not ours. So somebody manages and services those?
So we own the stations, but we have an agreement with ChargePoint for maintenance. So anytime there's an issue, if a plug is broken or it's down, we immediately get a service call from ChargePoint because they have cellular monitoring and they
Yeah,
provide
I
assistance.
tried to use one by Pomeroy. It was out.
Oh, really? Okay.
But, so I just parked there anyway since I was trying to charge. So, but no, that's what I didn't know. A, utilization, I'll go look at that, and B, just what we're losing or making on these things.
No, we're recovering our costs.
Okay, yeah, about a year or so ago, we all received a letter from some resident that said he actually pulls his car up and uses one of our stations versus charging it at home because it was less expensive to use a charging station than his own home.
Well,
Do you remember that letter?
yeah, but
And I don't know enough about it to comment one way or the other.
well, I think I know that letter. That was also the person that had a detached garage, and so there was that issue of having a second meter to put his
Okay.
installation. So it was more expensive for him, because I think I know who this is.
Oh, okay.
For him to put in a second meter, or there was a limitation about 2 meters on a house. There was like some reason that it was like,
So where I'm going, in general,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be an accurate statement across the board, that it should be the same to charge it in your home
Yeah.
versus using a station.
It would be a little bit more than what a resident would pay.
For convenience. Oh, a little bit more at home or a little bit more?
On a per kilowatt hour basis, it's a little bit more than what you would pay in your own residence, because there
Okay.
is some
And
cost
that-
recovery.
And that makes sense to me. You're paying for the convenience in the machine. Okay,
Well,
I
and
want to
would-
make sure that was
I mean, the
case.
reason I brought up, I mean, if we're paying 300,000 for one additional station, right?
It'll have capacity for,
For two cars.
Two cars.
Two cars, but one station. You know, that's a fairly significant capital cost.
To recover.
Are we recovering that? You know, we should be charging more than people doing it at home.
well, keep in mind, we went through this idea thinking we thought we'd get grant reimbursement, and that was clawed back.
Right.
That's part of
correct.
it.
Yeah, the funding for that project in particular was, you can assume we're not going to get at this point.
Scott, just be, this person was saying it was cheaper to leave his home and do it, and I wanted to make sure that, yeah.
But that's because I know who,
So
Yeah.
I'd rather.
put it in his house.
I'm okay with the stations being having a little premium.
I
for
agree, they
convenience.
should, and
Yeah.
we should be able to recoup that capital cost in a reasonable timeframe.
Nick, can you quantify that at all? What would the rate have to go up to recoup the capital costs in a, whatever reasonable time frame would be?
Yeah, I'd have to put that in a spreadsheet. I couldn't tell you that offhand.
Maybe we can take a look at that?
Yeah, we can add that as our,
Yeah.
This is, the one proposed for next year is going to be our largest station, and it's a fast charger.
that's what I was going to ask,
If
yeah.
someone's coming for lunch, they can plug in their car and within an hour have almost a full charge.
Yeah.
That'd be the goal, so.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at that and maybe see if there's any room. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And the other chargers in town, were they fully covered by grant revenue, or did we? was
The other
partial?
smaller chargers, we've utilized funding from IMEA to offset those costs.
Does IMEA have any funding for us for this?
They do,
project?
it's only $8,000 a year, so it's not going to go that far. We are going to probably install a smaller level 2 charger somewhere else in the village with that money. So we're still going to utilize it, but
Yeah.
it's not going to cover, this is a much larger project, so.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome back, Jim.
Thank you. No, that's okay. EV is important. So this slide shows the five-year capital improvement plan for the BDR fund. Future funds include cost estimates for such projects as the Post Office Plaza, the Hubbard Wood Streetscapes Improvement, and the Indian Hill Business District. These have been hit on a little bit here. I would just emphasize here that these are early estimates and will be updated as the concepts are finalized and we coordinate with IDOT and as that continues.
Can I go back to sorry, Kurt. Well, okay, I was going to actually go back to the parking deck. Has there been any interest by a developer to build on top of that? I know that was talked about several years ago. Probably not necessarily for Jim, but more, Chris, for you.
So there was, during COVID, I might have to go back and look at the specific year, maybe 21, interest in a potential development of that nature, but it fell through. Since that time, I'm not aware of any new outreaches related to that.
I had a conversation with somebody over the weekend who expressed interest, who's a national developer, who just happened to find out I was a village trustee, so there might be something brewing.
I don't know if that's something that we can promote, would we promote that through the economic development officer or whatever, but it's a space that, you know, I know has been considered.
I directed this individual to contact Kristen, you know, for more information, since John Lynch, our economic development, is really part-time right now,
Yeah.
10 hours a week?
Right. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'll look for the email and keep council posted.
Yeah, but one question I had about that is, if we're spending almost $1 million just to retrofit this, do we know what the cost of redevelopment would be? I mean, have we just looked at that? I'm curious.
We did investigate rebuilding the entire deck. Tom, do you recall what that cost was? It was significantly more. If you could come to the microphone.
To reconstruct the deck was estimated around $10 million.
That's more. It's like 10 times more.
I'll just, I as well, in the last year or two, had been, not necessarily approached, but at least it was suggested by a developer that would have interest in that, and I think it begs the question, and I was going to save this for later this afternoon, but since you brought it up, right, we're looking at, I mean, this shows, at least from a, you know, business district revitalization, some fairly significant dollars being spent in the near future. And as it relates to both the Hubbard Woods parking deck, but also as we get ready to engage with the public on what we want to do with the post office site, we're looking at all of these projects from there's just a cost. And we don't, the source is whatever, tax dollars, however we're making our budget work. But it does beg the question, is there economic value where we could still, as they say, have our cake and eat it too? Take Hubbard Woods, easy example, where there is definitely economic value if you go vertical, right? And could we, instead of whatever it is, right now we're doing a $900,000 retrofit on the parking deck, but could we actually put ourselves in a better position and actually sell those air rights, right? You know, add housing, improve the condition, or at least, you know, add rooftops, improve the condition of the parking deck, add parking, whatever, and use that as an opportunity to not necessarily make money, but to improve the community.
But we'd have to open up a discussion about height, because you're going to, I mean, it's 2 stories now. I don't disagree. I think that's a good way to think about it.
Regardless, and agreed, whether it's that location or the post office site, or, you know, and we're going to go through this with, at least just from an engagement standpoint with the community, is what do they want to see at that site? But Hubbard's Woods is a little bit of a shoe-in.
Right.
Because there's a, I mean, I'm assuming the same
On
zoning.
Winnetka, kind of a little bit off.
Well, I'm
in a
assuming the same
space.
zoning applies on Green Bay as it applies at that site. I don't know if anybody would have the answer on that here, but I mean, let's say you could add 3 stories and you could actually go down a little bit and you still get 2 stories of a public deck and you get whatever, how many square feet of developable real estate. And could we actually get additional parking or a new parking deck and property tax revenue at no cost?
But that would assume taking down the deck, because you need to get some underground parking there.
Correct.
Yeah,
Any development would require the demo of that deck anyways. I do recall that conceptual plan that we're referring to from '21. And
I can't hear you very well.
You can't
I
hear?
don't know if that mic is just turned down. I'm feeling very old.
Can you hear? Better?
That's a,
I'm half deaf, so if you can't hear me, then I
Yeah.
can't hear me.
No.
I do remember this conversation from '21. The deck, the way it's constructed right now, could not be constructed on top of it. It would have to be demoed and down. For better or for worse, having done what I've done for 30 years in different communities, I would emphasize for consideration for the council that last big streetscape project that I had worked on was in downtown St. Charles, and there was a lot of inclusion of parking decks. Parking decks, unless you're making revenue on them, it's like a boat. From the day you get it, they go down. They are very expensive to maintain. The one Winnetka scenario really helps because it's a parking deck that offers public spacings, but is being maintained by the current ownership. So that's something to consider when you think about creating those kind of deck areas, as they are long-term maintenance. You will hit your useful life at some point, depending how they're constructed, and it can be substantial.
right, but I think what you're saying, Kirk, is rather than thinking about a $900,000 expense, now, if we then, put out there that if that's what the council wants to do, how much of that expense can be delayed for safety and structural integrity, or are we wasting almost $1 million if somebody is interested in coming forward? Is that kind of where you're going?
That is, and I think if we want to entertain the idea, I mean, reviewing this information, I actually wasn't thinking about Hubbard Woods. I was thinking more about the post office site. But if the community wanted to see some, instead of just at the post office site, open space or, right, some community asset, but to integrate it with a private development proposal where we can, again, have our cake and eat it too, where we can still get what we want to accomplish, but have it paid for by the private sector and we get all the ancillary benefits. But yes, it would be, would we be able to call a shot to keep the health and safety going with the deck and to evaluate for this site further the concept of going through an RFP process
I
to
think,
entertain?
aren't we getting a little bit off the budget conversation here?
Let's,
Hang on one second here. So the post office, we're going to be engaging the community and talking about possibilities in that site. So this site in Hubbard Woods, another one of the few village-owned properties that could accommodate some development potentially. That's maybe a conversation we have to have before too long, whether council wants to look at that further from a development standpoint before we do the $900,000 refurbishment. I think that would probably, if we could maybe
that's where I was.
get that on the,
And I think it would be important to understand the urgency from a safety standpoint of the $900,000 spend and how much time we could, in fact, wait and ensure the safe operation. So I'm going to ask Director Powers to step on up since he's been taking the lead on this. This is why we have all the department heads stay.
There are some items we would want to address sooner rather than later. The surface on top is worn down. There's kind of this waterfall effect. If you've ever been there when it's raining, it pours down from the upper deck, and that is extremely bad for the steel inside the deck. So we would want to address that sooner or later. There's also what they call shear connections. We replaced a bunch back in 2014, I believe it is, but it's basically you have to constantly be removing and replacing these shear connections, and that's like one of the key structural elements to the deck. I will say that, based on the feedback we heard when the deck was discussed at the streetscape meeting, we did incorporate some, or we're planning to incorporate some, I guess, aesthetic elements, because there was a lot of feedback from the business district of, please do something to make the garage look better now. So there was some lighting, some painting, potentially, a little redo of the landscape out front. Some of that stuff, yes, we could eliminate that from the project if we wanted to do the bare minimum, but I would not recommend postponing some of the structural items for extended period, because we will run out of time where we can't repair it, and we don't want to be in that situation either. So that's my 2
Well,
cents.
what's an extended amount of time?
That's the $1 million question. I guess I would,
900,000.
yeah, 900,000. I would ask, let me talk to we have a consultant who specializes in parking garages and get their opinion. So far, they've kind of said, it has to be addressed. They haven't really, we kind of assumed we were moving forward. So we asked them for, they wanted us to do the project this year. Actually, they recommended we do it as soon as possible. Each snow season, I guess in a perfect world, if we're going to do it, we should do it before next winter. This was already a spring project, but we should do it before next winter would be my.
well, maybe you could let us know, Tom, or the consultant, of the 900,000, how much is
Sure.
critical infrastructure that we have to do, what could be delayed, but I do think that maybe we should address this topic.
Right, and look at, and we'll definitely need to come back to council for approval before we would move forward. We can gather some more data. Also understanding and being prepared to estimate if we were to do, for example, a request for developer proposal similar to what we went through for the Tala site, and actually encourage developers to give their ideas for above the deck. How long would that process take, right? So the immediacy of the structural compared to, requesting the proposals, vetting those, interviewing, and then the entitlement process could be
So
2 to
at some
3
point,
years.
we have to shut the,
Right, so the downside risk
Or
would
just the
be
upper deck down.
limited parking. Would there come a time if we don't act on the critical structural repairs that we need to shut down the whole deck?
I mean, the
And how
top,
long would that be compared
the
to?
top deck. Yeah, but you can still park the bottom deck.
They do,
How
the
many-
critical stuff is,
Right, so we
That's a
can
good
definitely
point, the
gather
time.
some more data.
Yeah.
And, this is what we're recommending in the budget. The budget's a plan. When we come back with more specifics, and we could schedule time to discuss this idea in more detail outside of the budget.
Okay.
That's right.
Great, good
spots are
idea.
in the parking garage? Roughly.
What was the question, Kim?
Say it's,
How many spots are in the parking
I see.
structure?
Yeah.
I want to say it's 108 per level.
Oh, so a couple hundred cars for both, yeah.
I believe that's correct,
Okay,
but
yeah, okay.
I'll verify that.
So we'll
Thank you,
include
Tom.
that in our follow-up.
Okay, good. Kirk, you and I talked about the post office. I guess I was a little surprised that the actual development of the post office would not occur until 2029 in the budget.
Oh, yeah.
And you and I talked about this, Kirk. Just in terms of the staging, the demolition, I mean, in my mind at least, I thought we would have public engagement this year. We'd be able to come back and get a design firm of some sort that might be in keeping with what comes out of the public engagement. So here we have concept plan refinement in 27, design in 28, construction. It seems
That's
like it's
too
like
long.
a year too far out.
Well, so the concept refinement, it's scheduled for next year. So by the end of, that's 26. So that first row is 2025.
No, but concept is refinement, it looks like it's.
Program refinement,
27.
no, that's 26.
Well, it says 27.
So it looks like over 2 years.
26? Yeah, this is carry forward.
All right, what's the,
Yep, 2020, that's 250,000 for the program refinement and concept design. That's the question that was just asked.
and then you've got concept plan refinement.
Refinement for 275 in 2027.
Oh, over here?
So I think when we were looking at the timing on the budget and the planning, understanding the length of time that it took previously to get consensus and the diversity of the ideas, we were being conservative from a timing standpoint and also available funding standpoint.
We're decisive.
So if there was,
So what happens if you move, what does that do to the budget projections if you move things up a year?
So basically how the financing for the business district, and, we can move some of these buckets around. Essentially, we're saying we're cash flow positive through the end of 2028, and that includes all the design and engineering work for the 3 major projects within this fund, which is the Hubbardwood Streetscape, the Indian Hill Streetscape, and the post office. And then it's 29 and 2030 almost as placeholders for the construction. But, certainly if we're ready for, to have that conversation earlier, I think we can slot it up.
Well, also,
Earlier-
once we have a more firm concept, we can't close the door on looking perhaps at private financing for the post office and things like that, which certainly would let us move ahead without as much,
yeah.
Yeah,
Concerned
depending
about
on
the capital budget.
the actual
yeah. So, but we need a
concept that
design
is
to go out
chosen,
and
if there
look
is,
for that.
what its characteristics are. Is there private development money? Is it 100% public entity? That would depends on the funding considerations. There's really no, like I said, we're cash flow positive to get through the design, and if you look at the end of 2028, we're cash flow of about 4.7 million. So you could feasibly slot the start of it in 29, that break up that 3,500 of the construction, and then but we would have to find other revenue sources for these projects.
I'm going to echo Bob's comment because we were talking through the conceptual timeline on the post office. It just seems like a long time to wait for that, and I would hope that we could be diligent, let's say in '26, community engagement, feedback, we make decisions, and then '27 is the design, permitting, '28 construction.
So absolutely, this is just a plan, and if the plan comes together in a shorter time frame, and we have some sort of private investment that facilitates the financing, we're not set that it has to be 29 and 30. It could absolutely be escalated with the right financing and an efficient consensus about how to move forward.
I was just going to say, I think we should, I mean, my view on this is I think we should move it forward.
Yeah.
And it's part and parcel with the ambitious capital spending project we have in the discussion about financing the whole thing. But I think, at least with this group, I feel like we were thinking the post office would be moving along further by that point, by 2028 certainly. So I know it's going to make the numbers for 2020, it's going to change all the numbers and the financing considerations and so on, but I think we should be ambitious and schedule it forward a year.
We can update the final document and reflect an updated plan to move that slotted. So I think what I'm hearing is any concept design and refinement in '26, the construction design, the heavy engineering in '27, with the actual construction in '28 and '29.
I would definitely do it. I think, I mean, you talk about alternate sources, or otherwise, if we're going to force rank this, I think this is pretty high up there.
Yeah, agreed.
But this change, which I don't disagree with, doesn't impact anything for this year's budget or anything in terms of.
20,
where-
No,
I mean,
but we will be approving the five-year
Five-year
capital
plan,
spending.
yeah.
So it does, but it also
It sends a
sends a
message to the
commitment of
village,
our
yeah.
priority here.
Yeah.
And I think, at least in talking to people around the table here, I think we all share that commitment.
Yep.
And so,
okay.
knowing that it forces a discussion for future years makes it even more challenging, but I think we can encounter that discussion.
Okay.
And if I may ride the coattails on that topic with the Hubbard Woods streetscape improvements, is the year shown, 2029, to get Phase 1 completed, is that the soonest?
That's
Or
correct.
is that because of a budgeting reason?
No, that is a realistic schedule.
Okay.
I will say, as we start to move through this Phase 1, we'll have a little bit closer updated costs. Again, these are estimates that we have on here. Based on the capital improvement work that needs to take place, installation of the new water main, et cetera, depending on our conversations, this could go up as well. So there's just some considerations as it relates to those capitals in the business district.
So that is a budgeting issue, because we're showing for 2 years construction design. 27, 28, right?
It's the brunt of it is in '27. Basically, there's a placeholder to get started in '26, the brunt of it in '27, then a placeholder to wrap up any design in '28.
But not starting construction until 29.
That's how it's currently considered. And again, these numbers are, if you recall, my opening slides had question marks. on them.
Okay.
These were placeholder budgets. If you recall, previously, we would put to be determined for these projects where we really did not have an understanding of what the budget might be. We're trying to quantify some of that so that we can, be transparent and show, because one of the downsides of having to be determined, that ending cash flow number to the right was shown as positive, and that's really not the case, because we knew that we have these large-scale budgets. So we're trying to put a placeholder budget, that $10 million. I don't know if that's $5 million, I don't know if that's $15 million. It's a placeholder budget, so that you can see that there is a negative cash impact to this fund that we're going to have to, consider and figure out how to pay for.
Jim, you mentioned, you stated that very quickly, that is a realistic timeframe for
That is
Hubbard
a-
Woods. And why do you say that?
So to complete the Phase 1 is going to get us probably until late summer of 2026. And then assuming that the Phase 1 and the final approval is done, that'll allow us to put together a request for proposal, move forward with starting the design. The design for that will take us into 27, 28. It's at least an 8, because this is a state corridor, it's at least 16 to 18 months to go through that whole process. So once we get to that, we're in 28. You're not going to want me to start this in October of 28. We'll need to come back. We'll still have to have, during the course of this process, conversations with IDOT about jurisdictional transfers. That's going to take some time as well. That could go part and parcel as we're designing and refining this. So I'm thinking 28's the year we kind of wrap things together a little bit. And then it's going to come into actual construction. How do we want to construct this? We'll have to talk about what's the implications? How do we phase this, or do we do it and get away quickly? That will all come into play. So 29 would be I think the absolute earliest year that we would start on that project. If given direction, I can construct it for you in a year. It would just be a long year, but we would be in and be out and be done, or we phase it over a period of time.
Okay.
I guess I thought when we talked about this before, and if it is, if the facts are that, and it is what it is, but we thought there was some better movement with jurisdictional transfer discussions, that we thought we could accelerate that as part of some of the other jurisdictional transfer discussions. Is there any update on that?
Related to the work we're doing to JT Willow Road. So
Yeah.
we did get some recent positive news on that. Jim, do you want to share?
Sure. Yeah, we actually, just the other day, got a response from IDOT based on my email back to them, indicating that they were going to put together an actual letter of intent, basically indicating to us what any fiscal contributions would be, what we're going to do, what they're going to do. So that's a really good step moving forward. I think one of the thoughts we had thought was, by putting this roadmap together, when we get into discussions for Green Bay Road, we could use that same roadmap, pretty much that same document, and just fine tune it. That's part of what I think we were thinking of.
And we can't do that now for Green Bay Road because we don't have a design? Is that the reason?
Because we don't have the Phase 1. So IDOT,
Okay.
in the past, we've tried to sit down with IDOT numerous times when we talked about Willow Road to start to expedite that process. IDOT won't have conversations with us until we have our Phase 1. They want to know, what are you proposing to build? What's the estimate? What are we looking at? They want to have tangibles in front of them. And then once you start that process, to go through the JT, it's going to take time. It'll take a little over a year plus, because we'll have to determine who's doing what activity. Easements, land rights, cleaning up things, underground tanks. That's just all part of that process. So that takes time. It's more of a red tape issue than anything else to walk through that step. But once you have that framework, that'll help dictate, again, what kind of funding assistance could be put forward. Now, IDOT was very positive about wanting to jurisdictional transfer that section. They've made suggestions about potentially doing a joint grant application together to go after some grant money from the state to help construct as part of their contribution. There's economic grants that we could go after as well, because this is an improvement to the business district. So all those will really refine those numbers for us to tell us whether it makes sense to move forward right away or how long that'll take.
Okay, so we can't piggyback on that discussion as we had originally discussed. Okay.
Jim, is there grant money potentially for this project?
There's grant opportunities for this
Grant
project, yes.
opportunities.
This project being Willow Road, or you're talking?
Green Bay Road.
Bay Road.
Green Bay Road. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big number. So just to kind of close the loop on timing, we're not asking Jim to change or adjust timing on this project based on his comments? I mean, I don't know how you could.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I could condense. I could push from,
You know, It is what it is.
I don't think we're going to
guess.
pick up realistic.
I mean, it's a long way out. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, will there be work on Green Bay Road in the interim?
There will be. So we're waiting for IDOT to give us the update. The last I heard from IDOT was last week, just that they are still in litigation with the apparent low bidder, and they have no update to provide. At the soonest, I think this would take place, assuming perhaps a judge opines on this and dismisses the case and allows the state to move forward. Resurfacing work in 2026.
Are we considering any work on the water main, or are we going to wait for the transfer?
We're going to wait for the streetscape project. The water main there's 2 water mains, and Nick can hop in if you wanted to in this, but there's 2 water mains along this corridor. We'd be looking to consolidate it into 1 new water main, and the location would be primarily right down the center of the road. So we would wait, because we're looking to reconstruct Green Bay Road. If we're going to take it over, we want to make sure it's in good shape.
And that main is in good enough condition to wait 4 or 5 years? Yeah, okay, okay,
To the best of our knowledge.
yeah, okay,
You can wait longer than
Till
the
it is.
garage.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, that is a long time out, but, all right.
Can I add, just in terms of 5-year CIP stuff, I missed the study session where we were throwing in some ideas or suggestions on projects. One thing, I haven't seen the plans, but I guess we have, are improvements to Green Bay right outside of Village Hall here, essentially from Oak, or what is it, south, is it, by the library all the way up to
Pine?
Spruce or Pine.
Yeah.
And we don't have anything reflected in here to move forward on that. What's the appetite or interest for us to at least start considering to complete our east and west Elm connection?
I don't recall seeing the concept plans from engineering-wise. There were some preliminary discussions.
We saw something that showed like a median, because it's an extra
I
ride.
actually haven't seen it, but
Yeah, I can't remember. It was very conceptual, where like at the intersection of Elm and Green Bay, there, if we got jurisdictional control of that section as well, you could do something like a median where people crossing the street, make it more pedestrian friendly. But that was a long time ago. I don't think we ever voted on that.
Yeah, when President Rintz was here, I remember there was a conversation about, we were looking at how and what sections of Green Bay Road could we jurisdictional transfer. And I think where the conversation ended was IDOT would not allow us to just take over a section. We either take it all or we don't take it all. The Hubbard Woods was a different one because it had logical termini. There's a place where it doesn't end. We get to Tower Road where we stop. We take that piece over, and then IDOT still owns through the rest of the town. They wouldn't let us bifurcate just the downtown area out. They want us to take everything going north. And if they're going to come to that, they're going to want us to take everything all the way into Kenilworth. And I think we didn't want to take it over, was where we landed, and I think that's where it died.
all right, I'm going to, not necessarily in the budget right now, but I would love to see us consider taking all of Green Bay, because if anyone's driven northbound on the right lane, it is not a fun experience.
No.
And also, thinking through the recent e-bike regulations, looking for not just pathways within our business districts, but between our business districts on improving, bicycle safety or just access routes. And I think there's just a lot of opportunity all the way from Indian Hill all the way up through Hubbard Woods on re-envisioning Green Bay Road. And I would love to at least have us include some sort of planning with that long-term, if we can't necessarily segment out the business districts or look at
That's something we
safeties.
can look into or not?
We could definitely put it on our planning exercise. I think what we've heard and this great discussion about all of our capital needs is we have significant needs, including some that aren't even on the list yet, that we need to force rank, to use Trustee Apatoff's term, to see where these can be financed and programmed. Because it's not going to be possible to do them all in the next 5 years, but we need to start thinking about more than the next 5 years. And one thing I talked to Tim in finance about is looking at the next decade, for example, and saying what are our capital plans and needs, and coming back to council and having a study session to really look at the capital plan more holistically from a longer view.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that, let's not let this idea just drop off the calendar,
Right.
the docket. I think we can look into
I wrote it
the
down.
issues to consider for this.
What's our timing here?
In terms of what? Are you getting hungry? Well, I want to.
Not Mayor, that I'm just.
Before we let Jim
I'm
go.
almost done.
All right, well, why don't you finish? I have one last question before you go.
Sure.
Can Kristen, you or Jim or anyone else bring us up to date on all the conversations, Tina, you as well, between the commercial districts and the home rule sales tax. I want to make sure that we are not surprising anybody on this. I want to know the feedback. Is there, from the chamber standpoint, from John Lynch's outreach, can you just kind of, since this is a new initiative, a new tax on our commercial, on our retailers, just kind of bring us up to date on that.
Yes, and so we did summarize when John came to the council meeting to identify his outreach. There certainly is not unanimous support. There are a handful of retailers that have expressed concerns about the 1% sales tax, but we're confident that that's in the minority, and the majority understand why the village would take this move and support having a sustainable revenue stream for the business district fund. And the most recent outreach I had was at the chamber annual meeting. I was a speaker. I did mention that was in the plans for the budget, and there was no negative feedback at that meeting. The chamber, as an entity, understands the value in it, and as you recall, Terry Dason spoke to council, and the chamber is supporting the initiative. So Tina, I don't know if you've heard anything different.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember when we first bubbled up this idea. I think it was back in June. So every single chamber meeting, it has been discussed. I think at first people questioned, the need, but as soon as you explain that we are no longer able to have the residents fund the transfer to the business district from the general fund, and that this is a tax that is in line with all our surrounding communities, nobody had an objection at the chamber meetings. We all know there's a couple businesses that are objecting to it, but by and large, the biggest concern was so long as we're not an outlier with our surrounding communities, they were supportive, and they understood the need for having a dedicated revenue source or funding source. The question, though, is always, what are you going to do with that money? So I think it just means that we've got to be very transparent in discussing how we intend to use that money on a go-forward basis.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? Any questions about that?
Nope.
Anything else on that, Jim?
I just got one more slide.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I'll wrap it up. So in terms of funding considerations for the business district revitalization fund, the projected beginning balance for 2026 is a little over $4.8 million. As noted by Tim, for fiscal year 2026, the village will no longer use an interfund transfer. Instead, 100% of the home rule sales tax will go directly into this fund. The capital expenses shown here reflect the projects that were mentioned earlier and shown on the slide. The fund is projected to maintain a positive balance in the near term. However, the village will need to, as we just had our discussion here, need to explore funding options for future construction, including Hubbardwood Streetscapes, the post office, as costs become final. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions above and beyond.
What page
Is that in the book? I don't think that's.
I don't remember I was going to say, I don't remember
That's-
seeing it summarized that way.
You can find that this is a summary of what's in the actual budget, and the business district revitalization cash flow is shown on pages 552. Page 552 has the business district.
In the capital.
Yep,
Yeah.
in your book.
Okay.
And so you can see, as Tim mentioned, when you look at the ending cash balance, the impact of escalating the post office project. We are forecasting the $4,727,000 ending cash in '28. So if we moved forward the post office by 1 year, there would be cash available. It just would be cutting the fund balance close without absent any additional financing.
This is probably ground zero of the conversation for coming years, right here. And so, we're going to have that conversation and figure it out. We got to figure it out.
Sources, I'd be okay pushing out the EV charging stations if I just pick one line item, I mean, I won't keep pushing that out.
Yeah. Tim, you want to think about that?
I'll leave it to you guys to figure out.
You're saying the EV project for 300,000, the budget?
Yeah, I'm just looking in terms of.
In what year is that, Kim? I'm not looking at that page.
2026 is 300.
Well, I think we're,
So I think, I mean,
But
for-
there's 275 and 27 for the post office that we could accelerate.
yeah, I think we can include the 275 and 26 and still leave the EV charging. Because where it gets, like I said, between 26 and 28, we're okay. Where it gets dicey is that 28, 29.
yeah.
The big
Yeah.
amount.
And if we advance that 7 million, as we have it half and half, you're still okay for 28, but then you have half a project complete, and like I said, that was a question mark budget. We don't know what that is. So, but to get, to advance it so we have capacity to get moving on a final design and construction
We
on
should
it,
do
we can
that.
do that.
We should do that. Yeah.
Based
Can
on
we
the
get a
council
copy
feedback.
of that slide that Jim put up that kind of showed the total cash flow?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that one. No,
Yep.
it's in that packet.
Yeah,
Cool, okay.
the slides. Okay, so should we break for lunch now?
12:38, what time are we scheduled to
We were scheduled to
reconvene?
break for lunch at 12:30 and reconvene at 1:30.
Well, let's reconvene before 1:30. We don't need that long for lunch, do we?
I need a nap.
I mean, nap, 1:15. Can we
1:15?
reconvene at 1:15?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Yep, you bet.
We'll see you again. We'll see you again. So we're moving on now to engineering,
Yes.
and let's commence with engineering.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. So I'm pleased to present to you the proposed 2026 budget for the engineering department. The next few slides will provide an overview of the engineering department's roles, responsibilities, and the programs we'll be looking to undertake in 2026. So this slide shows the engineering department organizational chart. We currently have 5.5 full-time employees covering engineering, forestry, and part of a customer service representative. We are proposing one new position, an assistant village forester, shown in yellow here on the chart. I'll provide a little bit more detail about this role shortly. In addition to the full-time staff, the department also includes 2 summer interns, contractual engineering and forestry services, and a part-time GIS operator who is on site 2 days a week. So this slide highlights the overview of the engineering department's primary functions. Of course, these include development, implementation, and management of the village's capital and MFT improvement programs. Some of these examples include the Western Stormwater Conveyance and Roadway projects, the village's annual street rehabilitation program, excuse me, and the annual sidewalk replacement program, including patching and bridge maintenance. The department also performs residential and commercial permit reviews in coordination with the Community Development Department. Excuse me. And we also perform inspections, residential inspections and commercials throughout the community. The engineering department also manages the village's floodplain and stormwater programs and responds to resident inquiries and concerns related to drainage issues that may come up. Our department also manages and includes the village's forestry functions and services. These include the village's commercial and right-of-way planting and removal contracts. And finally, the engineering department also manages the village's GIS system that is used throughout the departments within the community. So, as noted previously, we are requesting the addition of an assistant village forester in 2026. Currently, the forestry division is managed by a single staff member who oversees consultants and who also sees a consultant that has helped work with us for the past couple of years, who is on site about 2 days a week for about a 7-month period. He assists just because the workload has increased over the last few years. This new position will take over many of those duties, including project oversight, assisting with permit reviews, and will be available to the village year-round. This slide also shows some of the roles and responsibilities that improve efficiency within the division. Again, this position will be replacing consultants and some outsourced pruning services, so that'll be making this addition to the budget net neutral. So in 2025, we'll talk a little bit about some of our accomplishments. 2025 was a busy year. It was productive for us. One of the major projects that we did in 2025 was the Elder Park outfall emergency repair. This was completed with the Winnetka Park District in coordination to help them reopen their public beach. During the construction, and unexpected site conditions required additional work. As noted previously, this included hydrojetting to clear some of the additional sand that came in and some of the blockages that we had. There was continual labor forces that were needed over the Labor Day weekend and holiday weekend to get the work completed on time. And we needed to modify to introduce a revised anchoring system to address the deteriorated piers, foundations. So the council has already approved this change order. I just wanted to talk through a little bit about that project just as a whole. Excuse me. So another one of the accomplishments that we had done this year was we successfully completed the annual street rehabilitation program. Some of the biggest work took place on Foxdale and Cherry. There's a couple of photos here of that work. This included coordination with the water department, including the installation of a new water main and the transfer of new water services and the elimination of some lead services. Some other accomplishments for us here is we have also successfully completed the last sanitary sewer evaluation study. This is also known as our I&I studies, and staff will be proposing a multi-year capital project to implement those recommendations from that study. Assistant Department Head Obed will be speaking to that shortly. We also continued the design of the reconstruction of Willow Road in coordination with IDOT. We're getting super close with that. And then, of course, we're continuing our ongoing negotiations right now with them related to Willow Road. We've advanced the Phase 1 study, as noticed previously, for the Hubbard Wood Business District Streetscape project. And we are currently in the process of completing a structural repair on the Elm Street Bridge. I won't talk through all these, but some of these items listed on here are just the general maintenance activities that we perform every year. Our sidewalk replacement, patching work. We did continue our ongoing relining program. This was based on recommendations from 2018. Perform plan reviews, tree plantings and prunings, and plantings within the parkway. Okay, so next we'll talk a little bit here about some of our goals for 2026, focusing on the continued investment in critical infrastructure in coordination with the upcoming stormwater projects. So our goals for next year are to complete the design and successfully bid this project for the Willow Road reconstruction, including the goal here to get the final JT completed as well. Our goal is to commence the construction of Willow Road in the first quarter of 2026. Again, this is all based on the final approval and jurisdictional transfer from IDOT, but that would be our goal. We'll also be looking to finalize the design for future phases of the proposed West Stormwater Conveyance projects. These include Hubbard Conveyance, Tree Street Conveyance, et cetera. I'll talk a little bit about that later under stormwater. We'll also be looking to finalize the East Side Stormwater Master Plan. As you recall, this is the conceptual plan of how we would address flooding on the east side. And we'll be looking forward to potentially moving forward with completing an IGA with New Trier High School as well.
Are there any, Jim, are there any concerns with, it's not very loud, with that Willow Road construction in 2026? Is there any impediments to getting this done?
IDOT.
But I mean, is that, so it's still in a point where nothing's been agreed to?
As of right now, we're on track to bid this project in February of next year. We're moving forward, requesting as much assistance as we can to expedite that process. I'll talk a little bit about the funding here in just a little bit, but really it's the approval from IDOT to get the plans approved and getting the requirements of the JT in place completed, which includes land acquisition that they're asking us to take the lead on for.
So I've been asked by every neighbor I know to doing that turn lane on Hibbard Road, turning onto Willow, going south. Is that a part of this?
That will be fixed. I'll touch base on that in just a
you.
little bit. Yes, that for sure is what we're going to be looking at.
Well, that could have been me, but yeah.
Okay, so some of the additional goals, we'll be looking to advance the design for the first phases of improvements for the Green Bay Trail in accordance with the requirements of IDOT, the IDOT grant that we had gotten. We'll be continuing to assist in obtaining grant funding. We'll be ongoing looking for additional funding opportunities to help fund those projects that are not funded. Our goal would be to continue improving the village's roadway and pedestrian infrastructure, continue to do our normal services as plan reviews and site inspections. We'll also be looking, as noted previously, to complete the Phase 1 study for the Hubbard Woods Streetscape project. Again, potentially awarding a Phase 2 contract next year.
Jim, question on the Green Bay Trail. So,
Yep.
excuse me, IDOT's given us a grant. You also said that we're working with Congressman Schneider to
Brett
try
Schneider.
and get a grant from the federal government. What does the scope of what we're going to do on the Green Bay Trail change based on whether we get that grant from the federal government or not? Or are we obligated to IDOT to execute a specific scope no matter what?
No, the grant provides us some flexibility in the overall design. The master Green Bay Trail concepts that were developed are our roadmap that we'll be using to develop the next couple phases. So once we get past the design component, staff will be coming back and presenting that to council, soliciting feedback so everybody understands what the scope is and what that's involved. Because this is a federal grant being administered through the state, we will need to go through the typical IDOT process, which is why it will take a little bit longer to go through that. So we will be providing the concepts to them. They will just be reviewing it for compliance, that it's consistent with the intent of the grant dollars.
So, Jim, can you clarify that it's not two separate grants, that Congressman Schneider's grant is being administered by IDOT, just for the record?
Yes, it's just one.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got to get the money from Congress that goes to IDOT.
Right.
And then IDOT would give it to us.
So when it's
it's one-
congressionally directed,
Yeah,
then
so it's
it
one
has to
grant.
be flow through a state agency, and that state agency is IDOT, one
So if
grant.
that money, if we're not successful in getting it transferred to IDOT, that would basically put off any Green Bay Trail improvements.
That part of the project, yes, we would need
That
the
could
funding
delay
to
it.
proceed.
If council wanted to, we could approve the funding and still move forward with the design, and we could have it designed and shelf-ready with the cost estimate and permitting, and then should the council choose in a future year to allocate funds to construct it, we'd be in a good position to do so. But the grant obviously definitely helps to move those first couple phases along.
Quick question, Jim, on that. If somebody wanted to understand what's the basis of the grant application or the plan, is that available on the projects tab on the website? Do we have that information of what conceptually that's going to look like?
The concept design?
Yeah.
So nothing has been advanced except for the Green Bay Master, the concept plan that was put together. So they could see the first two phases, which are the two southernmost phases of the Green Bay Trail. Those are the first two locations we'll be looking at to construct first. So they could view that online.
Okay, so it doesn't include very conceptual plans that we looked at for an integration with Elm Street. It's all the South Green Bay Trail.
You're correct, it's south.
Okay.
So it's primarily Ash, I think it's Ash Street South all the way to Winnetka Avenue. There's a couple locations as part of the study that we'll be focusing on first. Okay. So again, as far as for our goals and objectives for next year as well, we'll be looking to continue and improve our forestry and landscaping initiatives throughout the village. Again, this would include the recruitment and hiring of a new assistant village forester, and then again, move forward with our replacement and trimming programs, perennial landscapings, and then a change for us this year with the new person coming on is we will be looking to oversee and manage the village-wide landscaping contract. Okay, so this program, we'll talk a little bit here about street rehab proposed for next year. This program is typically the largest annual capital project performed by the village on its existing infrastructure. Staff is recommending a budget of about $1.8 million for next year's program. Many of the highest rated roadways are located within the tree streets. This was noted a little bit previously. These roads have been delayed due to upcoming stormwater improvements. Engineering is proposing to use the proposed budget towards two critical roadway projects. So the first is the Willow Road reconstruction project. So we would be looking to allocate a little over $1.29 million towards the Willow Road reconstruction project. The second would be an allocation towards the design of those roadways that are adjacent to the stormwater improvements. So staff is proposing to use a portion of the funds for that design work tied to the Western Stormwater Conveyance Project. The engineering and the water departments are coordinating their annual budgets to align with the stormwater construction schedule. A change order for these additional design services will be presented at the November 4th meeting, so I'll provide a little bit more update and detail as it relates to that. But primarily what that is there are sections where the stormwater doesn't touch, but there's a block of road that needs to have a new water main or be reconstructed that we've been delaying. So instead of impacting the residents by doing a large project and then coming back and doing a large project, it makes sense to do them sequentially. And we'd be utilizing the funds that we would normally use for street rehab programs like we would if there wasn't a stormwater project, and putting it towards those projects as well. And so this will be coordinated with the water department, who also has high priority water mains in these locations as well. So it'll be a sequenced event, but it'll be bid at the same time. So I'll talk a little bit more about that next week.
Say, Jim, on the second point, can you give us a real-life example of what you're talking about here?
Sure.
I mean, $500,000 for design services.
I'm not quite sure.
Sure, and I have a stormwater slide that shows the big master one. But so let's say, for example, in the tree streets right now, there's a portion of the stormwater that goes up Glendale and then stops and then heads east. Well, one of the blocks just to the north, that next block north of where the stormwater project stops, actually has a high water main replacement, and the road has deteriorated and needs to be reconstructed. So what we typically do is we will design those. We will hire a consultant to help us perform some surveying, and we will do some design work as part of that. What we're proposing to do is have a consultant perform the design work for us for all of the stormwater, the Western Stormwater Conveyance. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about this under stormwater, but as we started to go through the designs and the reviews with staff and the consultants for those projects, we noted the need to address those other roadways at the same time that we're disturbing the neighborhoods. It makes sense to do this. We've put them off for a long time, waiting to come in to do these projects. So really what this is doing is just adding to the contract the additional design services to do all the work at the same time. So when I'm working, for example, on Ash Street, and there's a small piece that's not impacted by the stormwater project, but is a high priority for the roadway and water main, I will add that to the contract and do it at the same time. So it'll appear sequentially to the residents. We'll still be utilizing the same funds that we always do for street rehab and for the water main replacement, but just doing it in sequence with the stormwater project.
Okay, so in your example, there's a stormwater pipe going up Glendale, and it gets to Oak Street.
Right.
Whatever. And you're saying that there's a pipe on Oak that it's not connected to? I don't understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, it'd probably be a little bit easier for me to show you an exhibit. At November, when I present next week on it, I've got an exhibit that kind of shows where the stormwater work is taking place and some of the roads that are adjacent to it that are highlighted a little bit differently. That shows those are the roads we'd be looking to do the additional design and construction.
But is it connecting the stormwater pipes? Is that what you're saying? Or?
No, it's no. The roadways we're ripping up the roadways at the same time. So what I'm saying is when we come through, for example, Ash Street, we'll be putting a large box culvert down Ash Street. We'll be installing new water mains, et cetera. So that makes sense to address the road at that time. If there's a block that's adjacent to or right next to that, but it's not proposed to be addressed as part of the stormwater project, but it is a high priority for us for street rehab, we would design it and include it in the contract for the tree streets and then do them both at the exact same time. So I don't want to impact the residents and then come back the next year and then impact them again. That they've been waiting long enough.
So you don't do Ash Street alone, you do Glendale and Ash.
Correct,
at the same
and
time.
combine it into one project, but pull those funding sources that we would normally just The best way to explain is if I wasn't doing a stormwater project, I would come in and do those roads. All I'm doing is advancing the design to do them at the same time that I'm doing the stormwater one. So I'm hitting them all at the same time, minimizing disturbances.
This is an agenda item on the November 4th meeting for next week. So when the packet link comes out today, there's detailed maps in the exhibit that show the adjacent areas that Jim is referencing and what additional design work is
We'll
covering.
have time, so as we can table till then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks, I think when you see the exhibit, it's a little easier to picture it, but yeah. Okay, so Willow Road. Speaking of Willow Road. Okay, so the next few slides will focus on, of course, the largest of the capital projects proposed for 2026. This is the reconstruction and the jurisdictional transfer of Willow Road. This slide shows the limits of the project that are proposed for next year. This project consists of many improvements. Of course, these include the total reconstruction of Willow Road, which also includes the much-needed intersection improvements of Hibbard and Willow Road. Once completed, the intersection will include designated turn lanes, traffic signals that will function more like a traditional intersection, helping reduce congestion during the peak hours. Anybody that has gone through there in the morning or in the evening time knows there's that delay where one goes at a time. Now, east and west will operate at the same time, and north and south will operate at the same time with designated turn lanes. So that'll be the incredible improvement for that intersection. The project, of course, will also include the installation of a new stormwater box culvert, installation of new water mains and water services, including the installation of new water main bypass line to improve management of potable water to and from the storage tanks west of Hibbard Road, and the installation of a new sanitary service to address some conflicts. Like the Tower Road construction project, next year's program will require a lot of coordination and communication with residents, schools, and businesses, so we're well aware of that. In addition, as part of this project, based on recent conversations with the Tree Street residents that were here, I believe about a week ago, the village will also be installing a new rectangular flashing pedestrian crossing sign similar to what exists east of this location at the intersection of Willow and Berkeley. So in the interim, we'll be looking to put something up just to help highlight the intersection, but at the completion of the project, this will be installed and it will add that to that location.
Is that the intersection we keep seeing feedback from residents on?
Willow and Berkeley,
Right,
correct.
okay.
Yep.
Which intersection is that?
Willow and Berkeley.
Berkeley,
So right
right by the red line.
here. That's that one crossing.
How dependent is your construction timing on the negotiations with IDOT? And by what I'm getting at is, we probably want to minimize the closure on Willow right in front of Crow Island School.
Correct.
Right, so you're assuming we get some agreement with IDOT in February and we start, how realistic is February for an agreement with them?
Right.
Especially given the fact that part of that negotiations is how much money they're willing to contribute to this project.
As Tim had mentioned, we are anticipating 100% funding this project, so we can move forward whether we get the funds or not directly
Yeah.
from IDOT because of how critical this project is to the village in attaching the other Conveyance Street projects. Depending on if there is any delays from IDOT, staff would have to come back and take a look at realistically potentially phasing parts of this. You're absolutely correct, though, in the assumption that the coordination with the school will require that any work that takes place, I would say between Berkeley and heading east a couple blocks over, would have to take place during the summertime. Our intent would be to work on Hibbard Road on Willow Road west of Hibbard Road, get that started, get the work going, start working east, managing traffic throughout the day, and then when the summertime came, we would be looking at potentially shutting down Willow Road and working on the installation of the box culvert past the school, water mains, et cetera, and then reconstructing the road so that we could have it reopened before school commenced. So it's possible to do, it's a short time frame window to do it, but if we are delayed, and that work where we don't think that we can reasonably do the work in front of the school. I really need to sort of start downstream and work my way east. It's not really feasible for me to start east working west. If we're delayed for any reason, then I think we would have to talk about phasing. I would anticipate us working potentially west of Hibbard Road, including the intersection of Hibbard Road and north and south on Hibbard Road, and get myself as far east as I possibly could, and then stop, and then when permits, pick
It'd
up,
be a mess.
pick up and go that following year. But our intent is to construct it within 1 year. It's possible to do. Realistically, it's easy to do because it's only a 2-lane road. But that's going to be the biggest caveat to it.
Yeah.
As of right now, we are moving forward. IDOT understands our urgency. I think we're really close as it relates to the terms of who's going to do for what. We're just waiting for them to submit their letter of intent to indicate how much fiscally that they would contribute towards the project. That'll really help. We've noticed from the IDOT staff that once they understand that this is a JT, the review process goes much quicker because there's no reason to hold it up anymore.
And,
So-
go ahead, Scott.
Well, I was going to say, so can you also clarify, let's call it 1.3 million, 1.92, but let's call it 1.3 million on the construction project. That's all focused on this project?
The, for
Stormwater?
for the street
that you
rehab?
talked about, the 1.92, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be-
Reconstruction of Willow. But is that the total amount that we envision this project costing, or is this project broken up into different?
That's the next slide.
Got it.
So
Okay.
I'll talk to
I'm the
this slide.
straight man here.
No, that's
so I'm
okay.
just happy to.
You're going
Happy
right
to
where
be
I
part
want
of the
everybody to.
So Jim, just to clarify here.
Sure.
What's the optimal timing? What, you started when would the road be closed? When would this be completed? Can you just kind of give us a sense of as you see it?
Sure. The optimal timing would be is if we bid this project in February, figure March, April to get through contracts and award with the contractor starting, let's say, late April, early May is realistic. That'll give us time to work east of Hibbard Road and near the intersection to get the water main moved and out of the way, as well as some of the sanitary service.
So in front of Crow Island in the summer,
Correct. That would get us to a point where when the school closed for the summertime, we would continue with the box service installations, water main replacements, et cetera, drop back and rebuild the road to a certain, to hopefully from east of Hibbard all the way to Provident, have that completed and reopened by the time school comes back in August.
Okay.
And then past that time, we would focus pretty much the second part of the year working on the intersection of Hibbard Road west is where we would go. I'd
So
like
is-
to focus on everything east first to get that done.
Is Willow Road closed east of Hibbard during that time?
Yes.
It is closed?
Yes.
Okay.
If for any of those that remember Tower Road project, it would be like Tower Road
Yeah.
project.
So you start the construction in April or May, you're done in September? On the east of Hibbard?
Yeah, August, and late August, yes, is what we'll be
All
shooting
right,
for.
and then you start going west of Hibbard,
Correct.
and then what's the time frame on that?
I could get that done by November, no problem.
And is that road closed?
We would be, I think, no, the proposed plan shows keeping one eastbound, one westbound lane going. Now, when we get into the intersection area where we start installing the new water main, there may be lane reductions, there may be a proposed detour that requires us to either only allow one-way traffic, depending exactly how long or how quickly we can reconstruct the intersection. I may recommend doing a closure and a detour if it saves us money and expedites the repair work. But I'd have to wait, once we find out who the contractor is what's their approach for that.
And are you going a little bit north and south on Hibbard?
Going a little bit north and south on Hibbard Road,
And
correct.
that's all done by November?
That is all done by November.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're talking construction from April or May through November?
I would say, yeah, from till December 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, and then anticipate maybe some final restoration in the spring of '27, but nothing that,
But everything's reopened?
Correct.
Come December 1st?
that would be the goal,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Quick question. I just want to clarify, if we're talking about jurisdictional transfer, is it the jurisdictional transfer of the entirety of Willow Road from Forest Way all the way to Sheridan?
No, so as of right now, IDOT only controls from the village's western limits, which is just east of Forest Way Drive,
Yeah.
to Provident. That's the
Oh.
only section they own, so
Oh.
we own everything east of that.
Okay.
So we would just be looking to jurisdictional transfer from our western municipal limits to Provident.
Okay, so thanks for the clarification. And then just lastly, is there a light proposed at Forest Way? Is that part of the discussion?
Not as part of this project. We have had conversations with IDOT.
Okay.
As part of the initial JT discussions, it's on their radar.
Right.
The original Phase 1 study that we had done contemplated the intersection having a signal installed. We originally attempted to coordinate a project with IDOT to say, when we're doing this, would you like us to design the intersection as well and add the light? It's on their long-term capital, but there's no date defined for it, and so they didn't want to move forward at this time. So instead of delaying our project until they decided to build the intersection, we said, okay, well then we're going to just focus on the Winnetka side, and then we'll readdress it. But they know that a light is needed.
Well, I
But
remember years ago, the idea of a roundabout was floated at that, as an entrance to town. Is that idea dead?
yeah, that idea is dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my idea.
Yeah.
Both. Who owns the intersection, or which municipality? Is it Northfield, where Forest Way and Willow intersect?
It's unincorporated. That's
Unincorporated.
correct. Yeah. So IDOT owns it.
Is there any possibility, without delaying the project, that we could contemplate maybe some safety improvements at that intersection?
So we've addressed that with IDOT. IDOT, just to the north of the intersection up in here, there's a culvert that comes across the road. You might have seen some barricades out there that they'll be out there doing some improvement work. They're planning on resurfacing near that intersection. We've asked them about improvements for widening turn lanes. They had indicated to staff they do not want to contemplate that right now until they have a final design as it relates to the installation of a traffic signal. The installation of a traffic signal, though, would contemplate the addition of turn lanes and a designated turn lane, which would widen this whole area out in general. And technically, they would need land from the Cook County Forest Preserve to expand that out. They weren't willing to negotiate with them at this point.
But to your point, though, Kirk, that Tower Road and Forest Parkway, if you look at traffic from 3 in the afternoon, it goes all the way back to Hibbard. It's crazy.
Yep.
So I don't know, that would be a
Another one
great-
of those, I made comments some months ago. Would love to see that somewhere on the budget as well. But
Yeah, and so that intersection is owned by IDOT, for clarity.
Which one?
Tower Road and Forest Way Drive.
Is it really?
Yeah, they own Forest Way all the way through. We have the rights to go through, but they own the intersection, which is why when they resurfaced through there, they had added the pedestrians. When the concept plan first came through, we had shared with them the idea of installing the right-of-way, a roundabout at that location as a potential optic for it. It would require land acquisition from residential properties at the northeast corner of the Cook County Forest Preserve. And again, based on that, IDOT did not want to, it would require a huge blowout and make it wide enough to allow, because it's a truck route. So you have to have it large enough for trucks to be able to maneuver through that. So the size of the roundabout would be quite large. Correct. And so what you would do is it would require the reconfiguration of the intersection. Because where the roads cross specifically right now, you'd have to, the amount of space you would need to expand to the east would require taking residential properties. And they weren't interested in doing it. So they said the only way we could make it fit would be to shift it a little bit to the west, but then we'd have to change the road so that you approach the intersection correctly, and that's where it sort of died.
sounds like a fun discussion for another day.
Okay, so moving forward, this slide shows the proposed financial, excuse me, sorry, started to talk through this a little bit. This slide talks here a little bit about the funding for the Willow Road project. Excuse me, sorry about that. So as you see, the current proposed budget is a little over $18.4 million. That's a proposed. Now this is being paid for, again, by a breakup of different accounts contributing to this. The first is the proposed stormwater improvements with a total of a little over $5.74 million, and this is being paid for with the stormwater fund solely. The proposed water main improvements that are related to this project, here showing a little over $3.2 million, will be paid for 100% out of the water fund. These are improvements from their part.
Sorry,
And-
Jim, so these numbers are already in the capital budget that we are looking at.
That is correct.
So if we got IDOT as part of the JT to cover some or all of these, that would relieve pressure on the capital budget as it's
Correct.
currently
That is
presented to
correct.
us.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure how the accounting
Right.
had been done.
So for clarification, the only funds that IDOT would contribute would be anything related to roadway. And so the stormwater is being paid for stormwater as part of us. Water main is a water main utility they don't have. Now, the roadway is made up of, out of a couple funds. One is, this is being paid for out of that STP grant to the Council of Mayors, the one that I said 100%, but finance said 99.9. And the other one is part of the general fund. That's the street rehabilitation dollar that I had shown just previously. That's the 1.29. Willow Road is going to be part of our road, so it's consistent. And then the remaining balance there, shown at a little bit over 3.83 million, that is proposed being paid using MFT funds and a grant that we received for the Rebuild Illinois Fund. Our discussions with IDOT would be we'd be requesting from IDOT to cover that balance of the 3.83. They have not officially responded. We need for them to respond.
So that's what we're asking for?
That's what we are asking
The balance
for.
of 3.83?
That's correct,
The whole number?
the whole number.
Okay.
That's what we're asking, but they have to respond. They have indicated in preliminary conversations that, that they are open to paying and contributing towards the village's road reconstruction projects. So we know the answer is not zero, it's just, where do we land at this point?
So the deal is we take over the road, and they would provide us some financial compensation to do the work on the surfacing of the road. That's at 3.8. It could be 2.8, which would add $1 million to our capital expenditure here.
Well, again, the capital expenditure is being paid for 100% using funds we currently have.
But the 3.8 million,
So that,
what are we assuming on that?
so we're assuming that the 18.4 million that we're getting, the assumption built into the budget is we're getting $0 in jurisdictional transfer. For every dollar we get in jurisdictional transfer money, that would reduce the amount of budget that's coming out of the capital plan.
And so the, wait, the 4.3 million, also we're assuming we're paying that?
The 4.3 million, that's a grant, that's the 99
I understand
to 100%
that, but
grant.
but that, the
That
18
is
point-
that is a funding source, so so for the roadway portion of the project, the $9.4 million, we're using 4.3 million in the STP grant. We're dedicating the portion of the annual street reconstruction budget, which is the 1.3 million, and then the remaining balance is the MFT Rebuild Illinois funds. So-
by my rough math, our hope is that we're only gonna be out $10 million for this project. 18.4 less 4.3 less 3.8. Right?
That's correct.
Is that?
That would be our best.
A little bit
case.
less,
Correct.
yeah, but yes, that's
Okay,
what I'm
but around
reading, that's
that-
what I'm hearing.
Correct.
$10 million.
Yeah.
Correct. Now, we do have an opportunity as well, and I think I mentioned this previously, the village can request additional funds to go towards the STP grant. At the time that we had applied, I actually asked for an increase, and we got an extra $780,000 of grant funds. We are eligible to ask up to a maximum amount of $5 million. So I will be pursuing that. So should we get that, it would go down even more.
Okay, and we'll know all that by April of?
Correct, yeah. We'll know what the breakdown of all the funding sources are by then.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, good, good.
Okay. Okay, so this slide shows the proposed financial summary of the engineering department for '26. Salaries and benefits are proposed at a little over $1 million. This is a 7.3% increase. This is primarily due to the addition of the new assistant village forester, the anticipated employee annual reviews, and step increases. Service and supplies are proposed at a little over $1,070,000, which is approximately $162,000 higher than the department's budget last year. The biggest change in the coming year is the inclusion of the Green Bay Trail design services for the IDOT grant. As you may recall, and we discussed briefly here, the village, with the assistance of Congressman Brad Schneider's office, the village received a reimbursable grant to be used for the improvements to the Green Bay Trail. The proposed costs for this year will be for the design and permitting of the project, with the intent, again, that we would be moving forward with the construction project in 2027, of course, assuming everything gets through IDOT. The total operating expenses also include $647,800 for the Forestry Department operating budget, which includes programs and services such as tree trimming, plantings, disease controls, and supplies. In addition, staff is anticipating slight price increases for material and labor costs in this division, as well as we'll be going out for new multi-year contracts that will be going out towards the beginning of the year. Finally, the capital outlay is proposed at a little over $6.36 million. This is up a little over $4.2 million from last year. This is all mainly due, of course, obviously to the Willow Road reconstruction project. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding engineering.
Can I ask a couple questions on the Green Bay Trail?
Sure.
And I guess, Tina, it was kind of in line with your question. So we have three items in here. We have a design fee for $200,000.
Right.
We have 100 and some odd thousand, our portion of the work, and then we have the ongoing, our volunteer group would pick up and so on and so forth.
Correct.
I guess my question is, we were presented with the Lakota Group plan. I think there was mixed appetite for that plan around the table here, some elements. How are we going to learn what's being thought about in terms of that work on the Green Bay Trail? Because you're talking about $1 million of work south of Ash Street.
Correct.
Which is pretty much of an open part of the trail. I mean, I'm not even sure what we're thinking about there. So is it going to come to council?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And will there be, were three different iteration, alternatives? Like we could do everything south of Ash Street, or we could do some around the train station, some up in Hubbard. I mean, is there going to be some alternative?
Sure.
That we'll be able to consider?
Yeah, so staff will definitely come back when we bring the contract for the design services. And with that, we would show an exhibit showing what we propose to encompass as part of that design. Staff, prior to the budget, took a look at the preliminary cost estimates, which were light in the Lakota study. They were definitely light. And took a look at utilizing just the grant dollars that we had. Which phases of the projects could we construct realistically? The only two projects that really sort of felt into the bucket of what we could do was the improvements near the Ash Street and then the southernmost one. When you get towards Elm Street, where there's a switchback component, and farther north of there, there's a lot of additional engineering that goes into it. We have some sloughing issues that are taking place along that slope over there. And so there's also been some discussions about what do we want that trail to look like on the east side, but behind the commercial district businesses in Lincoln. Do we want it to be expanded? Do we want a wider walkway through there? When we reconstruct the Elm Street Bridge, does it tie in? Is there a patio? The walkway's pretty narrow. It needs a little bit of TLC. So the question is that price tag becomes excessively higher. There would be no way to do that project without adding above and beyond the grant dollars a significant amount. Considering all the capital projects that we have coming down the pike, it made sense to save that for a future point until we had the bandwidth to sort of take that on. But in the short essence of really wanting to use that grant dollar so it doesn't disappear, we figured the phase 2 and the phase 3 and 4 towards the south end made more sense. Part of that would also include maybe reconstructing the trail, enhancing the running paths on the side, which was consistent with the Lakota crew. So it wouldn't be just at the two locations, but what could we do in between that would be part of the design.
So we have the ability to sort of craft this $1 million project and prioritize. We wanted to fix, for instance, the Pine Street entrance where it's kind of collapsing at the sidewalk level. Mm-hmm. Could that be part of that?
We could definitely take a look at it.
I mean, there are some sort of urgent areas, I think, down there.
Yeah, again, though, when you start to get over near Pine and Elm over there, I don't think it's realistic to do it as part of this, only because, again, there's some sloughing issues, which is why the sidewalk keeps sliding. Yeah. So Tom and I have talked about it a little bit too, is that we really need to have somebody, we need to understand what the long-term concept design is for that. because it's going to require retaining walls to hold that back. If you remember, or if you recall, in previous conversations, when they built those trails, they literally just dug a big trench down there and sort of stuck dirt to the side, and over time, it's moving on us. And with the commercial developments in the parking lot near there, it's sliding. And so we have to find a way to armor that back in order to install a switchback or other types of
Okay.
systems.
Well, hang on one second. I do know that the Friends of the Green Bay Trail would like to extend their restoration work north of Ash Street where they've gone. I think we put that on hold because of this design. If there's the ability to allow them to do that next year, I think we should, have them do that work because they are willing to do it.
Yeah. And I think what I'm hearing is we need to schedule a check-in with council when we get ready to schedule the design, should it go forward in the budget.
Yeah, Andrew actually has been talking to the Friends of the Green Bay Trail. The biggest holdup was, again, staff plans on coming back with those concepts. What we don't know is what's the planting plan for this. We've got the concept plan that we're trying. The question is the village anticipating continuing that all the way north and south, or is it a little bit something different? What's involved with the long-term maintenance of it? Should the village choose to take over long-term maintenance for that? What are those costs as it relates to us? That's the things we want to work through and then come back to council and present those and then get feedback on the final plan. And of course, they would be involved as we talk about what types of plantings. So Andrew had asked them just hang tight until we
Okay.
get to that point where we finalize what that palette of landscaping is going to be, and then we'll move forward with it.
Well, I know they're anxious and ready to talk, so.
Yes, understood.
My last question is the agreement with the Park District. I think it expires in 2027, maybe? Are we going to be engaging with them on that agreement?
Yes, we need to.
We need to.
Yeah.
And who will be doing that? Kristen, your office, or Jim, or?
I'll initiate that and bring in Jim
Okay.
and Public Works as well,
Okay.
because the maintenance activities are obviously a key aspect of this.
Okay, okay, good, thank you.
Just a quick question. If I understand what you're saying, Jim, are you saying that what we can plan on now is just work on the flat trail itself, no development or improvement of access points? Because
No,
that-
this would improve, so the Ash Street concept that was in the Lakota one includes enhancements to the access to the trail, so
To
that would
that
be
one.
included.
Okay.
At the southern farthest end on where Winnetka Avenue is at, there's some enhancement of landscaping and kind of off areas where there's benches and things like that. And then we would also take a look at what's the condition of the existing bike trail from that point all the way up to
Okay.
Ash. Could we enhance that somehow?
Because you were
Could-
making it sound like any access point was a major engineering project.
That's,
Okay.
but I think the trail, are you talking about rebuilding the trail or repaving the trail there?
Potentially resurfacing the trail.
Because that's a
and then-
Park District function right now.
As of right now,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
Okay, some work to do, it sounds like.
Can I
Yeah.
just,
yep.
just a quick question, and maybe this is covered later, but on the issue of applying for a letter of map revision, we've gotten all. Which is what? A low, for stormwater for FEMA insurance purposes. A lot of the homes in the tree streets are within floodplain.
Correct.
And with this stormwater improvement project, one of the things we could do is to submit to FEMA to have a map revision to, remove those because of the improvement project. And we've all received communication from Warren James about this. Is this something that is something we can look at once the conveyance of the stormwater and the tree streets is completed? Is it just not possible to do right now? Or
It's not possible to do. So Mr. James is inaccurate in his position that we would apply to FEMA and change the letter, and change the FEMA floodplain maps. And the reason why is because the improvements that we're doing will not change the limits of the floodplain. It changes how we manage the stormwater during events. The reason why is because on the west side of the village, along the golf course, there is the east diversion ditch, and there's the berm that's
Right.
there. That berm is not a certified berm, so it's not certified as a levee. The village would have to certify that as a levee, which requires a tremendous amount of liability and long-term maintenance components and potentially the reconstruction of the levee, which into the tunes of millions and millions of dollars. Even with that being done, the elevation of Willow Road to the south of where
Right.
the levee's at, the whole area acts, as everybody knows, it's a flat bowl. So even with the improvements that we're doing, once the Skokie Lagoon's over top and water converges into that area, the water will still rise. It'll still go back to the locations. So think of,
Well, the only reason I'm asking, and I'm sure there's good technical reasons, is because almost every project we work on, we seek letter of map revisions.
correct.
So is it something after the project is done, we could just have that conversation? Because maybe they will have data showing, I'm just looking at, right now, people have to buy flood insurance.
That's correct.
In that area, and I think it would be helpful to look at this once the project is done to see if there's any potential relief. We can't do it now because we don't have the conveyance structures of the stormwater taking the water from, the tree streets into this, this great system. But I think there are engineering conditions where we could, point to that maybe might raise that consideration. I just think it should be something we keep on our map. Understand that there may be a 0% chance that FEMA plays ball.
Understood.
But I think,
Yep.
given the importance to those residents in the tree streets, we should at least have that
Absolutely. We can
conversation.
engage FEMA and have those conversations for sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Anything else for Jim?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll be back for stormwater.
Who's on deck this week?
Oh, I jumped the gun.
Tom Powers?
Sorry.
All right, Tom.
I know. What page are we on here?
138.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Right. Fire, okay. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Public Works departmental budget this year. It'll be a little bit of a tag team effort. I'll be working with Assistant Director Jensen, who will be presenting the refuse and fleet portion of the presentation. And then later on, we'll have some input from Assistant Village Engineer Khalid about our sanitary, and then back to Jim for the stormwater overview. When we look at Public Works, there's some organizational changes I want to bring to your attention. In the past year, we looked at the structure of the department. We converted a position known as the operations manager to the internal service manager, which we hired Mark Zalewski, who's here today. And he oversees our facilities and fleet. He's a little informally dressed because he's working with the HVAC contractor today, so.
It's okay.
Just fine.
And then with the operations manager position, historically provided oversight of the street and sewer department. So with the transition away from that position, Assistant Director Jensen has taken a larger role overseeing streets and sewers while continuing with his oversight of refuse. In terms of changes in staffing, within this, everything is the same with two additions. Within our refuse department, we now have a 7th collector. As Tim had mentioned earlier, as part of the AMI project, we've reallocated some staff to the refuse department. That's been a great benefit to us so far in terms of reducing the load both within refuse and across the department when we have people out. Assistant Director Jensen will go in more detail on that. And then within the sewer department, we are asking for a part-time employee. This would be a year-round employee who works part-time, but I'll get into more discussion on that when we get to the stormwater operation portion of the presentation. So Public Works, as you as you know, touches on a lot of different things. It's one of the things I enjoy about Public Works. We get to work with all the departments in the village. We do a variety of things for the village. We touch on 6 different funds that we work with our sister departments in utilizing those funds. But those are the general fund, refuse fund, internal service fund, facilities fund, sanitary fund, and stormwater fund. So the good news, I'm second to last today, but we do have 6 funds to go through, so I'll try to go quick. For my presentation today, my plan is to kind of go over our past accomplishments, as many of the other departments do, highlight some of the new stuff, and then any key financial points, I'll be making those as well. But within the last year, we did a variety of what I would call small to medium-sized facility projects, some cabinetry to get our AV system organized, improving ADA access at the public safety building. We're in the process, it'll soon be complete, of constructing the nursing mother's room at the public safety building. One of our initiatives over the past year is working with the various departments on their maintenance contracts. We want to consolidate those. That achieves both economy of scale and a consistent level of service across those contracts. We've begun implementation of our facility study, which started last year. I'll go into more detail about that later. And then we've implemented a new fleet metrics tool that integrates with our GIS. You'll also hear more about that later. Our first initiative was within our refuse department and what we call our workforce app. And then we've used it for leaf collection, and we plan to utilize it for the optimizing our snow routes and streamlining that operation. You'll see something in the weekly about that this week. And last but not least, this past year, in terms of projects, we completed a concept study for access at the Spruce Street road end. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Other accomplishments, the restructuring actually was a big effort. We had to work with Village Hall and make sure we were organizing our department in the right way. So we're proud to have that completed, and Mark has done a great job since he's been here. We won't go into too many performance metrics, but we are proud that we were able to increase our pavement patching output by 66% this year. And the last 2 items, some fun items. We hosted our inaugural Touch a Truck event. It was very well attended by hundreds of attendees. And we were often involved in the 4th of July parade, setting up, breaking down, but this year we had a couple floats, so the employees enjoyed that as well.
And also outstanding support for the Music Fest.
We love working on all the special events. It's one of the bright spots of the job. Despite Deputy MacArthur's worry about our salt usage, I'd like to just share a little bit of information about our salt usage. We are judicious with our salt usage, but of course I could tell you that, but why should you believe me? We have some third-party verification of our salt operation. The village is part of the North Branch Chicago River Watershed Work Group. Assistant Engineer Khalid is our delegate to that group. It is a consortium of villages that studies the water quality within the watershed and makes plans to address water quality within the watershed. Winnetka is, on this map, I know it's very hard to read, but we are that circle in red, SR 18. And the working group did a 5-year study of chlorides measuring chlorides in the waterway. Our location where we discharge SR 18 was the lowest mean and median for chlorides within the waterway. Chlorides obviously being the chemical breakdown from salt that remains. And then overall, the Skokie River watershed was doing quite well below the median set by the IDNR for chlorides in the waterway. Our goals for next year, and so this is focusing on the general fund. We're obviously going to continue to maintain our right-of-ways. We are focusing in on our snow operations to see what sort of improvements we can make. It will snow again. Something we're looking at is, right now we split our group into two shifts, two 12-hour shifts when we have bigger storms. But we want to look at having some overlapping shifts if we are expecting a larger storm. So we can put more equipment on the street for a shorter period of time and improve our response, our ability to keep up with storms during heavier storms. Something else we're looking at is what we're calling the Sidewalk Express Plow Route. Right now we struggle with, I don't want to say struggle, but we have to make a decision to clear the roads, make sure the roads are safe before we get to the sidewalks. This often leaves the sidewalks unplowed for a period of days. However, we know there is a desire to improve walkability to the schools and along the main routes. So we've put together what we're calling, rather than switching over to a full operation, we could do what we call a loop through village, hitting the schools, hitting the main routes in a shorter period of time. We could either pull somebody off of roads if we're almost done with the roads, or have someone come in early to do this. So we're going to test that out this year and see how it goes. In terms of capital, we have two purchases that have been ordered this year and are going to carry over to fiscal year 26. The equipment won't be ready until next year. We won't take delivery, so we're going to carry over those budget items. They'll be pulled from reserve. We have a variety of equipment that will be replaced. Asphalt roller number 39 is 27 years old. We have one of those small sidewalk tractors that's 16 years old. It'll be the third one, which should get that fleet up to snuff. Crew cab number 3 is 11 years old, has 28,000 miles, but the big thing there is our current trucks only have two-man cabs, so if we have to send groups like Music Fest to a variety of locations, it becomes difficult to get everyone where they need to go safely. So the crew cab will allow us to get bigger crews mobilized into more locations. And then for transparency, we don't have it in the budget. Public Works truck 15, 17 years old. We've spent $250,000 maintaining that truck. We are planning to put in the order to replace it for delivery in 27. We're kind of taking our lesson learned from Public Works truck 13 and 25. We don't want to encumber the budget if we don't expect to receive the truck. But we're seeing these longer lead times on these specialty trucks, similar to the fire apparatuses and some of the water and electric trucks. Last but not least, in terms of capital from the general fund, we're going to begin the final design of the Spruce Street outlet. We're actually planning to come back to the access, is what that is. We're going to come back to the council in November with that contract. We want to get as much started on that this year to reduce our encumbrance for next year. That also reduces our budget ask. We did have dollars available this year that were budgeted for it, so we want to begin using that. But it will be a long process with the regulatory agencies. That process will continue over into next year. And then just something to be aware of. I know we've yes, Scott?
Yeah, Tom, what is the Spruce Street outlet? Is that part of the east side stormwater? or
It's
is
not
that
stormwater. This would be a stairway
A stairway, okay.
at the
Got it.
Spruce
back
Street
in.
road end
Got it.
down to
Okay.
the lake level. So it's, yeah, poorly named there. I apologize for that.
Those access stairs were removed during COVID due to the deterioration.
I know we've talked a lot about capital costs increasing, but something we're seeing, we will be trying to get some of these purchases going because vendors are running out of their non-tariff stock, so we want to purchase any remaining non-tariff stock. And then 2027, there's a new IEPA requirement for clean diesel that we expect to significantly increase the large truck costs. Here's an overview of the Public Works budget. I guess the highlight here is, while it appears we're increasing our ask by $596,000, that does include the $528,000 carryover from last year. So when you subtract that carryover, our net increase is $68,000. All right, I'll turn it over to Assistant Director. If there's any questions, I'll pause, but I'll turn it over to Assistant Director Jensen to go through the refuse fund and the fleet fund.
Will you be coming back, Tom?
Yes, I'll be coming back for facilities, sanitary, and storm sewer.
Good. All right, Eric.
My kid was on this. Just want to get notes up here. They didn't tell me about this when I was coming up, so. I will get this. Sort of.
Or your tie.
Got it, got it. Tie will work too, yeah. There you go. All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Moving on to the refuse fund. I'm reminded you have 6 funds after this, so I will try to be short with my time here. The refuse fund accounts for all of our solid waste management services, so that includes residential and commercial backdoor and curbside refuse and recycling, yard waste collection, as well as all of our specialized recycling services. So that would include the containers that are up front, that would include the Hefty Bag program, and this would also include special programs like the annual spring cleanup and some of the components of leaf collection. Looking back over the last year, we continued all of our core services, and to look at some of the new initiatives here, we purchased 1 new refuse scooter under budget. We, with sustainability, launched the Recycling Coach mobile application. That is an educational app that helps people kind of locate where to put hard-to-recycle things. That was a statewide initiative, but we worked closely with the Solid Waste Agency of Northern Cook County, or SWANC, to implement that, as well as with Elise. We did the deployment of the Orange Bag program for hard-to-recycle materials. So that would include anything from plastic bags to styrofoam to any of those other hard-to-recycle things that can't otherwise go into your regular curbside recycling. You simply put them in the Orange Bag, and that can go with curbside recycling now.
Are people using that?
Yes, to my understanding, we don't get specific statistics because it's run through grocery
Yeah,
retailers.
we don't pick it, it's not us, it's a third party.
Yep, LRS takes that and processes that at their own facility. We continue to host all of our regular recycling events, including the electronics collection and the annual pumpkin smash, which is next week on Wednesday. Hope to see you there. We continue providing cross-training opportunities for our refuse collectors. This includes cross-training on things like using the sidewalk tractors. So if we have a severe snow weather event, we can utilize refuse collectors to help with that. And we also continue implementing implementing the hazardous household waste home collection program. That is always very hard to say and it's usually abbreviated. But that is a program to take things that cannot go into your regular refuse, such as oil-based paints, pesticides, things that are hard to get rid of. You can now call a service who will come to your house and collect those for a fee, versus having to take them to one of the disposal sites. There's really only 3 in Northern Illinois. There's 1 in Gurnee, there's 1 in Chicago, and there's 1 in Naperville. So this comes to your home versus you having to drive to one of those sites. And that was launched this year in partnership with SWANC. But of course, we have our biggest improvement this year was the launch of our workforce application that Tom talked about before. So you've seen photos of this in the weekly, but this is a new program that is in cab for the refuse collectors to help them during working on the routes. So in cab now there is an iPad that shows you this exact map, and you can see each of the various properties in town and see notes about them. And various other things such as special assignments or misses or anything like that. So if you look closely here, and I know it's a little hard to see, those green dots are special assignments. So that could be a miss, that could be a special collection, but they see a list of that in cab now that they can just kind of tick off throughout the day as they're doing other work. You'll also see there's those little white circles. Those show the refuse collectors where various other collectors are. So if you're driving the scooter and you need to go to the main truck, you don't need to call them and figure that out anymore. You can just drive right to them, which saves a ton of time. These were also based on the old refuse collection maps we had in office, which told refuse collectors, this is the property and this is the attribute. So is this a curbside or is this a backdoor? That's all digital now. So if someone changes their service type, as soon as it's implemented in finance, we just push a button and it changes on the maps for them too. So they have all that data at their fingertips. The very last thing there is that white box, I'm sorry.
Eric, to
Trustee
that
Myers.
point, so the properties outlined in blue
Yes.
versus those outlined in red, does that indicate backdoor pickup versus street pickup?
You got it, yeah.
So is blue street pickup?
Yep.
So the vast majority of people seem to be doing,
Yeah, we're about
Curbside.
76% curbside at this
okay.
point.
I just want to know,
That was a question.
I wanted to ask how many people are using backdoor?
It's about 25% of all our residential customers.
And if we're, but we're buying, when we're buying equipment, it's expensive equipment for backdoor. So I'm just wondering, is the ability,
Sure.
the money we're spending to backdoor for 20 to 25% of our residents are we oversubscribed and paying too much money capital for those residents?
The biggest piece of equipment that's used to service the backdoor accounts is those little Kubota scooters, which actually do service for other programs as well. So a lot of yard waste is also run through those scooters, so they serve multiple purposes. We can find other uses for those scooters.
Thank you.
And so finally, that last box there, that white box, is detail about a specific property. So it tells you what sort of service it has. Is it a 35, a 65, or a 90 gallon? How many times a week is it serviced? And then if there are any notes. So that could be a door code, that could be if it's a back door, where is it on the property? So what we're trying to do is speed up the efficiency of transmitting information back and forth between the office and staff in the field, and trying to cut down on the number of misses that are out there. Just to kind of give you a snapshot, misses this year are pretty comparable to last year overall, but what we've seen month over month since this is implemented is misses are going down piece by piece. So last month we had 10 total, which is exponentially lower than it's been in the past. This month, I would tell you the number. I'm a little superstitious. It's under 10. I don't want to jinx it. But as of today, we are under 10. I don't want to give you the exact number. So I'm hopeful to see it stay that way, though.
By tomorrow?
Don't want to jinx it. So looking forward to next year, what we were trying to do with Workforce was replicate some of the abilities that our partners in the private sector have. And then next year, we're looking to do camera deployment, which would replicate another ability they have. So right now, if you are in a truck and you come up to a property and the refuse isn't out, you physically have to get out and take a photo and then upload that. By putting cameras externally mounted on the trucks, you don't even have to do that anymore. You can just pull up, take a photo, it'll upload into the system, and then we have the record we need on our side, speeding up that efficiency just a little bit more.
Is that just to prove that?
You're lying, resident.
Is that the whole purpose?
No, well, no, it does help with other things as well. So let's say I have a container that's gone missing and I'm trying to find it. Take a photo of serial numbers and then I can figure out where it is. Because it happens quite often where neighbors will accidentally switch containers and someone gets the wrong size. So there's other scenarios out there besides that.
Okay.
That is, actually LRS gave me the idea for that. So they're doing that in field right now. So we're also going to focus on continuing cross-training opportunities. Like I said, refuse collectors can do other duties in addition to refuse. So if we have a severe weather event, we can train them to help us respond. And we're going to continue utilizing that 7th refuse collector to improve operations. As Director Powers said, that has been an exponential add to our team. That role fills a variety of different needs that we have. So one is assisting the refuse foreperson and be able to do his administrative tasks. So he can run the route while the refuse foreperson goes and does container inventory or does repairs to containers, things like that. So that's been a major help. If we have a team member who is out for whatever reason, say vacation or they call in sick, that 7th refuse collector backfills that position. So I don't need to take from streets or sewer to do that. So they can also have a more predictable flow of work because they can better predict their workforce. So that's been a major help in a number of different ways. And then next year, of course, we still have our sustainability goals. So participating in the Chicago Metro Education and Outreach Campaign and continuing all of our existing composting, orange bag, hazard chemical waste, specialized recycling programs. This slide, I know it's a little hard to see. Next year, we're proposing a 6.5% increase for residential and a 10% increase in commercial. What we're attempting to do is build capital up in the fund over time. So when we get to the needing to buy a new refuse truck, capital is on hand. And that's what you see here is we are negative for a few years, and then according to our projections, we do go positive, and we should start building capital over time. And then finally, this gives you the summary overall. As you can see, the biggest increase was salary and benefits. That's from the addition of the 7th refuse collector primarily. but overall, it's comparable to prior years. Something I would note, in addition to those other fee increases, we are doing some minor fees changes in dumpster and special collection services. A lot of them are aimed simply at having people turn dumpsters over faster. What happens right now is someone might get a dumpster and turn it around the next day, or they might hold on to it for 3 months and just not use it. So we have a very small fee we're introducing that if you do not use it within a certain amount of time, there would just be a daily fee to encourage you to use it. But generally, that's gotten better as time has gone on. And that's the refuse fund, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you.
So Eric, talk a little bit about building up that capital fund. When's the next big purchase?
Thank you.
How are we going to look at that point?
So the next big purchase would be in 2031, so about 6 years out from now, and that would be another refuse truck.
And is the cash flow expected to cover that at that
Yes,
point?
we tried to specifically make it so we would have enough cash on hand in the fund to cover that expense. And still maintain the minimum fund balance.
Okay. And I think, Kristen, you mentioned to me, and back to the question of Trustee Apatow about the backdoor pickup and stuff like that. We've had a higher pickup, we've had a higher take-up of curbside than we thought, correct? And so that is hurting the financials a little bit. Am I thinking about that right?
Yes, because curbside is it's a lower rate than a backdoor service would be, yes.
Okay, so that was a goal to have curbside be, attractive for people. We incentivize people, but they've done it.
Yes.
Okay. And your department is fine with 25% backdoor pickup?
Yeah, and it's going to vary a little bit from community to community. I came from another North Shore community that adopted curbside 30 years ago, and there's still a number of backdoor customers.
There are.
It's always going to be in the ecosystem, so we'll just continue servicing it like any other customer.
Okay.
But why?
People like it.
If they're willing to pay for it,
Yeah.
right?
Are we charging enough?
Right.
Are we charging enough?
What do we
For the
charge?
backdoor pickup?
Yeah, there is a cost differential between the two. So there's enough to cover the cost.
What is the delta?
It's about, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I believe it's about double what curbside is per month.
Okay.
The highest level of curbside service.
Can I ask a question? At one point, I think we talked about, and maybe we already are there, future state where for curbside pickup, we'd have the ability or the technology with the new trucks to weigh the amount? And then, or is that far off where we can start charging based on the weight
On a
of the garbage?
pay-as-you-throw basis.
Yeah, and I don't, maybe I was dreaming that. Is that something we talked about? Okay, is that far off, or?
So there's two pieces to that. There is technology that would enable that, but we would need to move to a new truck fleet essentially to do it from
Okay.
what we're using right now.
Okay. Is that the plan for
31?
2031? Is that we'd move to that tech, or probably by then, everybody's going to have that technology, I would assume?
It's something you could examine, but at the end of the day, really, people are used to a volumetric service because that gives you certainty in what you're paying, and that also gives us certainty on revenue.
Yeah.
So that's still the preferred
Okay.
model.
Okay. I'm just, the only reason, in my mind, I'm recently an empty nester. So
Sure.
I have this massive thing that is like a quarter full every.
You can turn it in.
I can turn it. Oh, I can get one?
Yeah, you
But
can go to
then-
a smaller size, yeah.
But then, they're home for holidays and women
Make 'em
generate
take
a
the
lot of
garbage
trash.
So you could.
They have to pack it out. That'll be my new rule.
So this is a fairly common scenario we talk through with residents. So you could go to a smaller size, and then if you have an overage, you could just sticker it, which is, I think, it's going to be $3 per sticker next year. And we would just take those with your regular refuse. Yeah, no problem.
Just going back to the curbside versus backdoor.
Sure.
Do we want to try and continue to encourage more people to do curbside? Will that give us efficiencies? And should we think about pricing the increase on the refuse pickup to perhaps encourage that transition?
So we did analysis this year, and we look at what we think our true costs are for backdoor versus curbside. These costs are fairly well aligned with where the rates are right now. At this point, the financial incentive would be towards curbside simply because of the cost differential in curbside and backdoor service. But for what we are providing, I think we're charging an appropriate rate.
But if we wanted to encourage more movement to curbside, we could adjust the pricing structure to maybe, you know, some of those properties up there were quite large. I understand why they want backdoor, but some of them are also smaller. You know, if this is something that we want to try and get greater efficiency on, maybe we want to consider a different pricing
Well,
adjustment.
Some of the smaller ones might be older people, disabled people,
You're right.
whatever. I think if it's working, I don't know why
Well, I'm
we
just
would
thinking of
really
that
want to.
6% increase. Is this something that, you know, you want to allocate that in a way that maybe you encourage a few more marginal people if you're going to get more efficiencies? It's just something to evaluate.
Across the board, everyone's refuse is the same day as their recycling, right?
Correct, yep.
So it's not that, one hit, because obviously people are already pulling one to the curb.
Correct.
Okay, on the same day.
But I'll tell you my thinking on this, as you travel more, and I have Monday pickup, and sometimes I don't come back to Michigan until Monday morning when the traffic is, and then I miss it. I'm that person running out, like, has it come yet?
I'm okay if I miss recycling, it's garbage.
Right,
I wanna make
exactly.
sure
I
it's
think
fine.
there's a lot of people doing that calculation.
Eric, two questions. One,
Sure.
we've talked about the risk of our landfill, the cost of landfill. Is the current landfill we have, it had several years before it was full, and then we would have to go further west.
Yes, correct.
Where do we stand on that?
So as we are members of the Solid Waste Agency of Northern Cook or SWANC, so we are, as part of that membership, we're a member to their transfer facility. So we take our refuse from Winnetka to the Des Plaines transfer, and then they take it from there out to Winnebago County.
Right, but as where they take it goes further west, the cost is going to go up, I assume.
They have a multi-year contract with Groot, who provides that service, so there is cost stability there, but it is transferred from here out to Winnebago.
Okay, so that's not a risk near-term for us cost-wise. Okay.
No, they have a long-term contract.
And then
with
the
Groot.
last question I had was, one of the caucus planks had to do with composting, hoping that the village would do more on composting.
Sure.
Are we thinking about that? Do we have any plans to expand our composting commitment in any way?
Sure, as you'll recall, we have the various composting sites around town that allow Lakeshore Recycling Services. So that's been the primary means by which we've been encouraging people to use those containers. And I'll tell you, LRS services both Winnetka, Glencoe, and Highland Park all on the same day for compost. So there's just not enough volume for them to run just a Winnetka route right now. We have looked at taking it with yard waste before, but the problem is you run into permitting requirements with who can take it. So right now, everything goes to Thielen and Antioch, and they're only certified to take yard waste. They can't take, meat and vegetables and things like that. They have to take primarily leaves. If we were to run that route ourselves, the only place nearby who could accept it is in Wakanda. So we would be running basically a fourth route, and we'd be running out to Wakanda to take it out there.
Yeah.
So there's some logistical challenges there.
Okay.
But to that point, Northfield does it, right? Is that,
Correct.
and they go all the way out to Wakanda?
They may have somewhere south of the city they take, or they might have a temporary holding site they take it to. But they have to take it to, it's usually Wakanda or I believe McHenry or Kankakee that they have to take it to.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, we can continue to promote that
Sure,
service
yep.
through our communications.
Yep.
Right.
The
Yep,
sites work
absolutely.
pretty well. The sites work pretty well. There
I
aren't
think the
enough
sites do
places.
work well. I don't know what percentage of Winnetkins are composting.
Yeah, and it's hard to say since we're commingled with Glencoe and Highland Park what the actual volume is.
don't
But,
know.
I can tell you, especially the Elm Street station, every time I check it is being used regularly.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see
Okay.
that easily.
Okey doke. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say that across the board, Winnetkins are always happy with our refuse.
I'm
So
always
keep
glad to
up
hear
the good
that.
work.
That's a throwaway comment, yeah. Tip your waiters and waitresses.
Moving on to the Fleet Internal Services refuse, or I'm sorry, their Fleet Internal Fund. This fund accounts for all of our fleet operations, including our in-house repairs, the parts needed for that, as well as fuel, which is purchased out of here. We maintain over 100 pieces of equipment, running everything from passenger vehicles all the way up to fire apparatus. This year, we continued our ongoing maintenance. Our big focus this year was on improving communication with our sister departments. So here you can see one of the various reports that we produce now that shows people, the condition of vehicles, when they should come in for preventative maintenance. We're just trying to improve communication flow and make sure things are delivered and turned around in a timely manner. Looking forward to next year, we're going to continue developing our capacity to service hybrid vehicles. As you know, recently Council approved the purchase of 3 hybrids. We anticipate that trend will continue, so we're going to invest in our staff being trained and able to handle those. We're going to continue prioritizing in-house repairs when possible. One benefit is our recent hires have a lot of outside skills that we're able to train and teach other mechanics, so we can now in-house more work that previously would have gone out-house. Obviously, it's cheaper to do it in-house versus send it out-house. We're going to continue providing our support and input to our sister departments on vehicle replacement programs, so meeting and conferring with the departments about vehicles and what sort of specifications we should be looking at. And then as those new vehicles come in, handling both the intake of the new vehicles and then the auctioning or trade-in of the vehicles that are leaving the fleet.
Eric,
Yes, sir.
has the vehicle management software helped reduce unexpected breakdowns? Has it enabled us to do more preventive maintenance to keep things up and running?
I wouldn't say it allows us to do more, but it allows us to more efficiently project when things may come in. We're still doing most of the preventative maintenance in-house, so it's not that the volume of work has changed, it's just that we're better able to anticipate and plan for when things are coming in. Does that make sense?
And I guess I'm just wondering, are we seeing any benefit in reducing kind of the unexpected event that might cause, disruption in work?
I would have to run a little bit of, I can follow up with you on that, Trustee Myers. I have to run a little bit of data on that to verify. The only challenge is we've only been using the program for about 1.5 years, so we may not see that clearly in the data yet.
Okay.
As we look at the financials for next year, the major change has been in salary and benefits, and mostly that's just a readjustment of cost for the internal services manager. Since Mr. Zalewski is running facilities and fleet, we reallocated his salary, so it's half in fleet and half in the general fund, and that's the primary difference between the 2 years. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time. I will hand this back to Director Powers.
All right, we'll continue on now with the Facilities Fund. The Facilities Fund is where capital projects live for our facilities. There are some funds, our operational costs for facilities come from the general, but the capital costs come here from the facilities funds. As I mentioned earlier, we had a variety of projects, smaller projects we completed this year. I won't repeat them. Some that we didn't mention were we'll be replacing the seating here in Village Hall in December. The benches will be replaced with chairs.
Wait, what?
That will encourage
Wait a
people to
minute.
stay more. I think we should revisit this.
So we
I
are
just say we just let's take up, let's take. I was gonna take off the cushions, make it harder.
We are working with the Historical Society to allow every resident who would like a piece of Winnetka history in their home of office an opportunity to purchase one of the benches. For those of you who were in the room when we had the unfortunate incident with the young man who fell over backwards and one of the benches was damaged beyond repair, they really are at the end of their useful life for the heavy use that they get. So The funds that we are able to obtain from the donation program will be directly funneled into the project to restore our mural in the hallway, which is at its 100th year anniversary this year. So a win-win, right? If you really want to have a Winnetka council chamber bench to sit comfortably in your own home or office, watch for the flyer to come out soon.
Is one going to go to the Historical Society?
Yes,
Oh,
the
okay.
Historical Society will have one, and in the back corner of Village Hall, in front of that window, one will remain. If anyone really misses sitting in the audience in the bench, they'll have the opportunity. 100 years old.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
What are they
Yeah,
getting replaced with? Okay,
yeah.
this is important.
We do have replacement chairs picked out. There's the sample, it's actually been in the conference room, the chairs.
Just have like a three-legged stool, hardwood.
Yeah. And that seating will be deployed in December, but the chairs being referred to are the ones we're actually sitting in. We're going to be getting different chairs for the dais and the table down here.
Those will be three-legged.
Two-legged.
Wait, so if we want to see the chairs, are they stackable?
They're in the conference room.
Okay, break time.
Obed, can you go grab the chair?
That's what I'm laughing at. The ambulances and.
They are U.S. manufactured. What happened to Eric? Eric helped with this project, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes, okay. Very in keeping.
and they're stackable.
And you thought this was your department's decision,
Comfortable?
right?
Too nice?
Okay, thank you.
Back to our regularly scheduled program, please.
Our partly scheduled episode. We are continuing with HVAC repair replacements at the yards. We did phase 2 this year, and phase 3 will be next year. And then there are 47 overhead doors at the yards that we are in the process of replacing over a multi-year period. We'll go into a little bit more detail on this in a little bit, but we mentioned the facility master plan. We are beginning to implement that in this upcoming year. I'll go into more detail soon on that. In terms of the capital projects, we have a variety of projects we're planning for the next year. This is stuff that came from the facility assessment, stuff that was already planned. There's a couple of projects at public safety. What we're doing there is advanced work for the roof replacement that needs to take place. It will probably be FY '27 or beyond. But we want to make sure all the equipment up there is up to date and does not need to be replaced before we do the roof. So we're upgrading the generator controls. There's some RTU units on the fire side. As we know, the police have a state-of-the-art system. The fire upgraded their control system, but they do need to have the RTU units replaced. So we want to get all that done so we're not putting penetrations in a new roof. Chief O'Connell referred to his range project already, but that comes here from the facilities. We talked about the benches, funding the mural refurbishment. That's still planned. Make some upgrades to the second floor kitchenette here at Village Hall that's coming to the end of its life, looking a little worn. The big project that we're putting into motion is the improvements at Village Hall. I'll go into more detail on this as we get into the facility assessment results, but it involves HVAC, fire alarm, some security considerations, and some ADA work. And then we have our next phase of the yards HVAC and the ongoing overhead doors also continuing next year. So I've mentioned it multiple times. What is the facility assessment? We hired a consultant via RFP that was advertised. It was probably over a year ago that they were selected via a competitive RFP process. It's a multi-phase process. We've completed the assessment of Village Hall and the public safety buildings. That was completed last year. This year, the assessment is underway at the yards, and next year we plan to head to the water and electric plant to work with Nick's team. We're focusing on the core and shell there of the building. Obviously, the water distribution and production equipment and the electrical generation equipment is not part of the facility study. We're just focusing on the building condition. The process involves, excuse me, a inspection by multidisciplinary staff, including architects, MEP engineers, structural engineers, civil engineers. We also did a deep dive within our building records, both at Public Works and with Community Development. The result that helps us identify the age of buildings, finishes, equipment, and things of that nature. All that information gets synthesized into a database. Power BI is kind of a living database that we use to then plan out the work. Just an interesting side note, as we did some of that deep dive and we looked through the original plans for Village Hall, we found that Public Works and the police department used to be stationed here at Village Hall. Additionally, interesting historical uses for the village included a hospital, laboratory, there was a courtroom, and the park district was here.
Maybe we should reconstruct that idea. Get the park district to move over here. Anyway.
So we get into the results of the facility assessment. We'll go through a high-level summary. For Village Hall, they found that the building has good bones and is well maintained. It's been renovated or had major space reprogramming at least 6 times within its lifespan. It's a living operational building that is always under development and requires constant care. And the facility assessment for all our buildings is part of making sure that we are providing that constant care. The HVAC system was the largest item identified with the building. So the HVAC system here is a proprietary system. There was the Sanyo Corporation manufactured the HVAC system here, and they were acquired by Panasonic in 2011. Panasonic stopped supporting the Sanyo brand shortly thereafter. So we are unable to obtain parts for the HVAC system at this point. We are also having difficulty getting the diagnostic equipment. The company that services the system is having trouble with some of the diagnostic equipment, and then just having the knowledge base. They used to have a training center in Atlanta that's obviously closed. So just getting technicians who are familiar with the system is becoming harder and harder to achieve. The system runs on a building automation system that's located in the basement. It is a PC that is it's not on our network and it's not backed up. It's running on Windows 2010. And it is an obsolete building automation system. It can't be changed, and in fact, it's something that keeps me up at night, that if we lose that computer, I'm not sure how we will reestablish that program that runs our HVAC system. I've attempted to tweak it because I don't know if, I'm sure you've noticed sometimes on board meetings, the room's a little warm at the start because it's unoccupied, and until the sensors recognize that people are here, it takes a while for the system to catch up. So I tried to tweak the system. It created some errors. I stopped touching the system, but it's past time for that to be updated. It's old software, and
How old is the system, the actual mechanics?
That's the shame of it. The system is from 2014.
Oh, wow,
Yeah. And
wow, okay.
so we're looking at our options to try to avoid, when you have a VRF system, they're often proprietary. So we want to avoid making the same decision again.
So you mean like going with Carrier or other, like just an HVAC?
So we're actually looking at different types of systems. I know there's a focus on sustainability. We're looking at low carbon options. That those will have very long lifespans. They're not tied to a specific brand or manufacturer. So when we come back with some of that, there'll be more information, right? So this year, we're just doing the design. And so there'll be discussions about what we're looking at. Beyond the HVAC, we have some ADA improvements, the fire system itself also is at end of life, the fire alarm system. So when you have a very disruptive project like the HVAC project would be, we're trying to address as many things as we can at once so we don't have to come back multiple times. The analogy would be, ripping the Band-Aid off versus multiple years of improvements. But yeah, the ADA, the stairs out front are cracked, starting to look a little deteriorated. We would like to get some of that cleaned up. And then there are some security in our modern society. We'd like to make some security improvements as well. When we look at the police station, we also found that building is in pretty good shape overall. The roof is an issue. It's out of warranty. It's had some leaks. There's water that ponds up there, so we do want to take care of that. Many of the doors and windows are coming to their end of their life, so we'll want to begin a systematic process of improving, replacing doors and windows. There's some minor code issues, but beyond the roof, nothing too extravagant. So when we talk about the deliverables we received from the facility assessment, they prepared 3D models of the buildings, so that's useful in our space planning as we look to the future. They turned over AutoCAD files, floor plans to staff, which has already been useful as we need to measure things or do takeoffs as we plan various projects. They also provide us, as I mentioned, the Power BI database, which it's a 10-year. They went through 10 years of maintenance and repair projects. They're categorized by discipline, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, architectural finishes, things of that nature. They estimated what maintenance costs may be. They provided detailed descriptions. So you can look at building by building. You can look at a series of years. You can look at, if you want to focus on a particular trade, you can focus on a particular trade. This is kind of their summary. If you look at it from a capital planning standpoint, they were recommending $5.3 million over 5 years. This did not include the yards because this is a phase study, so we haven't gotten to the yards study completion yet. It also does not include some of our larger sustainability projects that involve facilities such as the solar project. Staff did do a critical review of their recommendations. We also met with our sister departments to make sure their needs were identified. Part of the process of the facility assessment is the firm met with all the departments and tried to understand what people's experiences were in the spaces. But we also wanted to make sure we did our own QC check. So there was kind of good news as bad news as staff went through and verified the data. The good news is we were able to identify a lot of things that weren't necessarily as high priority as they recommended. They could wait till a major improvement took place. We also identified a variety of projects that we think we can complete with in-house staff. So we were able to reduce the recommendations on an apples-to-apples basis compared to the consultant by $300,000. But the consultant hadn't got to the yards yet, and we have projects that were in the hopper for the yards. So at the end of the day, the staff was recommending a $5.38 million facilities capital program. The lion's share of that happening next year with the Village Hall project and the public safety roofing project. As we go through these facility projects, we will be looking for opportunities to improve sustainability, whether it's LED lighting retrofits, utilizing high-efficiency HVAC units over at public safety. As I mentioned, the low carbon emitting HVAC systems here, modernizing the building automation system so we have greater control over the spaces and we're not heating spaces or cooling spaces when nobody's there. You mentioned the rooftop solar. Future projects will include native plantings. We'd like to do some native plantings at the yards. And then as we replace windows and doors, we're improving the thermal envelope of the buildings and reducing our energy usage. So that is the summary for the facilities fund. I think I've touched on all the major projects for the next year. We've got the rooftop solar, HVAC at public safety, design of the improvements at Village Hall, and the police department range project are the main ones. And this plan represents a melding of the facilities assessment, the large-scale sustainability initiatives, and our existing facilities program that was already in place.
Questions for Tom on facilities?
So we're showing the expense for the range in both funds, or? how
No,
does
it's
that-
just in facilities. It is a project that will be run by police because it's really specific to them. So that's why Chief O'Connell refers to it in his presentation, but the dollars come out of this fund.
And then, Tom, on the couple of items, on the yard solar project, I see that and maybe I just missed where the credits are, we're showing $616,000.
That's correct.
That must miss because I thought the net cost of that project was like 300 something. I thought there were subsidies.
Yeah, the energy offsets and the solar credits are shown as one-time revenue or grant revenue in the general fund.
In the general fund. So,
This fund is effectively funded by the general fund from a general fund transfer.
and those subsidies come when? Later years?
We have 232,000 programmed in 2026, and then 25,000 a year after that.
Okay, so the 616 is less 220? I mean, that offset is
For next year,
for the next year,
232,000.
232, okay.
And then there's an additional component to the solar project that's paid out of the electric fund as well.
Okay, so his fund doesn't get credit for the subsidy? The general fund does?
General fund does.
Okay. And then the other question I had, a couple other things. One, the 2.7 million for the HVAC, how do you go about, and this is maybe just a bigger question in terms of capital budgeting, how do you estimate that number? Is that a high-end number?
So what we
it's a
did,
big number, obviously.
I think the HVAC, it's not 2.7. That incorporates everything, the ADA improvements, the exterior improvements.
Okay, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
The security improvements. I think the HVAC, I believe it's closer to 1.4. What we did was we hired 2010 Engineering to do a deeper dive on the system, and they looked at 3 options, and that was their engineer's estimate.
Okay, so just generally speaking, a 2.7 million capital project like this, is staff looking at a high-end figure, a very close target to what they think it will be, or how do you do this?
Well, I think as Tom mentioned, in this case, we knew it was a significant project, and it is a little more precise than just estimate. We used actual engineers and experts to come up with an engineering estimate of what the project cost would be. So we're pretty confident based on the fact that it's programmed within the next 2 years, that's a good estimate for the scope of work that we anticipate.
Before we go and spend another $1.4 million, this is a fairly new unit, it's 2014. Is there anything have we really exhausted the ability to
Yeah, so
get
the
somebody
issue
here to
is
retrofit this?
that we're
or-
experiencing, and we have experienced this, is when the individual components for the system break, we are unable to get replacement parts. Now, it was one item that we had a problem with was a VAV box. Luckily, we were able to take it apart and replace the bearings. But eventually, there'll be something that breaks
Yeah.
within these systems that we don't have the, machine tools, for lack of a better word, to reconstruct some of the pieces of this system. So,
Okay.
yeah, you can limp along, but there's a big risk that something will break and we won't be able to fix it.
The only last thing, I mean, we all get the Friday report that comes out, and you always highlight some of the in-house savings from the guys that do the work that you could have done third-party, but you don't. And my guess is everyone around the table really likes to see that number of the savings, because I think, Tom, you've ramped up that effort, and I think I really commend you for that, because some of those numbers are tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, in the scheme of a big budget, maybe it doesn't feel like much, but it's great. It's really great. So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
I would say Mark has really helped us with that
Great.
since he's been here.
Great.
He's installing cabinetry over at the police department, and he's replaced
Great.
pumps, and he's done a lot of great things since he's been here, so.
Thank you,
I
Mark.
haven't
Yeah.
been able to
fantastic.
enumerate them all even.
But the mural restoration's not being done in-house.
No.
Just want to be clear, right? Sure, you're really talented.
Color by numbers or something?
That could be career altering.
Yeah, that could be career altering. Okay, anything else on facilities for Tom? All right, Tom, where are we going from here?
All right, next up, we have
Sanitary sewer.
the sanitary sewer fund.
Okay,
Public Works, through our sewer department, maintains our sanitary sewer system. We also work with engineering as they do our I&I studies and things of that nature. Our big project for the coming year is, as you may recall from last year, is the Ravines Force Main. That design is complete, and we did recently obtain permit approval from IDOT for our design. So we are going to be bidding that out in the near future, bidding and awarding that project to take place early in fiscal year 2026. In terms of the operation of the system, we've spent much of the year shorthanded, but the team was still able to do quite a bit of maintenance on the system. One new initiative I'd just like to point out is our sewer crew is skilled in concrete work, so they have now taken over responsibility on water main breaks, doing the concrete repairs. Previously, that had been contracted out, so that, well, it's not a great dollar value. It does improve service to the residents, and that there's reduced coordination back and forth with water and electric. Basically, once the weather breaks, it's handed over to the street department and the sewer department. Sewers does the concrete, street does the pavement patch, and just kind of expedited that whole process. As you look towards next year, we'll continue with our maintenance operations. We have the Force Main project. Our maintenance operations generally consist of cleaning, televising, root foaming, and resident assistance. One of our big capital costs is the vacuum excavator, commonly known as the Vactor, or the commercial name is the Vactor. That is a repeat from last year. We found when we went to market to purchase that vehicle last year, it was much more expensive than we had expected. So we didn't feel comfortable coming back to the board to purchase a vehicle that was would have been an over budget expenditure. So we did not purchase it. We've We've rebudgeted the correct amount. We're coming back this year to ask for it again. It remains a critical piece of equipment for our operation. There's approximately 14 different tasks we complete with that, our unique services we provide using that piece of equipment. So it remains a critical part of our fleet, and it's really a workhorse. So that is coming back this year. Assistant Engineer Khalid's going to go over our I&I study, which feeds directly into our sewer relining program. So we'll be doing the sewer relining program through the sanitary fund, but Assistant Engineer Khalid will kind of go through the details about how we came up with that.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, President Dearborn and village trustees. So, as just Tom mentioned, that we recently completed the I&I study. So we thought it's a good time to share the findings of the study with the council, because the result and the recommendation of the study will drive the sanitary capital program for next 5 and 6 years. But I will try to keep it very short, so we remain our focus on the budget. So really quick background, here is the overall map of the previous studies showing in blue and yellow, and then the area showing in red is the area of the current study. As you can see, with the completion of this study, village is complete its commitment to investigate the complete sanitary sewer system. And it is important to note that village of Winnetka is one of the few communities that complete the investigation of the entire system. As we recall, a village council approved the contract with RGN in last year, August, and to perform this study. And they successfully completed the study before the budget, so we can share the findings and the results with the council to review. As you may know, the overall scope of the study to evaluate the existing condition of the sanitary system, identify the defects and the I&I sources, which also be known as inflow and infiltration sources as shown in the picture. And after collecting all the data, they provided remediations and recommendations for the village to improve the system and to meet all the regulatory requirements. So during this study, they investigated about 436 sanitary manholes to identify any structural defects in the manholes. Almost 140,000 feet of the sanitary mains were smoke tested to locate the I&I sources, such as direct connection, cross connections, and the downspouts connections. And almost 110,000 feet of the sewer main were inspected through the televising videos to identify the defects in the main and assess the overall conditions of the main. So in the next couple of slides highlights their findings and the result. During the smoke testing of the sanitary sewer mains, RGN found about 439 defective locations. The identified defective locations were characterized as public and private based on where they find. As you can see, out of 439, 326 defects related to public or village infrastructure, and 113 defects are private. Just for the better understanding of the private defects, we further characterize into the major and the minor defects. So almost like 40 are the major private defects, such as direct connection of the downspout into the sanitary system, or any storm sewer service connected to the sanitary system. And 73 are the minor defects, such as broken or missing caps of the clean out and etc. Just so know that the MWRD requires the rehabilitation of the high purity deficiencies, such as downspout direct connection to the sanitary system, to rectify in the 1 year time frame. So therefore, in the coming month, staff will begin notify the residents about the identified defects on the private property and work with them to rectify the problem, similar to what we did in the previous studies.
So I just a question. So the problem we have with our systems and the stuff going to the beach, the 40 major defects, the downspout, so is that saying where the problems we had were the sanitary was illegally connected into the storm sewer?
No,
Correct.
those 40 are the storm sewer are illegally connected to the sanitary.
Sanitary, in this case.
In this case, but there's the other case was what was really messing up the beaches and
I
stuff.
think that's,
Wasn't the sanitary?
No.
Those are existing outfalls of storm that go to Lake Michigan.
No, but the problem is that people that we found, did a smoke test, I remember Rob Ban saying, and we found that people were took shortcuts and to connect their sanitary into the storm sewer, which is what flushed out.
Right.
Which
and
is a problem.
And so there were those illegal connections that were remedied, and this is the opposite. That's
what I'm saying, but is there, are we looking at this?
So this is focused on the sanitary sewer right now, not
Right.
the storm sewer. So we found the opposite is true in these
well.
defects identified where the storm is actually going into the sanitary, but the sanitary doesn't drain into the
Right,
lake.
right. I didn't know if
Have
we're
we taken-
looking for both.
have we resolved the issue of the cross connections of sanitary to stormwater?
From the original study, that's my understanding.
Yes, yeah.
But that's potentially the
That
most
correct,
damaging, I
Jim?
think.
That's been corrected. It's been corrected.
Well, for that, for that one thing we did, yes, but I don't know if when you're doing this, if we're checking both, or is this just the
Checking
storm?
This is focusing on the sanitary system only. This is stated.
Just sanitary. So there still may be other issues with the other way around. We just don't know.
They would have occurred after the previous study.
So
But I think it was limited, what we did in the previous.
can we talk about, let Obed finish
That's fine.
this, and then we can follow up on the limits of the previous study and if there's additional work that needs to be done?
I think on previous studies, we also just investigated the sanitary system, as the map shows. We never investigated the storm system, right?
That's something separate, but.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
So similarly, during the manhole inspections, they found almost 1,100 defects, out of which nearly 50% are major defects such as wall of fractions in the manholes and some joint problems, and 50% are minor defects such as broken seals or pick holes in the manhole lids. Similarly, during the CCTV inspections, they identify almost 13,000 defects within the sanitary mains, including 25 are major defects such as cracked or broken sewers that require priority attention, as compared to 75% of the minor defects such as roots or deform of sewer. Just to mention that most of the defects or many defects are mentioning can be rectified with the sewer lining, which is the same process which village is doing or has been implementing since many years. So with that, RJN recommends a multi-year rehabilitation program to rectify all the defects based on their priority levels and MWRD requirements, which mandate that high priority defects needs to be rectified within 1 year or 3 years, depending upon the severity of their defects. As you can see, the red and the orange are the high priority remediations, and the yellow and the green represent the low and the medium priorities. RJN proposing or recommending allocating about 1.2 million annually to rectify those improvements. But staff believe that RJN approach is little aggressive. So instead, staff is recommending the following budget recommendations to address those critical identified defects. As we understand that village is undertaking a significant project next year and have their other financial commitments. So with the coordination of the finance department, we are proposing only $600,000 for 2026. But for the coming years, staff will reevaluate the budget with the finance department to see how to move forward to address those critical repairs. It is important to note that villages still continue to working towards the low and the medium priority defects from the previous studies, and also any sections of the deteriorated sewer section that identified by the sewer department with the operational perspective. So we keep looking to repair those sections as well. And we think this approach is more balanced and keep us on track to address the defects in a reasonable time frame. Any question here? I have one last slide, but I can take questions.
Just a question in terms of on the high priority repairs, the major defects, do any of them require digging up the road, or is it all relining?
As of this point, all relining, whatever you are showing in this plan, there's only one or two locations which RJ and crew find that requires a digging, which is already taken care of. But all those problems are not required, no digging, but can be fixed with the lining.
With this, which is a great study, and this is a great look, are we to read this table as saying that within 9 or 10 years, the identified repairs will have been made? Or like with our water study, it's really a 100-year replacement for the water mains? What's the time period? Or will we just constantly go into green after year 9 of just relining more and more of the system?
So their plan is showing if we allocate 1.2 million for 9 years, it will rectify all the problems what they identify in their study area. There will be still some of the mains where village like to reline to complete our entire system. But yes, this 9-year plan will rectify all the problems which they identify in their area. But as I mentioned, they still have some low and medium priority sections from previous studies, which villages still have to line those sections.
So we have a work plan that will be ongoing after year 9. This is just the high priority.
Yeah, like majorly the red and the orange areas which are showing this will be our first focus to rectify those, and for the yellow and the green area will give us more time to span our number of years, whatever our approach is to rectify those.
And then just last question, the lining is structural and additional to sealant, right? So it's intended to last 70, 80 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think the manufacturer lining life is 50 years, what we are doing, but they will last more than that.
One last thing,
Is that correct, Tim?
I think we have 32 private streets in Winnetka, 33 roads. Is any of this done on the private roads?
Yes.
This was, oh, great.
Yeah, because we provide sanitary service.
Okay.
We provide sanitary service to those private roads.
Right.
So this final study included 100% of the village.
Right.
So we have now looked at 100% all of it. So just as a reminder, the village, with the commitment we've done to date, we have addressed all of the highs and the medium repairs that were part of the previous let's call it 2.5 studies that we had done previously. So the commitment with RJN is committing it if we wanted to address everything within 10 years. You're absolutely correct, though. Once we address these highs and we get into the mediums, we'll basically be in a continual relining of those systems that are in good shape. The process is once we have them structurally aligned, before the sewers go into the mediums, we reline them anyways. And so therefore it's a longer replacement relining program. I would envision at least 20 to 30 years and you'll be at 100% of the entire system relined completely. So this is just the immediate for the next 10. We'll get rid of those highs and then we'll just keep committing a more realistic value to lining all the rest of the system as we go along.
That's great.
And Obed, go ahead, Scott.
Well, I was just going to say one other quick question. In terms of the manhole covers, it looks that some of those defects may have occurred just in the process of opening a manhole cover. I mean, pick marks and things like that.
It's the pick, I'm sorry, the old manholes used to have the little pick holes in it.
Yeah.
And so what happens is as part of the study, MWRD says, well, water can get into that hole, and then it gets into our system. So you have to eliminate the lids with the pick holes, and you put them with.
So it's not training issues with
Correct.
our folks.
Yeah, some of them are
damaging
very minor that during general rehabilitation, we swap out frames and covers and put in the updated covers that eliminate the pick holes.
Got it.
And Obed, for the 113 or so private defects, minor defect, whatever, the residents are not aware of that yet. They'll be made aware of it. And is it at their expense, their obligation to fix those? And how do we enforce that? How do we, make sure that happens in the time frame?
Yeah, so when we going to notify the resident, we also providing them the detail, what the village did, what the inspection did. We also provide the pictures of where the smokes are identified.
Right.
And then we also suggested the solutions, what are their options to rectify the problem, which is most of the time if somebody have a downspout connected to the sanitary, they can just install a pop-out drain and just flash it on the ground. That's the most least option or the least costly option a resident can do. But some resident wants to reroute their downspout flashes and install a bubble out drains in the front and the backyard. They can do that. And then if they will choose to go for a connection, remove the illegal connection and connect the legal connection to the storm, they can do that. They just have to go with the little permitting process, and definitely that is the option which will be most costly. But because this is the private kind of a problem, so they have to bear the cost if they want to go with this option.
And there's a
How long would we?
Yes.
there's a time frame.
Yeah, what's the time frame? Obviously, if they're notified in December, they can't dig into the.
Yeah, correct. So homeowners would be 100% responsible for the illegal connection. And the enforcement tool that we have is it's a federal requirement that you cannot knowingly discharge clean stormwater into a sanitary system. So we would make them, we don't get heavy-handed with that. We usually just work with folks in the minor changes on what they can do, economical to make changes. If they want to make larger improvements, we would work with them on how to do that. But typically, what we have done in the past when we had the previous studies is we notify them in writing, and we give them 60 days to make the correction. After 60 days, we send them a second notification letter that gives them 30 days. And then typically, we usually get, I want to say 80, 90% compliance with folks. We understand that in some cases, some of the modifications may have to be delayed due to weather. So we'll work with them as it relates to that. Typically, it's more of a follow-up conversation. I think in the history since I've been here, we've maybe had one or two where you have to issue a citation in violation thereof, and that usually triggers them enough to make the change, and then it gets dropped.
Okay, got it. My last question is related to the fund balance for the sanitary sewer fund. It's going to be de minimis at the end of this coming year.
Yeah, I think
Are we
Tom-
expecting this to start
Tom
building
will
up?
continue with the presentation to present the sanitary sewer fund. I have just one more slide to show you that this is our overall sanitary sewer map, where you can see we almost line the 38% of the sanitary system based on the previous recommendation of INI study. And we are estimating once we completed the recommendation from current INI study, we will be a line of our system to 70%. Obviously, the village long-term goal is to go to reline the system 100% after we complete the recommendation of this study. And then now I will turn to Tom to continue the sanitary fund presentation.
Thank you, Obed.
Wait, can I ask a quick question? And I'm sorry I didn't pick up on this before. When we are rebuilding the street with a new water main, aren't we also rebuilding the sanitary main in that street if there's a sanitary, or no?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not,
Not
okay.
rebuilding, you might reline it.
Yeah,
So like Foxdale, it looks like Foxdale, did that get relined as part of the repaving this year?
Foxdale is
going to be
going to
relined
be
this year.
relined, but only just because of the proximity of where the new water main was located to the sanitary sewer. So as part of our IPA permit, we are relining that so that we are in compliance with the separation. Typically, we do not replace sanitary unless the project we're doing, let's say, for example, the stormwater project requires us to move a main or replace a main, then we would reconstruct it. Other than that, it's typically water and storm that gets cleaned up a little bit, and most of the time, it's just structures. The relining process, because the sanitary system is usually the deepest of the system in the roadways, just gets lined, and then we don't have to get into replacing it.
So if you had construction on your street, it's probably not a completely rebuilt system, and.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
So we'll just finish with the fund summary. Large projects for the next year, as I mentioned, include the Ravines project, the lining project. We also have the AMI project that comes out of this fund. Overall, the fund is seeing a 2.8% increase. But I'll pause here if there are questions on the fund.
Well, back on just the fund balance, Tom, are you going to address the fund balance?
So the fund balance over the 5 years, we are in line with the actual fund balance policy.
Right.
But it is a drawdown. We have accumulated funds over the last, few years within this fund. And as noted on just the 5-year plan, we're not being as aggressive as the study called for the I&I to address that, and we're also increasing rates in conjunction with the water rate. But yeah, it does get, the fund balance overall after the 5 years is roughly in line with policy.
What is, do we have a 5-year projection of the fund balance? The reason I ask is, we're right at the minimum at the end of this year, 420,000, is that a comfortable place to be?
That would be within policy minimum.
I know it's within policy, but it's the one fund that is, at the end of this coming year, at the end of '26, there are a couple of them actually, but that one of an enterprise fund is probably in the weakest position.
Right.
Is that, there's no, is that?
Yeah, the policy is the reserve. The policy is 4 months of operating expenses, which is a good policy minimum. And we'd be comfortable with that level.
We're having rate increases on that fund, correct?
There will be, yeah.
And are the rate increases just covering, are we going to, for the next 5 years, just bump along at the minimum? Is that?
The rate increases are going to mirror what was outlined in the water fund, because there's significant capital programs within each fund.
Right, but does the fund balance just bump along at the minimum level?
Correct.
Okay. So
And at the end of the 5 years, it's about $400,000. The fund balance is about $400,000.
Okay, so we're just, the money that's coming in is going out, essentially?
Correct.
Okay.
And I guess that was my question, at some point, not now, do we need to start collecting more for reserves for replacement? That would maybe be in 10 or 20 years, right? Because we don't want to be in a situation where,
You'll have to borrow from the general fund or something. I don't.
yeah. I mean, you don't want to get into a situation like the water fund where we never collected enough reserves for the rebuilding of water mains. But understanding that sewer is different, right?
Yeah, again, I think what the comment that Obed had was that I think understanding all the general and the larger capital projects scheduled for '26, this project being new, is we're keeping the status quo of the relining as we currently do right now with the dollar figure, and then we'll continue to work with Finance Department to see really how much progress can we make on these high priorities, and then readjust it accordingly after that to make a recommendation if we think we need to increase it.
I think that was one rationale for why we would mirror the same increase we had in the water fund, to address the capital needs in this fund as well.
I would say as somebody who's still relatively new to the village, I was very impressed with the way that these sanitary sewers maintained with smoke testing and the lining. There's been significant investments made in the system to date. So I think what's happened previously has been a very good practice. And I mean, obviously you want the system to be perfect at all times, but as a relatively new person coming from having experience in other communities, I'm pretty impressed with how well the system is managed for lining and maintenance.
Well, why don't we move on? We're kind of behind time here. We got to keep moving. And we've got Nick finish up, which is going to take some time. So let's keep moving along. No.
All right, it's the last fund, stormwater. I'll go quickly through the operations of the stormwater. We responded to multiple callouts the past year. Only 8 flood assistance service calls, which is below average. I would say, I think we did like 26 last year, but that was in part due to rainfall. We're 6 inches below average annual rainfall through August, and 9 inches, almost 8 inches through September below average annual rainfall. So I know there's a lot of interest in our new system, but it hasn't truly been fully tested yet. We did do a department-wide training, however, on the system. It is a fairly complex system compared to your normal conveyance system with storage, stormwater reuse, and level controls. So we have been working to make sure staff knows how this new system operates, and then as Jim had mentioned, I think we all understand the system won't be fully functional anyhow until we have the conveyance piece. In the interest of time, I'll just fast forward to our new initiative. The way that we want to replicate the systematic inspection and repair that's been taking place on the sanitary system. We want to replicate that with our storm sewer system. So that is why we're asking for the part-time sewer worker. The goal would be to assign that would free up enough staff that we could have a dedicated televising crew to focus on the storm sewer system for a portion of the week. The goal, President Dearborn, I don't know if you remember when you did the tour, but we had a large clump of roots strapped to one of our beams. That came out of one of our storm sewers. So we don't want that to happen again. And the way to do that is to inspect the system systematically. And if you're going to inspect the system, you need to allocate some money for repairs. So we're asking for some money for lining repairs as well. But that would be a new program. That would also, there was a question about the sanitary and the storm. I can't guarantee we would catch everything, but certainly if there was evidence of sanitary in a storm sewer system, this would be one way to begin identifying that. Besides your traditional direct connections that are easy to find and fix, if a storm sewer and a sanitary are close by and they're both cracked, that is another form of cross-flow, and having a system to inspect the storm as well will help us with that. Here's the stormwater overview. In terms of what I can control from an operations standpoint, salary, the increase there is that part-timer that we're asking for, and service and supplies, that increases primarily due to the lining money we're asking for. The remainder of the increase is the capital that Jim went over quite some detail with our capital projects. No questions, or I'll pause for questions, but then we can move on to Nick.
Any questions, guys, on stormwater?
Oh,
All right.
sorry, Jim has I forgot Jim has the vision.
Again?
I'm turning this over. Thanks. I forgot my glasses up here the first time, so. Sorry, I'll
I'll keep this real short. So I didn't mention previously, because the engineering department, we manage these stormwater vision plan. I'm just providing just a quick update. We've hit on most everything, but to complete the stormwater component, I'll just hit on this again. Also, if anybody does have any follow-up questions later on that you'd like me to respond to as it relates to the stormwater utility fund, its reasonings, how we've done it. I was here when Steve had done some of that, and I've done it in a few other communities, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have afterwards, if there's something that pops up. So just real quick, I'm going to share this exhibit. You've probably all seen this many, many times. This is the famous West Side Vision program that we had. Again, the big focus here for 2026 is the reconstruction of Willow Road, which we've all seen just along this one corridor in here. This includes the installation of the large stormwater box culvert that goes up Provident and through part of one of the side streets. As council aware, and Tim had mentioned, Village recently received notification that we were on the short list for the FEMA grant for the $21 million. So we just responded to FEMA with some of the additional documentation, and we're really eagerly awaiting for that. We think we have a very good program. We're hoping that the funds make it all the way through us. Again, Willow Road is the primary stormwater project for 2026. As noted previously, staff will be providing a detailed update to the council in the first quarter of 2026 on the proposed programming and funding for the remainder of the stormwater projects for Western Wenatchee here to talk about the funding, how we're going to phase all that in along with the other projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have about the future programming. And maybe just for clarification, just because I have this exhibit up, when we were talking about the additional design services, for example, what I'm pointing at right here is you can see that there's a piece, this is Ash Street right here, and you can see that a piece goes up and then over. But this street right in here that has no stormwater improvements on it is a street that we need to replace the water main on and the road resurfacing. So we can all see between Hibbard Road and where the stormwater stops right in here. This would be one of those sections of road that we would be talking about. As staff work with them, there's some sections of roadway between Ash and along Berkeley in here where we need to reconstruct the roadway, some of the other streets in here, and up on Glendale. When you start to get up into the other areas, we also talk about some things that we need to do that aren't covered as part of the highlighted stormwater projects. So those are the design services that we're talking about. Maybe that hopefully explains a little bit more what we mean by doing that design component on it. So,
And Jim, just to complete everything that's on this map, is
Yes.
that by 2030, or does that extend beyond 2030?
that's depending on funding for it. The grant that we're talking about receiving picks up everything north of Willow Road, so this area, Tree Streets, the Hibbard section, along Hibbard Road.
All the way up there?
Correct. We have not identified 100% yet the remaining funding for the south of Willow up in here, although we keep pursuing those. Was a BRIC grant, and that went away, but we keep pursuing the same FEMA grants to hopefully help us fund this bottom section up in here as well. There are a couple of roads that we're proposing to design and do water main work as well along with that. But with the available funding, it's possible to complete within the next 5 years, but without the additional funding, it would be a conversation for the council on how to program everything. So
Thank you, Jim.
that's all I have for stormwater,
Great.
unless anybody has any questions.
Questions, stormwater for Jim?
I am done for the day.
Okay, thank you very much.
No more, Jim.
Appreciate it. All right, Nick, you've got 45 minutes. Should be plenty of time.
200 slides.
Oh, God.
All right, so I understand dinner's on the way, so I'll go ahead and take my time.
Very funny.
Yeah. So the first fund I have the pleasure of presenting to you tonight, President Dearborn and Council, is the electric fund. So I'd like to thank Assistant Director Sam Carrasco and all my staff for all their input in putting together both of these budgets tonight. It's much appreciated.
So by the way, who came up with that fancy new logo?
That'd be ChatGPT. So I
Is
can't
that
take
right?
credit for that.
That's pretty good.
So just as a reminder, we talked about it during the generation study session, but we have been in service for 125 years. The electric plant started in 1900, so we're happy to celebrate this anniversary this year. As an overview of the electric fund budget, the electric fund runs the electric utility, and we maintain reliable and economical service to our customers. Reliability includes ensuring adequate power supply to meet our current and projected demand, improving the infrastructure to deliver the power as needed, and providing uninterrupted service. The electric fund is classified as an enterprise fund, meaning we're fully funded by charges for service and from the sale of electricity, and we do not rely on any tax revenue for our operations. And the budget for consideration for 2026 is just over $23 million. So this is the org chart for the water and electric departments. It's fundamentally the same from what you saw last year. It's 34 FTEs. Just a few reclassifications. The water superintendent is retiring at the end of this year, so we reclassified that position as a water production and lab supervisor. And then we also reclassified an operator who only worked on the electric plant to a plant operator, which means they can work in both the water and electric plants. Just two minor reclassifications with the same number of FTEs. So in terms of accomplishments for 2025, as you're all well aware, we executed our agreement with IMEA for the power supply contract and capacity purchase agreement to secure our supply through 2055. We're also happy to announce that we're nationally recognized by the American Public Power Association, APPA, for both our safety and our reliability. So we're very proud of that. We've performed our standard preventative maintenance on the system, things that we do to make sure that the lights stay on, essentially. Installed some major new service connections to the planned developments this year, Chase Bank, as well as D36 projects at Skokie School and Crow Island School. Replaced aging cable infrastructure in the ground to maintain system reliability. Kicked off the AMI project in conjunction with the Finance Department. We performed the generation replacement study, the results of which were presented to you back in September. We also responded to generation requests from IMEA and 11 electrical interruptions year to date. So our goals and objectives for 2026 would be to continue the AMI deployment. Happy to report that as of this week, about the 300 electric meters we have installed on the system are 100% reporting. So that's good news. All the data that they're collecting is being reported back over the air to the system. So we're very happy to see that. That's a good step. We're going to continue to work with Honeywell to work on the integration with our other systems, namely Tyler New World, as we work into the second and third phase of the project. We also want to install new service connections to additional planned developments, Engel and Volkers and One Winnetka. We want to continue to perform our preventative maintenance to make sure that we, again, keep the lights on. Do some pretty significant projects at the water and electric plant, one being the pier repair and the other being bluff stabilization, which we'll work closely with the engineering department and community development to make sure that we're meeting all the requirements there. We're going to replace some underground switchgear and cable to maintain reliability on the system. We plan on performing life cycle analyses on our existing generation units to identify what repairs are necessary to get them through 2035, which is the direction you provided at our study session. And lastly, we want to start the generation and permitting process for the installation of the new thermal generation that'll be commissioned in 2029. Some key budget items for 2026, again, continue the AMI deployment, replace aging cable infrastructure, perform the Yards rooftop solar project, which was approved by you back in October, various infrastructure projects, new service installations, and a portfolio of preventative maintenance. This is a graph that we show every year. This is the total consumption, electric consumption of the village. We are coming in a little bit higher than what was estimated in the budget. This is due to higher temperatures. If you recall, we had quite a few heat waves back in June and July, and that heat continued well into October. So it was a hot year overall, and what a hot year means is we sell more electricity as people need to heat and cool their homes and businesses. So slightly above budget, but overall the trend is still downwards. You can see from 2005 to 2025, we are trending downwards. We haven't broken 120 million kilowatt hours in the last 5 years. So this is in relation to efficiencies. Switching from incandescents to LEDs has a huge impact, just in general, as appliances and everything everything that's electrified has gotten more efficient, and that's pushed our consumption downward. This is a similar chart to what other directors have presented for their funds. This is for the electric fund. The only thing I'd really want to call out here is an increase in the cost of service and supplies from 3.4 to 5 million, 40% increase. This is mostly a $1.25 million loan repayment back to the water fund. You may recall back in 2024, the water fund loaned money to the electric fund to pay for generation improvements. This was for number 4 turbine and number 4 boiler. Based on the costs that came back, we elected not to pursue those repairs. This was in early 2024. So that money is being paid back to the water fund. This is a summary of the capital and the fund balance position of the electric fund. So we were projected to spend $4.8 million this year. We're coming in a little bit under that, at 3.6. Next year, slightly higher at $5.2 million in capital. Unrestricted net assets, which is the fund balance, we ended 2024 at just under 7 million. We're projected to end this year at just over 9 million, 8.3 of which is cash, and we're projecting that we'll end 2026 at 8.1 million. The fund balance policy, which Director Sloth alluded to, is 4 months of operating funds, which for the electric fund is just shy of $6 million. So the electric fund is in a healthy position for 2025, and we expect that to be the case for 2026 as well. The 2026 electric fund budget is based on approximately a 6.52% average rate increase across all customer classes. This is based on working with the finance department, doing somewhat of a cost of service study based on our capital and O&M and the revenue that we're required to generate to maintain that fund balance policy, as well as plan for projects within the next 5 years. So there's some slight variation just on how the customers roll up, but overall, the weighted average, when you look at all the customers, is 6.5%. So this is a slide we talk about every year. We look at what our current rates are as well as what our proposed rates are for a residential customer. A typical Winnetka resident, which is someone who uses 17,683 kilowatt hours in a year, can expect to pay an additional $311.72 next year, which is about $26 per month. We also always compare ourselves to ComEd. So I'm happy to say for the year 2025, when you include our power cost adjustment, we were 5% below ComEd's cost if Winnetka residents were theoretically in ComEd territory. We also, the ComEd bill for Winnetka customers, if they were in ComEd territory, would have gone up 11% year over year. So between 2024 and 2025, if Winnetka residents were ComEd customers, their bills would have gone up 11%. So that you could say the same thing for our neighbors in Wilmette or Glencoe or Kenilworth. We don't know the rates for 2026 for ComEd yet. They don't do their filings till later in the year, and those tariffs will be released at the end of the year going into 2026. But what we do know is that the capacity costs for PJM, which you should all be experts in at this point, are going to go up on June 1st of 2026 by 22%, and inevitably those costs get folded into the ComEd bills. It all rolls downstream to the customers. So just as a reminder, as you recall from our IMEA discussions, we're not expected to see an equivalent increase in our power costs because of IMEA's hedging due to owned resources. So overall, as is our goal every year, we remain competitive with Commonwealth Edison for our customers. Getting into the operating expenses, purchase power is by far our largest expense. We're projected to buy about $9.3 million in power next year. That equates to about 123 million kilowatt hours across the entire system. We're also expected to spend consulting services, $25,000 for the electric building assessments. So both the electric fund and the water fund contain funding for the assessments that Director Powers mentioned. We're going to have their consultant look at the core and shell of the electric plant Parts of the building are well over 100 years old, so it's a constant battle to make sure it's airtight and watertight. So we're looking forward to their recommendations on the best practices there. In terms of sustainability, wanted to mention some additional items for next year. So the last two bullet points I'll take first, the IMEA funding. So IMEA has reimbursable energy efficiency funding and also has reimbursable EV charging funding. This money is use it or lose it. So in a way, some small percentage of every person's bill in Winnetka is paying for these efficiency funds through IMEA. IMEA doles out those funds to its members. It's use it or lose it. So if you don't use it, it gets rolled back into IMEA's coffers essentially and spent on efficiencies. So we use it every year. We've used it every year it's been in place. Since the program started, we've cumulatively saved about 9.5 million kilowatt hours of electricity. So it does add up over time. These are good initiatives that IMEA helps pursue. On top of that, reimbursable funding from IMEA, we're also working with the manager's office to establish our own energy efficiency fund. This is something you may recall we talked about during IMEA in regards to our sustainability efforts. So through the rate structure, we're going to create another $75,000 in funding, a bucket of money set aside to run our own programs on top of what IMEA offers. So our goal would be for these programs to be administered by the sustainability manager through the village manager's office. And then we would provide assistance, but the administrative efforts would be done through the village manager's office. We expect, with your approval of this budget, we expect to work on the administrative aspects of those programs, and they'd be available in the first quarter of 2026. I'll just fly through these in the interest of time, but these are the things we do every single year to maintain the system, to make sure that we have reliable service. What that means to us is that the lights are on, the power's working. Line clearance is our biggest expense. That's the folks you see out there. This year was Siebert tree trimmers, trimming the lines on the streets to make sure that there's no tree contact. Trees and wildlife are by far our highest cause of outages, so this is one effort we do to maintain that. Porcelain cutout replacement, this is a 4-year program whereby we are replacing cutouts, which are interrupting devices like a fuse or a circuit breaker out in the system. The old style is made of porcelain, which, as you can imagine, is fragile and doesn't last forever. So to preemptively avoid future outages, we're taking a proactive approach and replacing all those over the course of 4 years. We're also budgeting for a system scan, which is an automated scan, not unlike a Google Street View, but now they have AI, which they can leverage. They'll have a car drive around the village, scan all of our assets, and be able to inventory them and have a database of that using machine learning. So it's a very, very slick process.
Quick question, does that capture the lines in the backyards of people?
This would mostly be stuff that's accessible from the street. They do have a drone technology for rear lot lines. We haven't gone into that. Obviously, there may be some concerns about flying drones on private property. So right now, we're focusing on what's accessible from the public right away. But that could be a consideration for future scans. At the electric plant, as I mentioned, there are expenses to keep the envelope maintained and to maintain the auxiliary systems within the plant itself. So the stack that you see when you're at the beach, the big white stack, that needs to be repaired next year. Refractory, which is actual brickwork inside the boilers. Over time, that brick gets a bit brittle and cracks, so that needs to be repaired. You actually have to send someone into the boiler to do essentially tuck pointing, which is quite an experience. Additional pumps, tubes, valves, these are all things, routine replacements that help keep the steam generation up and running. Buildings, we do have $60,000 in roof repair for the electric plant. This is, this would be a Band-Aid per se to help address some pressing leaks in the roof, and then we would take whatever recommendations we get from the facilities study to do a more long-term approach to roof replacement. This would be just to address immediate concerns with the roof. Other common area improvements to improve cafeterias or facilities, restroom facilities within the plant itself, window repairs. Those are in next year's budget as well. In terms of our substation maintenance, we have some plans based on the decision that was made on steam to continue through 2035, we can now do some other maintenance on our transformers down at the plant that we know we have direction there. So the capital plan, the first biggest item would be the directional boring for customer projects. So anytime a new home is built or there's a planned development like Chase or One Winnetka, we have to install conduit and manholes, boxes in order to get that power to that structure. It's important to note that this line item is fully paid for by service charges. So when someone comes in and pays a permit fee or they pay their fees as part of a planned development, those fees that go into the electric fund are to pay for this work. So this overall $1 million spend is generally offset by revenues for those services. We're expecting to spend about $583,000 on phase one generation replacement. This is mostly for engineering, design, and permitting. So with your consent on the scope of work contained in this budget, in this 5-year plan, we would, as soon as first quarter of 26, start that design and permitting process. You may recall, we anticipate a very long engagement with the IEPA to get that permit, so we'd like to start as soon as possible. $410,000 for our contribution towards the AMI project. As other directors mentioned, there was and continues to be difficulty getting trucks. So you all approved this line truck purchase back in 2022, and we expect that truck to show up next year. So we're still seeing around 4 to 5 year lead times on custom trucks such as, ambulances, fire trucks, line trucks in this case. We're still seeing significant delays, and we're planning accordingly. Other upgrades to distribution transformers. We're paying for our portion of the rooftop solar deployment at the yards, and additional conduit replacement for as-needed system improvements. Additional items in the capital plan, as I mentioned in my intro, the slope stabilization. So if you've been down at the plant, there's a driveway along the west side of our property that goes down to the back of the power plant. I believe a former trustee lived in that house above there. That slope is starting to degrade. It's causing maintenance issues with sloughing onto our property and causing backups, storm sewer backups. So we would like to, we've already engaged with a engineering consultant to help us plan for that. This would be consulting and construction dollars, split 50-50 across the two funds. What this will most likely look like is a retaining wall, some form of structural wall that will keep that bluff from sloughing. Obviously, there are rules now as it relates to the bluff and slope stabilization, so we'll work with Jim and Scott to make sure that we're checking all the boxes. The pier repair, we've already engaged with the coastal engineer this year. They're undergoing their assessment as we speak, and they're going to provide us recommendations to bring the pier back to a condition where we can reopen it to the public. The reason it has been closed for so long is the area that's behind the Jersey barriers and the fence. We're not sure of its structural integrity. We think it would be too much of a liability to have the public access it, particularly park cars there. That's the reason it's been closed for so long. And we're hoping that the coastal engineer will provide structural recommendations so that we can open that back to the public next year.
What's the timing on that next year?
I'm sorry?
When do we think the timing, what is the timing for that pier?
So we're hoping to have the assessment done by the first quarter of 26, and then we would do the repairs by the end of 2026. Okay. So a lot of work down there is weather dependent. After September 30th, the lake is pretty unpredictable. So ideally, we could knock it out in the summer when the lake conditions are favorable.
That'd be good.
So the assessment is 300,000, or the actual repair is budgeted?
No, we've already awarded the contract for the assessment. That's already been awarded. These are construction dollars.
Okay.
Yep. Has it been designed? No, that's part of their recommendations is to give us their best practices. Yep. Some additional capital being spent for pumps and circuit breakers at the power plant, as well as brick repair. Again, maintaining the envelope of the plant itself. So this is the last slide I have before questions. I imagine this will generate the most discussion. So as you may recall from our study session, staff's recommendation is to pursue 10 megawatts of new thermal generation by 2029. This will account for the capacity that we gave up when we retired number 4 turbine last year. For the period of 2029 through 2035, this will restore our total capacity back to 32 megawatts, which will cover our load 95% of the time. We feel like this is important as we enter into a very unstable market, as I alluded to, with where the PJM market and the national grid as a whole is going. We feel like this is a prudent decision. Again, we want to start design and permitting as soon as the first quarter of next year in order to make sure that we have plans that are quote-unquote shovel-ready by 28, 29. The funding mechanism that we would propose in conjunction with help from the Finance Department would be a $17 million GO bond issuance in 2028. It'd be a 20-year term. The remainder of that project, which would be about $10.6 million, would be in cash. So that'd be out of fund balance from the electric fund and partially from the water fund. That debt service would run through 2048. And then the first table you see here is a breakdown of the total project costs. The only expense we're asking you to approve for the next fiscal year would be this $583,000 for design and permitting work. That being said, in order to know how big the pie is, we'd like consensus on whether or not the 10 megawatts you feel like fits our needs. So if that is the case, we would then spend these funds between 2027 and 2030, most of which will be absorbed by the electric fund. The water fund has always contained funding to help pay for a portion of the generators. You may recall the water plant has no water tower, so we need these generators to support the water fund, the water plant on an emergency basis. So we felt it was okay to charge part of this project to the water fund. And the water fund financials are based around spending only this $2 million. So if there were any changes to this, we'd have to reconsider the rate structure within the water fund. I also wanted to look at then what would the effect be of debt issuance versus all cash. So if we were to pursue a debt issuance to help pay for this project, the average rate increase over the next 5 years is about 5.3%, and our ending cash position would projected to be $7.6 million in 2030. If we were to take an all-cash approach, pay as you go, we would have to raise rates over 10% per year for the next 5 years, and we'd actually end up in a worse off cash position in 2030. So the benefit here that we're recommending would be to pursue the debt issuance, help us maintain competitive rates with ComEd, which is one of our goals. We don't want to be raising rates such that we make ourselves non-competitive and really take away that advantage for our customers, our rate base. So again, the financials are based off the 10 megawatts that recommended, but we want to open it up to your discussion and then discuss the overall financing. So that's all I have for the electric fund. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Nick?
I have two. One is regarding the pier repair. Is the goal to replace or repair essentially in kind the way it is currently, or are we looking at any additional improvements to improve the functionality, usability, et cetera?
Right. Again, we'll look for the results of the report. I would look to you all for guidance on that. My initial thought would be to put it back as it is. The pier has always been just parking and some light recreational use. There used to be a lot of fishermen down there back before it was closed. If there were a desire to increase its functionality or make it more ornamental, I would have some concerns about safety, especially during wave action and long-term maintenance, what it would take to maintain any ornamental fencing or ornamental lighting. I would have some concerns about the cost of that. But ultimately, I would defer to your direction, but the current budget calls for just putting it back how it was.
So I'm not meaning to add to all of the wonderful projects that we're talking about here, but this is a rare opportunity, and we have an asset where we actually have parking and immediate accessibility at the lake level, aside from the boat launch. My personal feeling, ignoring budget, is that this is an opportunity for us to at least talk through what our options and our long-term goals would be for a village-owned, portion of the lakefront, not necessarily a park district. So that's just me, a long way of saying, I would encourage us to have a further discussion, not today, about that project.
I guess, Kirk, what exactly are you talking about, the ornamental fencing and lighting that Nick mentioned, or what kind of improvement
I'm
would
thinking
you?
more from a functional standpoint, and again, there's been informal suggestions about, could this be a location for a dog beach, but I think just from a functional standpoint, circulation isn't that great if you're in a car. Maybe there's expansion opportunities or improvements in just how we lay it out. Forget about ornamentals, lighting or railings or that sort of thing, just in terms of what we want it to be, how we want to use it.
I think
And
it's
then can we improve the use of it?
I think it's an interesting thought. I do think there's, as I looked down there, as we were looking for where to go to Dog Beach, there's that kind of a grassy area, and you could increase the functionality of how that's operated. I was also looking at just to protect it better as wave action comes in, something to break it right before it slams into the pier, just so it keeps it up longer, at least longevity of it. So, but I hear what you're saying.
At one of the farmers markets, a resident suggested that, maybe not reprogramming it, but we could have just some tables and chairs like Glencoe has put on their pier, just to make it more user-friendly for the passive recreational use, and with some lighting. I understand the safety concerns, but, maybe there's a way to incorporate that to make it friendlier and more usable for those people who want to fish. Or stargaze, I think, was one of the things, but then I don't know how you make the lighting work. But anyway.
Well, can we think about that a little bit?
Yeah.
We could add it to a discussion list.
Yeah.
so-
I would
Yeah.
anticipate, once we get the report back from the coastal engineer, this would be a study session topic, because there may be other
Yeah.
thoughts on the programming or the design that we would want to bring to your for discussion.
Okay.
Sounds
My
great.
other comment question is on the slide that you have up here. I know we talked about this recently, and I think the conclusion at the end of that discussion was this is an expensive insurance policy. That was the informal sort of feedback. And just in terms of some informal conversations with other trustees, this is a significant budget item. And I know we informally said we'll go look at a couple different options. Appreciate all, we had half dozen different options that were presented. I don't feel completely settled on this topic. I feel like it requires some further study analysis, considering the price tag that goes along with any of the options. And I just think the other thing is it does beg the question long-term, do we want to pay that amount of expense for that insurance policy, thinking ahead decades, not necessarily in the next 5-10 years, but we're making decisions now that impact, for the next multiple generations.
Well, we saw from the study, we saw the alternatives to not doing it. Financial alternatives, this was a good financial alternative to have that capacity for capacity credits, as I recall. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, we whatever option you choose for thermal generation, as long as we're IMEA members, you're going to be entitled to capacity credits to help offset the cost. I would say that if you were to defer this, if say you want the same capacity but you want to defer the decision, there's going to be an opportunity cost for that. Just based on costs we've seen for other plants that have been built versus this, it's just like everything else, cost of capital is increasing significantly. So,
My takeaway, there was just a lot of information that we had to gather at the last meeting. I think my reaction is I'd love to have more input or feedback on the options that were recommended by staff or that staff is pursuing before we do a hard commitment on this significant budget.
Well, the hard commitment,
Sort of just the bigger, long-term, 100-year question, do we want to be in the business of having
Correct.
an electric plant?
Correct.
Is that, okay. Because I agree, I don't know if that's ever been and they analyzed and said, yes, we want to keep doing it. I don't have a point of view on that, so.
Well,
I thought we did.
Well, wait, yeah,
thought
because
we
we
did.
need generation for water,
I think we
right?
committed to the 10 years thermal, the steam generation. We did commit to that.
Well, I'm thinking like what happens in 2045, 55, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but short-term, we've got to provide backup generation,
So I'm,
and we get paid for it, right? To operate our water plant. I don't know if we can get,
Maybe part of it's on me to go back and replay that
Well,
study session.
you know, the commitment for next year is the engineering study. Is that correct?
The commitment for next year is to start engineering and permitting, but
Okay.
we need to know the size of the ask.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to start talking to the IEPA and tell them we want X number of megawatts.
So the IEPA, that could be a long process, but the question, I guess, you know, if we want to go forward, but we want a little more information, maybe just to double back a little bit, because it is significant, and it is a commitment. There's no question about that. And I think it, you know, everything we've done here for the last 6 months, not everything, but a lot, has been to get that plant down there and our power supply squared away for future generations. I mean, we have the supply in an uncertain market, good or for bad. That's the decision we made. There's a lot of work to be done down there. If we do it, then the next 30 years of generation, you know, next several generations of residents have power just like we've had for the last many years. But to Kirk's point, and maybe, and I admit to me, it's a big decision. I'm comfortable with the decision, but I can understand why we would maybe want to double back a little bit and just make sure. And so I don't know that we need a study session on it, but maybe there should be some information to council members, some discussion internally on it or something along those lines.
So a couple of thoughts here. One is approving a budget as a plan, right? So if the amount for the engineering is included in the budget, that still is of a dollar amount that the design services would need to come back to council to approve the contract. So if there is enough consensus that this is worthwhile to include in the 26 budget, we would have an opportunity to come back at a council meeting, you know, your discretion if we just plan it at a regular meeting with sufficient bandwidth to review before we actually engage the engineering services. We'd have another opportunity to talk about it before the formal contract was approved.
You know, the pros and cons, you know, the positive impact financially, the positive impact for the community. It's not as Bridget pointed out, it's not a great payback. I mean, we know that. I think you said it was a 50-year payback or something. But
Yeah,
we're
but
not-
it is a payback eventually.
It's a payback eventually, but it's not like the solar project at the Arms. I mean, this is a commitment to have our own plant, to control our destiny down there. Financially, it probably makes sense relative to the other alternatives, given the capacity credits. But I agree, that was a lot of information that was thrown at us at that meeting. It wouldn't be bad to be able to digest it, maybe have a little more meat around the bones on this, I guess.
I think a review would just be helpful because it
Yeah.
was a late night. We
Yeah.
had multiple options. A lot of the content was over my head. And before we're calling a shot on something that, you know, is tens of millions of dollars and literally decades of use, I'd feel better before we just sort of rubber stamp something that we
Do
have
not
a
say rubber stamp. I just want to say, I recall this very well, and I felt very confident, and I feel that we gave direction that we were moving forward in this way. In no way would I call it a rubber stamp. I think it's totally fine to get more information, but if they're going to come to us and we're going to have these study sessions and we're going to give them paths forward, and then 5 months later, 4 months later, 6 months later, be like, let's do it again, I don't know how they ever make a budget.
Yeah. No, I think we include it in the budget, but again, I wouldn't get this IEPA going January 1st. I'd give it a little, we don't have to do it, we don't have to expend this money or approve that engineering contract right off the bat. I think there is a way to come back maybe synthesize that information a little bit, and I agree with that. It was overwhelming. I was comfortable with it, but I think we all need to be comfortable because it is a generational decision that we're making.
I also wonder, are there options, we're saying a $17 million bond, 20-year bond, all right? Are there some scenarios that could be looked at around the duration of that bond?
I think
the size of
that's a
bond?
placeholder. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not a
I was gonna
commitment to
say.
do that.
But that does have an impact then in terms of how much the future generations pay versus the current generation.
And maybe that's my hesitation is, it's around the dollar amount. And the other is, we weren't necessarily picking a horse. We had a couple options that, Nick, you were going to investigate, right?
Right, the purpose of the study was to vet out those options, and then
we narrowed down to, I think, a couple that you're.
We recommended option 1B, which was the 10 megawatts.
Okay.
As part of that.
I think we
It was
could,
late night.
yeah, I think we could refresh that without, again, I don't think we need a full study session on this.
I don't want to necessarily and I apologize if I'm suggesting we start over. That was not the intent.
No,
I just recall walking away where there was a cost to us, and it's a significant dollar amount. Like, that's really,
It is it's a commitment.
I authorize, before we commit.
There's no doubt.
Make sure that that's the significant dollar amount that we want to spend.
To your point, what I felt I walked away from that meeting, which we needed, was the list of the pros. The cons were really easy to identify. It costs a lot, it's not gonna have a payback. The pros are softer. I mean, that's the reality. But putting pen to paper with what those pros are about going ahead with this, I think would be useful. I
Yeah.
mean, we vaguely talked about them, but
Yeah, it was an intense study, there's no doubt, and I think it could be, again, synthesized a little bit into, pros, cons, whatever, and, what if we don't do this? What does that imply for the system over the next 30 years? Personally, I think that this kind of project does warrant debt financing, because I think it spreads the costs a little bit over the generations, whereas others, I think, maybe wouldn't warrant debt financing. So I actually sort of agree with that. Whether it's 17 million or 15 million or 19, or whether it's 30 years, 20 years, that'll depend on the markets at the time. But, I think we can do this. And I think we can also approve this as a budget item, but just let's have this conversation again before that contract comes back to us.
Yeah, I think as Manager Kazina said, we're going to have to come back to have you award the contract for the engineering, so there will be another chance to discuss this, yeah.
But let's have that discussion before that comes back to us.
Certainly.
That's what I'm saying.
And just a quick add-on to that, would this be our only outstanding bond issuance because we've repaid our bonds?
We have one.
We have one outstanding for the Stormwater Fund that has a
Okay.
little under $10 million outstanding.
Okay.
And then what's been historically contemplated in the Stormwater Fund would be a $7 million issuance in the out years of the 5-year plan. And that was to capitalize on the refunding that we did in 2020, that debt capacity.
But all bond issuances have dedicated enterprise funds or fees to repay them, so we're not looking at property tax to repay any of this.
Correct. The mechanism is a general obligation bond, which technically pledges your property tax revenues, but if you recall, on an annual basis, we bring an abatement ordinance, which abates those property taxes. By doing it that way, you do save a little bit on the interest rate.
Because the GO bonds are a cheaper interest rate generally on the issuance, so that's why we do it that way.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And we have a AAA bond rating.
Yeah, I would just say, closing comment on this is we expect these, whatever machines we end up installing, we expect to run 50-plus years. So as unappealing as the payback may look, the machines will have a very long life. And hopefully this is a decision that you can make and that your future trustees will benefit from your decision, so. Okay, is that it on electric?
That's it on electric.
Okay.
Last one.
Keep going?
Please.
Okay.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, oh, great. Easy. All right, so the water fund. Just as a reminder, the water fund is also an enterprise fund, fully funded through sales of water and charges for service. We do not rely on any tax revenue to support our operations. We provide water service and fire protection to Winnetka, Northfield, as well as the unincorporated areas of Indian Hill, Woodley Woods, and Longmeadow in Northfield. The budget for your consideration for 2026 is just over $11 million. Accomplishments for this year, performed our standard battery of preventative maintenance, leak detection, valve maintenance, hydrant maintenance, finding those leaks that are out there on the system. Performed preventative maintenance on our water plant, including dive inspection of the intake, which is essentially the straw we have out into Lake Michigan. We have to occasionally look at that, make sure it's in good condition, because we rely on that to create the drinking water. Completed 120 service connections, responded to 34 water main breaks, and replaced about 116 lead service lines by the close of September. We also, in conjunction with the engineering department, as part of road rehab, did the water main replacement on Cherry Street from Glendale to Locust, as well as Foxdale from Tower to Humboldt. 2026 goals and objectives. Continue to adhere to regulatory requirements. As you've heard us discuss at length, the regulatory space around water, especially in Illinois, is constantly changing. So we try to stay abreast of those requirements and make sure we're adhering to those. Install new service connections, both residential service connections as well as connections to planned developments such as One Winnetka and Engel and Volkers. Continue the lead service line replacement on the system, which is an unfunded mandate. We fund those rebates fully through the rate structure. As well as adhering to the long-term capital plan resulting from the 2016-2017 water main replacement plan. This is effective. This is the 100-year plan. This is the 1% replacement. We also look to implement the water rate recommendations that you gave us your feedback on as part of the 2025 rate study and invest in some long-needed improvements at the water treatment plant. Key budget items would be to continue the automated metering infrastructure project, AMI project, do the one water main project in coordination with stormwater. This is Willow Road, as Director Bernal discussed. Continue to do planned and emergent replacements, new service installations, and plan for emergent repairs on the system. Similar chart to the electric fund, this is our water sales. Just like electric, water sales are largely weather dependent. So you'll see on this graph, the blue line is the sales of water in 100 cubic feet, and the orange dashed line is precipitation. So it's pretty much an inverse relationship. That's because most of our sales come from folks running irrigation systems. We also have two golf courses that we supply water to. So when it rains more, we sell less water. This year, as Director Powers mentioned, we've been in a bit of a drought, so we sold a little bit more water than we thought. But overall, just like electric, the trend is downwards. Fixtures are getting more efficient. People in general are using less water, so we are asked to do more with less revenue.
And I'll just jump in to that point. Do we understand how the Park District's golf course has reduced their water needs? And then I think the other golf course is about to do a similar project, reducing their purchase of water.
So the Park District can now use the stormwater runoff for irrigation.
Right.
I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a decrease in the sales, absolutely, for potable water.
Right.
They're leveraging the stormwater runoff to irrigate, which does have its advantages.
Right, and I think the other golf course in the next 5 years will be doing something
Indian
similar.
Hill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So just
Keep that in mind. Yes.
You're just going to, I think, see a further decline of using treated water for irrigation.
Okay. Thank you. This is a summary of the budget for the water fund. Really, the biggest thing to note here is the big uptick in capital spend year over year, going from about $5.5 million to $7 million. This is really the cumulative effect of multiple projects happening all at once. We've got the AMI project that we're undertaking. We're doing water main replacement in coordination with stormwater and road rehabilitation. We're making some long overdue improvements to our water plant, And on top of that, we're paying out of pocket for lead service line rebates. So there's a lot of capital flowing out of the fund to make these improvements on our system. This is a similar chart that we show every year. This one's actually from 1898, from the water rate study. So we were this black bar here, towards just left of center. So we were below the average of our neighbors and other water suppliers. This is for 2025 rates. 2026, we're going to move up a little bit. We'll be just at the average. All these bars are in 2025 dollars. A lot of other towns and water agencies are going through this very same process that we're doing. They're developing their rates for 2026. So we don't know at this point what their rates are going to be, but we have to imagine that other members are also going to raise rates due to pressures on their water systems. The capital plan for 2025 was just over 5.5 million. We're projecting to spend about 3.3 million this year. Some of those projects, like the retaining wall, the power plants, and the pier repair, are getting rolled over into that 7 million in 2026. The unrestricted net assets, which is the fund balance, we ended 2024 at 5.8 million. We're projecting to end this year at 6.4 million, 6 million of which is cash, and we're projecting to end 2026 at 4.5 million. The fund balance policy, which is 4 months of operating expenses, is 1.5 million. So we are well above fund balance, and the fund maintains a healthy position. The 2026 financials are based on numerous factors. One is the 100-year replacement plan. The second would be the lead service line replacement plan, which at your direction is up to $5,000 in rebates to residents who replace their lead service lines. And the last thing is the 2025 water rate study. The rates you see up here are, I would consider these placeholders. You see the footnote here. We're estimating 8%. 1898 is actually going to refine these numbers for us and deliver that before the second council meeting in November when you approve the rate ordinance. So we'll have those final numbers in advance of that meeting. These are just estimates based on an 8% straight line approach. The typical resident, Winnetka resident, is going to pay an additional $104 per year, so about between $9 and $10 additional next year per month.
Nick, I assume that right about this time of year, we begin to see what other communities are setting for their, or proposing for their water rates?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have an idea by the second meeting in November, kind of where we would stand. I think certainly continuing to stay below the midpoint is something we'd all want.
Yeah, I would say a lot of our neighbors are, if they're on calendar fiscal years, they're doing a very similar exercise, so we can see their proposed rates.
But again, Nick, a lot of our rate is built into it for capital investment. I mean,
Yes,
this
a significant amount.
You know, the 8% is, again, 2 or 3% may be current source, current funding for existing service, and the balance could be for the 100-year mains and everything else.
Right. If it was just operations and maintenance, you wouldn't see nearly the increase that we're talking about here. But the system requires a lot of capital, not on just the distribution side, but also the water treatment plant is in need of some long-term capital. So this is a chart you saw during the water rate study presentation. These are the 3 approaches that 1898 recommended, and then based on your direction, we came up with sort of a hybrid approach, which is a 3-year blocks. Overall average is 6.24% over the next 8 years. But we're doing it in blocks. The next 3 years will be 8%. The 3 years after that will be 6.25%, and then 4.5% 3 years after that. So a little bit of a hybrid between 2 other scenarios, and this was based on your direction, and this is what the fund is structured on. 8% for 2026. Getting into the operations and maintenance, these are our distribution, maintenance, and repair programs. Again, these are things we do every year. We budget for leak detection, so we're mandated as part of water conservation efforts to look for leaks on the system. You have to do at least 1 cycle of leak detection. We usually do 2. Then we budget for emergent service leaks in the event that our staff can't find the leak. We have to be somewhere in the range of 15 to 20% water loss. So we sell 15% less water than we take out of the lake. And that's just, it's hard to find where it goes. It's probably going into a storm sewer or sanitary sewer, but that's the reason we do leak detection, is to try to find those issues. We also budget for hydrant replacements, valve replacements, again, just normal routine things we have to do to maintain the system. Down at the water plant, the largest expense is purification chemicals, so your chlorine, your fluoride, your permanganates, things that make the lake water suitable for folks to drink. That's about $179,000 per year. And then other items down there, valves, meters, pumps, these are all things that are necessary to take that raw lake water and make it into potable water. So these are routine expenses that we expect down there. As well as some building maintenance, cleaning of the wet wells. These are the wells that take in the raw water that we then take into the plant. Just need some work there, and as well as some concrete restoration. So getting into the capital, the water fund will be paying for its portion of the AMI project, which will consist of about 1,500 water meter replacements in 2026, replacing water meters and modules to provide cellular connections back to the Honeywell system, which will allow us to move forward with that project. Transmission main rehabilitation at the plant. We've had a long engagement with Strand that's helping us do this. I've characterized these before as the arteries. These are the pipes that leave the system that feed the smaller mains. We're getting to a point where we have almost complete engineering drawings to then engage a contractor in 2026 to actually do that rehabilitation. So it's been a long road with design, but we're getting to a point where we can execute on that construction in 2026. I mentioned the slope stabilization. This is the water fund's portion of that expense. We're also replacing a dump truck. You've already awarded that contract, but based on lead times, it's not actually going to show up until 2026. We expect to replace the F1 valves, which are valves that let water out of the filters, $150,000 for those. Designing a zebra mussel control system. So our current zebra mussel control system relies on the thermal generation. So you may ask why we want to design a system since we're going to use steam for 10 more years. We feel it's prudent to do almost a feasibility study and have plans ready on the shelf to pursue. Running till 2035 is a goal, but just like with turbine 4 or boiler 4, something could happen that could prevent that being successful. So we want to be ready to have a zebra mussel control system in place to execute on in the event that something happens with steam. So we're going to engage with a consultant to have a plan set essentially ready on the shelf next year. And we're also replacing our skid steer. Based on its life and its condition, it's due for replacement, so we'll be replacing that in 2026. As I mentioned, and as Director Bernal discussed, our water main replacement is going to be on Willow Road from the reservoir all the way to Provident, about $3.8 million in capital. This does align with the 1% replacement plan, so Willow is a high priority replacement, and the footage that Jim is proposing to replace is almost exactly 1% of the system. So a lot of efficiencies here. It's going to work out well for the water fund to get this main replaced and provide some much needed reliability to the reservoir, which we rely on to help feed Northfield with potable water. So in terms of lead service line replacements, these are all the $5,000 rebates we've since discussed. About 25 services on Willow are lead that'll get replaced. Based on a lower number on the water main program, we're bumping up the voluntary program, so we're being more aggressive next year. We're budgeting for 100 services. Again, the cost of this work is only going to get more expensive as we go, so we're trying to be aggressive with how we tackle these services and get ahead of the issue. We always budget for emergent replacements. State law dictates that if there is a lead service leak, it has to be fully replaced. You can no longer do partial replacements. So we've had a handful of those this year. So when there is a leak, the resident must replace it. The total budget for lead service line replacements, if we were to add this up and divide by 5,000, is 122. So we're budgeting for 122 lead services, which goes into my next slide. So this is a summary of the plan. We're 3 years into the plan. So we've done 323 lead services of the original 1,503. So we're on schedule. Our state mandate is that we have to be done by 2038. So our plan, plan is just a plan, but our plan would be to have it done by 2035 based on our current trajectory. The average annual cost to the Village Water Fund is $585,000 at the current policy, which is $5,000 in rebates. Again, we're not seeking any grant funding or other offsets from the state or federal government. This is entirely being funded out of charges, user charges in the water fund. And the budget and the long-term CIP for these removals are built on a pay-as-you-go basis. That's it for the water fund.
All right. Questions for Nick on water, electric, or anything else?
Really quick question. I was walking down Tower Road to the water plant this weekend, and I noticed that the house above the water plant had done some significant landscaping and things. Do we think that that contributed to the erosion of the slope, that we're now going to be spending a lot of money to, is there some concern there?
It's hard to say. It's possible. I don't want to
The
make
slope
any
looked like-
accusations, but
Yeah.
there was more vegetation before than there is now. So it's possible that it could have contributed.
Yeah.
Well, they did some nice landscaping and all that, but it looked like that work may have contributed to some slope destabilization, and I don't know if we noticed that. I was just kind of curious.
It's certainly been getting worse. That's why we're budgeting to have a replacement done. We could go back and look and see what work was permitted.
Yeah.
But it's
We
certainly
should.
possible.
If one resident did that to another resident, there would be
Sure.
consequences, right?
Yeah,
Good,
I was just curious.
yep, good point.
that's a good point.
Go ahead, Kim.
Quick question that's not only relates to, but just in general. I think we heard today that almost every line item on residents' utility bill is going to increase
Yes.
next year. And I know everybody indicated the impact on an average one in their own respective sections. I'd love to see what the
Cumulative,
total
yeah.
on an average utility
I
bill.
think it's in
I'm
there.
saying the exact same thing.
Okay.
We're only up this much.
4.93% was the
Yeah, it's,
final total.
Average.
it's a good chart in the book, in the
Yep.
beginning section, in the first
It is?
24 pages. Yeah, it's
Page
there.
473, I didn't read that one.
No. In the first 24 pages, that chart is there.
And there's,
You'll like it.
we presented the slide too on our, if you have a slide.
Did you? I'm sorry if I missed that, because
Do you want me to go back,
I
Tim?
was focusing on all the individual departments. So, okay, thank you,
got
Tim.
time.
I'll find it then.
Well,
So it was $37 a month and a 4.93% increase if you add the total.
for the average.
And then if you add in the expected
It's
property
slide
tax
15.
increase, it's under $500 a year.
So it's, yeah.
Okay, I'll find it. Don't
Okay.
take more time in the meantime.
Anything else for Nick before we close up shop? Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 3, public comment. I'd ask if anyone in the audience would like to make public comment on today's budget proposal or anything not on the agenda. I don't see anybody here that is likely to want to make public comment. So we'll close public comment, and before we adjourn, thanks everybody for sticking it out here. Thank you, department heads, fantastic. Kristen, thank you. Tim, excellent.
Question
Yeah.
on the capital budget, maybe
Yeah.
we talked about prioritizing it, is that going to be a study session? Is that going to be something you want to try to do before December, or is that?
I think what happens now is that Tim and Kristen will put together a summary of responses to questions that will come to us. There are issues that come up in your minds afterwards, present them to Tim and Kristen. But no, there will not be another session to review this. This will either be approved or not approved come in December, I believe. Is that right?
I was thinking more the 5-year
Oh,
prioritizations.
there will be discussion, Scott, yes.
It allude to that, and we haven't scheduled the exact timing on that, but that would be something that happens in FY '26, outside of the normal budget process, to look at the capital plan more holistically.
Yeah, no, this budget
Yeah,
itself
yeah, no,
is what it is,
Right,
but again,
right.
we're all here for a long day. Feedback, feel free to contact Tim directly or Kristen directly, and let's get all our questions answered before we approve this in December.
Could you just email everybody this packet so we can have a digital version saved? Unless,
Which packet,
Of the
Kim?
PowerPoint?
yeah, the PowerPoint.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. With all that being said, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
That's a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we stand adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Aye.